The party was in full swing, and people were having a great time. Duke Killian thanked the heroine for dancing with him, and the princess returned a polite smile. He bowed and walked away. Charlotte was startled when a familiar voice coldly asked if she was happy dancing with another man. She turned around and looked at Duke Adler in horror. The man spoke again, his voice laced with anger, asking if she enjoyed it very much. Charlotte explained that she danced with Duke Killian because the hostess of the party was supposed to perform the opening dance. They were standing in the middle of the hall, clearly drawing everyone's attention, so she suggested moving to another place. But Duke Adler suddenly grabbed her arm. Then he spun her around and pulled her close, asking her for a dance. Charlotte couldn't refuse, but Duke Adler immediately questioned why she would dance with another man if she loved him. The heroine tried to explain it was just a dance to open a banquet, but the blonde man whispered coldly in her ear that if he ever smelled another man on her again, he would kill them both. In any case, there were some things that should never be forgotten. For instance, the fact that the heroine had been transported into this novel, and that the man before her was a serial killer who would end her life with his own hands in the future. The day Charlotte woke up in this world was simply awful. His Majesty the King impatiently scolded her for being late again. Tomorrow, the Emperor planned to announce her engagement to the Duke to the entire empire, and the wedding would be held in 6 months. Then, her father introduced her to her fiancé, Duke Irenaeus von Dom Adler. When the heroine heard the name, her eyes widened in horror. She remembered the book's synopsis, where Charlotte was supposed to be the serial killer's 8th victim on their wedding night. She had planned to start reading that novel yesterday. She had worked herself to death after 5 straight days of grueling work. She didn't even get to read it. And now, she had become Charlotte, the protagonist in this mess. It was just too absurd, and she couldn't understand why this had to happen to her of all people. Duke Adler approached her, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. This was their first formal introduction before His Majesty the Emperor. The heroine froze until her father impatiently snapped that she needed to show some courtesy during her engagement. If Charlotte dared to mention marrying Duke Killian again, she could forget about it. The problem was, the heroine had no idea who that man was. The Emperor threatened to strip her of her princess title if she was so eager to defy him. Charlotte pleaded with him to hear her out, but her father wouldn't listen and ordered the maids to escort the young couple to the drawing room at once. The heroine couldn't believe they wouldn't even listen to her. Duke Adler bowed, stating he would follow all of His Majesty's commands. And just like that, the two of them were left alone in the drawing room. The man's demeanor was now completely different from how he had acted in front of the Emperor. The heroine noticed a new newspaper on the table, but what really caught her eye was the headline. The article said that Duke Adler had topped the list of Asgard's hottest bachelors for the 3rd year in a row. To all the ladies of high society, he was basically the most ideal marriage partner. But Charlotte, whom everyone considered just a spoiled princess, was the lucky one who got to marry him. Since it was a political marriage, there was no need to meet beforehand, right? So he proposed they meet again on their wedding day. But the heroine knew that their wedding night was the day she would die. In other words, Duke Adler was planning to off Charlotte the next time they met. In her previous life, the heroine was a low-key prosecutor in the anti-corruption department. She had been swamped, diving headfirst into murder investigations. But in this life, Charlotte would not die. The only way to survive was to find evidence, and Charlotte planned to seize the opportunity while meeting with him. So she told Duke Adler outright that she had fallen for him at first sight and was head over heels in love. The man, completely caught off guard, was so shocked he spilled tea on his shirt. After wiping his mouth, the blonde man asked her with a face full of suspicion what on earth she was talking about. The girl explained that she fell in love with him at first sight, and now she wanted a marriage based on love, not a business transaction. Is that so? Duke Adler didn't believe it at all. Wasn't Charlotte practically begging, just this morning, for Duke Killian to marry her? Even the stray dogs on the street knew about it. It seemed the handsome blonde man knew the princess was infatuated with Duke Killian, and since Killian wasn't interested, he figured he could take advantage of the situation. But Charlotte confessed that the Duke's dazzling beauty made her forget all other men on Earth. I mean, Duke Adler was the most eligible bachelor in the entire empire, the cream of the crop, so of course Charlotte wanted to be with him. Just then, the Emperor walked straight into the drawing room. The heroine shrieked that she adored Duke Adler and wanted to see him every day now. The emperor was delighted that his daughter had finally come to her senses. Now he could marry his youngest daughter to Duke Adler with peace of mind. The man reluctantly nodded, saying he would abide by all of His Majesty's wishes. As soon as the Duke left, the heroine returned to her room to freshen up. A maid came forward and offered to help. The heroine had only read the book synopsis, and all she knew was that her fiancé, Duke Adler, was a suspect in a series of murders. But now, Charlotte needed more information, so she asked the maid for her name. The girl nervously introduced herself as Martha Hudson. From a maid, our heroine learned that she had been working here for 4 years. Martha was surprised that the princess would suddenly ask for her name. The maid bowed and replied that Her Highness's name was Charlotte Vanderhaas. Our heroine confessed outright that she couldn't remember anything that happened before today. Honestly, the girl didn't even know who she was. Martha told the princess that she had grown very weak over the past few days and had probably lost her memory due to her hunger strike. And not a single member of the royal family had come to see her, apparently because the real Charlotte was so obnoxious they all called her the bratty princess. There weren't many servants left, either. But Martha, who had managed to last a whole 4 years, was clearly a tough one. The heroine told the maid that she had always loved, trusted, and relied on her. Martha looked at her guiltily, saying she had no idea. Charlotte pleaded with her not to tell anyone about her current condition and to keep it a secret. Martha agreed and promised to work even harder to take care of the princess from now on. Speaking of which, the lady had shown signs of memory loss before. Back then, the princess kept screaming that she had never ordered such a thing. The heroine was stunned by this discovery. That's how she found out that her mother, the emperor's favorite concubine, had died in childbirth while having her. And His Majesty, against everyone's wishes, officially made Charlotte a princess. Everything should have been fine, but the emperor only gave her the title and showed no interest afterward. The empress and her children all hated Charlotte, and even the nobles acted like she didn't exist. So basically, the heroine was just a princess in name only, with no backing. She had gone on a hunger strike just to defy the emperor, because she was madly in love with Duke Killian. The princess was dead set on marrying the man, but Killian despised Charlotte for her bratty and selfish behavior. Even so, she risked her life on a hunger strike for a man who openly hated her. The heroine couldn't figure out why Duke Adler would consider marrying such a rebellious princess. The princess put down her cup and asked Martha to bring her the newspapers from the past week. The maid scurried to do as she was told. Thankfully, the media in this world was quite developed. A serial murder case, the kind of thing newspapers would surely cover daily. Charlotte found out there had been 4 victims already. Now more than ever, she needed intelligence. So she told Martha she needed an assistant. They headed to the imperial prison. You see, the heroine decided to pick her assistant from among the prisoners, since those guys knew villains better. Martha introduced the princess to her cousin, who worked as a prison guard. The man took them to see prisoner number 221. He was arrested for assaulting a nobleman, so the princess had to be extra careful. The prisoner snarled that if the princess was planning to torture him, she could forget it, because he was a mad dog who would bite the hand that fed him, even if it wore a fancy ring. Martha told the heroine that this guy had assaulted a superior officer, his commander. Someone like him shouldn't be anywhere near the princess. But Charlotte insisted on speaking with him alone, saying she had something to discuss with Mr. John Watson. The girl didn't beat around the bush. She told him straight up that she wanted to buy his loyalty. John was completely baffled, having no idea what this was all about. The princess promised to pay his bail and vouch for him, but John wasn't about to become Her Highness's puppet. The heroine said she didn't like to play games, but she would need something in return, of course. Charlotte revealed her plan to launch an investigation and wanted John to help her for the next 6 months. The reason she chose him was that he had been an imperial investigator for a while. If John accepted the offer, the heroine promised to make him a servant in the palace. On top of that, the guy would receive a weekly salary. John froze the moment the princess promised to pay for his mother's medical treatment. The heroine had no doubt she was about to get the answer she wanted. The man grinned and asked if he could call her my lady. Now, the librarian was startled to see the princess, even though Charlotte had never been here before. From now on, they would be seeing each other often. The girl asked him to find the books on her list. The librarian quickly completed the task. The heroine had always been known for her work ethic. Memorizing everything in these books meant our girl had a better chance of survival. This body is much weaker than my previous one, so I get tired easily. Your Highness, the maid said, "Mr. Watson is here to see you." John never thought he'd end up as Princess Charlotte's personal servant. The princess told him there was no need to be so formal in front of her. He suggested they keep things casual since he was now her personal attendant. Charlotte nodded and handed him a note, telling him to burn it immediately after reading. The princess wanted him to gather information for her on the serial murder case. She was eager to study the case files. Serial crimes are different from ordinary murders. They have unique characteristics and patterns that can reveal information about the killer himself. So to understand this guy, we have to dig into the files. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room. She told her mistress that His Majesty the Emperor was hosting a grand breakfast today and wished for her to attend. The Emperor held these breakfasts weekly to spend time with his children. Of course, it wasn't just a regular meal, as ministers and other important figures were also present. The real purpose was to figure out which of the Emperor's offspring was worthy of the throne. The thing is, Charlotte never attended these events, as she was considered the least likely candidate. But Martha was thrilled by the news, because now her mistress could get a promotion if she performed well. The Emperor was angry that Charlotte was late again. The heroine apologized and explained that she hadn't been notified about the reception. The Emperor's eldest son, Frederick, immediately said that her maids needed to pick up the pace. But Sister Camilla chimed in, saying the maids were just following her example. In a novel, they hated Charlotte more than anyone. But now, the heroine wasn't the real Charlotte, so she just grinned and asked if that was true. Her brother and sister frowned, asking if she was even listening to them. Her Highness just chuckled and told them to cut it out. Duke Adler was also at the breakfast today, which was why Charlotte had been invited. Camilla sneered that Charlotte's little hunger strike had apparently worked. Except she had lost so much weight recently, she might just waste away to nothing. The heroine didn't react to the taunts and just kept smiling. Camilla's face turned red with anger after that move. Then our heroine turned her gaze to Duke Adler. He took a sip of his tea and gave her a suspicious look. Charlotte frowned, wondering, why is he looking at me like that? Then she put on a sweet smile and winked at the man. Duke Adler, completely caught off guard, spat out his tea. During breakfast, they started talking about how the harvest would be good this year, so the price of grain and flour would likely plummet. To maintain prices, we need to reduce the supply. Since Charlotte hadn't attended breakfast in a long time, they asked for her thoughts. The prince told her to shut up if she was just going to say some nonsense about grains and flours having spirits. Charlotte was only here because the emperor ordered her to be, but she wasn't going to put up with this crap anymore. They suggested requisitioning the grain for the army, so she pointed out that it would anger the populace. But it seemed no one cared about that. Turns out, it was the genius Frederick who came up with the army idea. Camilla's suggestion was slightly less idiotic than the prince's. She suggested trading with other countries, which would work under normal circumstances, but the current political climate was a total mess. Right now, the empire was expanding its territory through endless wars. We just suppressed a rebellion, so exporting grain now would be basically suicide. But Camilla was convinced her idea was perfect, but Charlotte countered that those neighboring countries might use the grain against us and become a threat. So making that decision would be a huge mistake. Instead, Charlotte suggested we stop growing grain and provide subsidies for fruits and vegetables. That way, production and supply would naturally decrease. The heroine was glad she had chosen economics as her second major. Camilla was angry, asking how it was possible to grow fruits and vegetables where wheat used to be grown. Charlotte calmly replied that they could grow barley in the largest fields. The princess clearly didn't expect to hear that, but barley makes for good malt. We can export it. The emperor was clearly pleased, so from now on, Charlotte would be attending the weekly breakfasts. Soon, it was all over, and everyone started going about their business. But the heroine had her own agenda, so she walked straight up to Duke Adler. She reminded her fiancé that they were supposed to have a date today. It felt different before, but now the way he was staring at her made Charlotte uncomfortable. The girl decided to double-check if the Duke's name was really Irenaeus Van Dam Adler. He nodded. Since her fiancé's name was such a mouthful, Charlotte suggested calling him Run, but the Duke refused. Then the princess suggested he just call her Charlotte, but the man refused that too. The heroine decided to take it slow and confessed to the Duke that she wanted to ask him a few questions just to get to know him better. The man didn't object and promised to answer all questions as honestly as he could. The heroine was very excited and suggested they start right away. The first thing she did then was to go up to the Duke and ask who his first love was. After interrogating him, Charlotte learned many things about her fiancé, like that he was 27 and 6'1". He attended the Imperial Military Academy and was now a government worker. But when she asked about his first love, the Duke clammed up, not understanding why the princess needed to know that. He frowned when she explained that it was very important to know his past. Charlotte knew that the most important thing in any investigation was to find the motive. Usually, you judge a criminal by their past, and background information is really helpful in solving a case. For her, it was crucial to understand why the Duke would kill his wife on their wedding night. Perhaps he was having an affair, and the Emperor forced him to marry someone he didn't love. Duke Adler guessed that the princess might have had a tough past, but the heroine just smiled and said that the past isn't the past. The only person she thought about now was Duke Adler. The moment the man said he didn't have a girlfriend, she asked if she was his first love. Duke Adler confirmed her words. The heroine didn't expect the Empire's hottest bachelor to have zero dating experience. The blonde man decided to ask a question in return. He had heard that Princess Charlotte was quite persistent when it came to pursuing men. He was probably referring to Her Highness's obsession with Duke Killian. Now, the man said he wanted to know why she did that. The Duke didn't understand what was so great about him. Charlotte needed to come up with something fast. But what the blonde man really wanted to know was when Her Highness had fallen in love with him. If she didn't answer now, she would look very suspicious. So Charlotte told her fiancé that his hair shone like the sun and his eyes were the color of a clear sky. That was why she fell for his elegant and noble aura. It was nonsense, but it just made the Duke frown, and he told her to stop because he got the point. A little while later, the princess returned to her room, feeling exhausted. Martha told her that Mr. Watson was waiting for her in the drawing room. The heroine told her to send him to her room, as she didn't feel like going anywhere right now. As soon as John arrived, Charlotte immediately apologized for her rudeness. The man said he was fine and handed Her Highness what she had asked for. This morning, John had somehow managed to get a copy of the investigation report, but the guy wasn't about to spill his secrets. 16 weeks ago, the Mosten family's governess died, strangled. 15 weeks ago, the owner of the upscale Solto restaurant also died, strangled as well. 10 weeks ago, the owner of Baby's Bakery became a victim, found dead in an alley with a rope around his neck. 8 weeks ago, something similar happened to Minister Da's secretary. All in all the victims were strangled. They estimated the suspect to be about 5'11" and likely quite well built. Does this mean these random killings had no motive at all? Duke Adler had a large build, and he graduated from the military academy. But he wasn't the only one who fit the profile, as appearance and a rough estimate didn't prove he was the killer. These crimes happened a long time ago, so there's no evidence, and now we can only dig through the case files. The most important thing now is to find a motive. John decided to ask Her Highness why she was so interested in the serial murders, but the heroine decided to keep that a secret. The man decided not to press further and asked if she had any other orders. Charlotte told him she needed dirt on Duke Adler, specifically about the man's relationships with other women. It would be best if John could conduct this investigation secretly. The man just nodded and then took his leave. Charlotte couldn't reveal the real reason for the investigation to John, not while she didn't fully trust him yet. Duke Adler should have received her summons by now, so the letter must have arrived. It turned out the girl was absolutely right. In the letter, the princess wrote that the Duke's handsome face was keeping her up at night, so she needed to see him as soon as possible. A little while later, Charlotte received a reply. The Duke suggested meeting near the opera house. 7 o'clock in the evening. The princess was glad she didn't have to beg the emperor to arrange a meeting, pull strings, or anything. Martha shrieked with joy, saying a date with opera music sounded super romantic. But now Her Highness needed to get ready, and so our heroes finally met. Duke Adler said this performance was the hottest ticket in the entire empire, so getting seats was a real hassle. The princess thought if it was that hard, why are we even here? It was too dark for her to make out the guy's face, so she could only stare at the opera for now. He was exuding a cold, "Don't bother me" aura. Charlotte admitted that for such an expensive performance, she would have preferred to sit face-to-face and chat. To be honest, it would be easier to investigate in a quiet place, definitely not at the opera. The Duke suddenly said that meeting every day was too much. In other words, they couldn't be attached at the hip daily. Considering Duke Adler's packed schedule, this request was indeed a bit difficult, but he could probably manage once a week. The princess whimpered, asking if they could meet more often. The blonde man thought for a moment, then said twice was his limit. Our heroine was perfectly fine with that. She decided she would definitely invite him to a private place next time. She didn't even realize she had fallen asleep until Duke Adler shook her awake. It was only then that she realized she had been sleeping on his shoulder and the performance had long been over. She apologized awkwardly, admitting she had been sleeping poorly lately. She was angry with herself for giving him another reason to think she was a rude woman. Duke Adler asked if she was losing sleep because of him. Charlotte looked at him in complete confusion. The blonde man reminded her that she had written about it in her letter. The moment she realized, she blurted out that she couldn't sleep because she couldn't stop thinking about him. The man promised to let her know in advance of their next meeting so she could get a good night's sleep. And that's how their date for the day ended. A few days later, Her Highness the Princess received an invitation to a debutante ball, asking if Princess Charlotte would deign to attend. Then Martha mentioned that Duke Killian would also be there, but she just shrugged, saying she no longer had feelings for him. The maid said she would then inform Count Moston that she wouldn't be attending. The moment the heroine heard that Count Moston was hosting the ball, she immediately perked up. It turned out he was throwing the party for his daughter, Mary Moston. A serial killer's crimes usually follow a pattern, but this time, the murders were completely random. And for some godforsaken reason, there hadn't been a new crime in 8 weeks. Seeing the stressed look on the princess's face, Martha knew she still had feelings for Duke Killian. The serial killer's first victim was the Moston family's governess. If there was no pattern so far, it meant the killer only struck when they had a reason. Perhaps the victim's residences could help us find the killer's motive. That's why the heroine said she had changed her mind and would attend the debutante ball. This meant it was time for the princess to get all dolled up. Just then, Martha had to remind Her Highness that she had nothing to wear. With a look of impossible on her face, the heroine immediately opened her wardrobe and pointed at the overflowing dresses. Charlotte asked what on earth all of this was. The maid completely understood the princess's unique taste, but this time she needed to wear something different. The heroine pointed out that all these dresses were too flashy and overly extravagant, but when she saw the dresses with her own eyes, she was speechless. The first one was snow white, covered in beads, and looked just like a wedding dress. The second was too revealing, with a deep V-neck and a completely bare back. The third was too fluffy, all lace from top to bottom, looking like cotton candy. In Martha's memory, the princess always insisted on wearing such eye-catching dresses to attract Duke Killian. So the heroine finally found one that was somewhat acceptable. But the problem was, she had worn it not long ago to Baroness Serena's wedding, and even wore a veil. It turned out the maid hadn't stopped Charlotte because she didn't want to end up like Kate, the one who had tried to stop her. Now, the heroine's entire budget had been spent on deposits and payment for Mr. Watson, which meant she had to choose from the clothes she already had. The girl pulled out the least terrible option. The princess took one look and yelled that there was no way she was wearing that thing. During her next meeting with Duke Adler, Charlotte told him not to bother being her partner at the ball. But after she said it, the guy's face darkened. He asked her, then how was he supposed to interpret the letter Her Highness had sent him earlier? The heroine looked at him, completely lost. The blonde man explained that the princess had sent him a rather explicit letter a few days ago. In the letter, she had hoped they could meet in a more private place next time. The letter was crumpled, as if the Duke had deliberately balled it up in anger. For some reason, the man then asked if the princess really liked him that much. Charlotte exclaimed that even the chandeliers in the palace knew about her feelings for Duke Adler. So the blonde man was confused as to why the princess said he didn't have to be her partner at the ball. This was strange, as the heroine thought her fiancé would be happy about it. She suddenly understood that he probably just suspected she was hiding something. Charlotte explained to her beloved Duke that she just didn't want to force him to do anything he didn't want to do. The man retorted that the last thing he wanted was to not attend Miss Moston's debutante ball with his fiancée, as it would ruin his reputation. The girl replied happily that she was glad to hear that. Then she confessed that she actually wanted to bring up what she should wear that night. Charlotte asked the Duke if he would mind if she showed a little cleavage. The guy's face instantly turned red as he asked what she meant by that. Was she really planning to wear a dress that exposed her chest and show it off to everyone at the ball? Charlotte admitted that buying a new dress was a bit over her budget. In any case, she really didn't want to parade around in that tacky outfit. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Without a word, he just left our girl and walked away. Duke Adler probably thought she was sloppy and lazy again, and got angry. A while later, after the princess was dressed, Martha wished her luck. Charlotte's main goal now was to gain the emperor's favor to secure some extra funding for her residence. So she was on her way to breakfast. Even though she was a princess, the girl's allowance was pitifully small. But today, our heroine was going to change all that. Unexpectedly, Adler greeted Charlotte first. Just then, someone cut in with a complaining tone, asking if the palace's head chef didn't know she was allergic to nuts. Camilla ordered them to take it away at once. The maid timidly apologized, saying the head chef was out for the day. Even so, they decided to begin the discussion. Today's agenda was the disappearing magic stones and the influence of wizards on the empire and its future. The heroine had no idea this world had such things, so she decided to listen to her relatives' opinions first. But this time, they wanted to hear Princess Charlotte's opinion first. Just then, a maid brought Princess Camilla nut-free pancakes, but she refused them. Everyone was waiting for Charlotte to speak. If she didn't come up with something quickly, she could forget about ever eating such a lavish breakfast again. Suddenly, someone screamed, and a chair fell to the floor. Camilla covered her mouth, asking in horror what was wrong with the maid who was now lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth. The heroine immediately jumped to the victim's side. Camilla asked in confusion what she was doing. The maid's lips and nails had turned purple, and bright red spots appeared on her exposed skin. Charlotte ordered everyone not to touch anything under any circumstances, especially not to bring anything near their mouths or noses. The heroine spotted Duke Adler in the crowd. For some reason, he looked a little sad. This murder was different from the serial killer's MO, so her fiancé was cleared of suspicion this time. The heroine announced that someone had tried to poison the brunch guests with cyanide. No one present expected to hear such a thing. Princess Charlotte really saved us from a massacre. It turned out the powdered sugar on the pancakes was laced with cyanide. They also found poison in the sugar bowl in the kitchen, so everyone was incredibly lucky. Someone had sprinkled the poisoned sugar all over the food and plates, and the maid who served the food died on the spot, showing classic symptoms of poisoning. So now the sous chef is our prime suspect. The knights supported the princess's claim, saying the head chef was out of town, so the sous chef must have done everything. But he kept claiming ignorance, no matter how the knights interrogated him. He said he knew nothing. If that's the case, then the head chef must be the mastermind. The knight pointed out that the head chef wasn't in today, but the heroine reminded everyone that this person was in charge of the weekly menu, and only he had access to the salt and sugar. The head chef could have easily tampered with the sugar before he left. The problem is, these ingredients are very precious in the empire, so the sous chef isn't allowed to touch them. So we must arrest the head chef now, before he escapes. Once the knights realized the situation, they immediately rushed out to arrest the real culprit. As a result, the palace's head chef was caught at the border trying to flee, just as we expected. He was a spy from Cortina, which was conquered by the empire 7 years ago. Ever since, Cortina has been a hotbed of resistance against the empire. And now, this spy's attempted poisoning triggered a 3-day bloodbath within the palace. Anyone who failed to uncover the spy in the palace was executed. Just as the heroine had planned, she successfully gained favor with the emperor. The emperor valued her help in this matter so much that he doubled the budget for her palace. Things should calm down for a while now. I wish things could always be like this. For the first time, the heroine was so engrossed in researching intelligence that it became pitch black outside. On her way back to the castle, she suddenly heard some strange rustling sounds. She thought maybe the head chef wasn't the only enemy spy who had infiltrated the place. Besides, there were many people in the palace who couldn't stand Charlotte. The heroine started to run, but she tripped on a stone and fell hard on the ground. In pure desperation and fear, she cried out for help. John rushed over with a worried look on his face, asking if the princess was all right. The man held out his hand and told her not to be afraid. But just then, another rustle came from the bushes, and the princess let out a scream, clinging tightly to John's chest, her body trembling in fright. It turned out to be just an ordinary cat hiding in the bushes. Seeing it, the heroine asked in complete confusion if this was the thing that had been following her all along. All the way back to the princess's room, John couldn't help but laugh at her for being scared by a damn cat. The heroine retorted angrily that she just thought she saw something. So could he please stop laughing and just tell her what he found out? All right, John decided to start with what the princess was really interested in. Duke Adler's private life was impeccably clean, without a single scandal, which was strange for a man that handsome. But that wasn't what the princess wanted to know most. However, his father, the former Duke Adler, was a different story. 5 years ago, the young Adler's birth mother died of an illness, and now his stepmother is Duchess von Adler. The heroine wanted to know about their relationship. Nothing special, but he was extremely protective of his only blood-related sister, Miss Blair. She asked if they had found out why the Duke didn't join the Imperial Army after graduating from the military academy. John said only the Duke himself knew the real reason. But everyone found it strange, because in Asgard, you can't get ahead without joining the Imperial Army. The Emperor is keen on waging more wars, so he treats his soldiers very well. The whole thing is very suspicious. John revealed that Duke Adler's former caretaker was actually the first victim of the current serial murder case. The heroine demanded details, but the guy just chuckled, asking why she was meddling in a serial murder case when she was scared by a house cat just a few days ago. The heroine explained that she just thought she was alone in the dark, that's all. John was curious. As a princess, shouldn't she have guards? But Martha said the princess fired all her guards because none of them looked like Killian. The dark-haired man found this reason for firing guards absolutely hilarious. In that case, John said he was ready to offer his services. Martha reminded Mr. Watson that he was supposed to protect Her Highness the Princess, Princess Charlotte. In response, the man asked if he really had to come in. The heroine didn't want John roasting outside in this heat, and she needed both of them to help her pick a dress. Charlotte told her maid not to be so harsh, as John's escort service came at no extra charge. Martha immediately beamed, excitedly telling Mr. Watson that she was really counting on him. Miss Mostyn's debutante ball was just around the corner. So many dresses in the collection were sold out. The most important thing now was to choose one from the remainder that was both elegant and comfortable. The girl told John not to just stand there, so the man sat down. The heroine then explained that she would try on the dresses one by one, so both her companions could give their opinions. The first dress failed to fully capture the princess's beauty. The second dress looked more like a dam cake piled with frosting. And all the other dresses were even worse than that one, which made our girl start to lose hope. But the next dress, everyone loved. This one, you could truly call perfect for a princess. John was simply stunned, just staring at her, finally snapping out of it. The man flusteredly said that Princess Charlotte finally looked like a real person, but she needed to eat more. That was for sure. Her wrists were so thin that the marks from last night were still visible. Our girl agreed with him, telling the clerk she would take the dress she was wearing. Surprised that everything went so smoothly, the man promised to have the dress tailored to the princess's size and delivered to the palace. On the way back to the carriage, Charlotte overheard ladies gossiping about how both Duke Killian and Duke Adler would be at the debutante ball. They were all eager to see which of them would fall victim to her relentless obsession. One of the ladies even implied that the woman across from them must be worried to have such a girl as a relative. The ladies quieted down when they saw Princess Charlotte's sly smile. The heroine suggested they have some tea together. Charlotte thought she might be able to get some useful information out of them. She was about to ask a question, but the ladies cut her off and started chatting among themselves. From their chatter, Charlotte learned that the four girls had met at the academy, but they still ignored her. In fact, the princess knew that 3 of these ladies were Princess Camilla's followers who were always trailing after her. Since Charlotte was of royal blood, they couldn't refuse her invitation, so they just sat there drinking tea. Hey, did you hear? The ladies were told that the business would make at least 500 million gold, and that's just what they were saying. The heroine thought to herself, okay, what business are we even talking about? But just then, one of the dark-haired girls suddenly stood up, saying it was getting late, and she had to rush to dinner with her mother. She asked the blonde girl if she wanted to go with her, and the girl just nodded in confusion. The ladies practically bolted out of the coffee shop, tossing a hasty, "Thank you for your time, Your Highness," over their shoulders as they left. They just slipped away as if Charlotte was thin air. Miss Blair suddenly approached the princess and apologized for what had just happened. She was about to leave when the heroine suddenly grabbed her wrist and told her to wait. Charlotte just wanted to tell her not to invest in the business Miss Christina was talking about, because it was a total scam. Blair was confused and asked what she meant. The heroine explained that it was impossible for them to guarantee such profits before the business had even started. The girl was certain because she had dealt with scammers before. Her advice might be hard to accept, but Charlotte still asked her to listen and not invest. If it turned out not to be a scam and was indeed a profitable business, the princess promised to cover all her lost earnings. Charlotte said this from the heart, as they were about to become family. Duke Adler's sister accepted Her Highness's advice. If the advice proved valuable, the heroine asked Blair to tell her more about her brother next time. After all, the heroine had so many questions about the Duke. Then, the girl escorted Blair to her carriage, and the Duchess's sister departed. Martha excitedly asked Her Highness if everything would be all right, since those ladies were notorious supporters of Princess Camilla. The heroine replied that if you sit by the river long enough, you'll see the body of your enemy float by. Charlotte still didn't know she'd been had, and now she had to pay for all the ladies' desserts. Finally, the day of Miss Mostyn's debutante ball arrived. However, what Princess Charlotte received was a completely wrong dress. The heroine guessed they might have sent the wrong one, as this dress was far too expensive. But Martha suddenly found a letter from Duke Adler. In it, the man announced that in celebration of the debutante ball, he would come to pick up Princess Charlotte at 6 in the evening. As expected, the Duke was so thoughtful that he even sent the girl a dress. The heroine didn't argue, tried on the dress he sent, and it looked just as stunning on her. Charlotte told John to drive her carriage near the Mostyn estate, just in case, and wait until the ball was over. When the princess came out, Duke Adler told her he had been waiting for her. The man held out his hand and invited the lady to depart. In the carriage, the Duke asked the princess what she thought of his tuxedo for the evening. Charlotte smiled and replied that she could never get tired of his elegant and sophisticated style. The Duke decided to ask if she had fallen in love with him all over again. The remark left Charlotte stunned, and she replied awkwardly that the Duke's influence was as endless as ever. They soon arrived at the debutante ball for Miss Mostyn. The Empire's hottest bachelor and the willful princess were definitely a hot topic for gossip. This was the heroine's first time at such a grand event, but she wasn't even sure if Adler would support her. A guy clapped the Duke on the shoulder, saying it felt like they hadn't seen each other in ages. It turned out to be Marquis Breege, who immediately greeted Her Highness the Princess. But the man went on to say that he almost didn't recognize the princess because her attire wasn't very eye-catching. The Marquis had not expected the princess to dress so modestly. Charlotte replied that she had been trying out different styles of dress lately. If Marquis Breege had known the princess had such an easygoing personality, he would have been the first to propose. Back when His Majesty was looking for a volunteer husband for her. The Marquis was totally joking now, but she just gave a sly smile and said it was a shame he missed his chance. The guy clearly didn't expect such a comeback. I said nothing, just asked if I could borrow Duke Adler from her for a moment. Since I wasn't a familiar face in their social circle, these guys were too interested in me. The heroine didn't object. When Charlotte was with her fiancé, none of these people dared to approach. Now, Duke Adler seemed out of place among this crowd. The protagonist thinks Charlotte might have been wearing those eccentric outfits to get attention. I've been in this body for a few weeks now, and I think I'm starting to care about this girl's story. On second thought, it's actually better for me not to be the center of attention, because I have important business to attend to. The protagonist unexpectedly runs into Duke Killian, who just scoffs at the princess and mutters a curse under his breath. He doesn't need anything from the royal family, which is why he has no qualms about humiliating Charlotte, who was completely infatuated with him. Killian is the main reason Charlotte was ridiculed by everyone, but our protagonist decides to defend Charlotte's honor, or rather, her own honor now, especially in front of this jerk. She tells the Duke that the way he treats the imperial princess is rather low, and his act of turning his back on her is simply rude. The guy gets annoyed and asks if she's changed her strategy and is now planning to threaten him. Our protagonist tells him to mind his manners next time, or she'll accuse him of insulting the royal family. Duke Killian didn't expect the princess to just bid him farewell and then leave, so he can only ask, "That's it?" The protagonist coldly retorts, "Haven't they said everything that needed to be said?" Charlotte reminds him that she is now engaged to Duke Adler, so she has no lingering feelings for him. Then she heads to the room at the end of the second-floor hallway of Moston Manor. Thanks to John's note, she easily finds the first victim's room, but then she suddenly starts coughing violently. Red spots begin to appear rapidly on her hands, indicating an allergic reaction. Suddenly, a maid enters the room and sharply asks, "Who are you?" It would be bad if rumors spread that the princess was investigating a serial murder case at the Count's manor. But apparently, this maid didn't recognize Charlotte as the princess. So the protagonist decides to take control of the situation, shouting indignantly, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Charlotte continues to yell, wondering if Count Moston hired his maid from some third-rate place. The maid just bows her head apologetically and mumbles an apology. The princess asks irritably how she's supposed to clean this room when her skin is already breaking out in hives, and it's incredibly itchy. The terrified maid bows and tells the lady she has misunderstood. It turns out it's not about poor cleaning at all, but might have something to do with Peaches. The man who stayed in this room seemed to be experimenting with Peaches, as the entire carpet and the cracks in the floor were covered in peach fuzz, and other maids who cleaned here also broke out in hives. But the protagonist still doesn't understand what these fruits have to do with the serial murders. Charlotte crosses her arms, huffs, and says she'll let her off this time. It seems this maid still hasn't recognized her as the princess. As she walks past a room, she hears the ladies inside complaining that they are now completely broke. Who would have thought Viscount Ian would run off with all their money? The protagonist feels it's none of her business, until the woman from the bakery starts shouting that Miss Blair is a complete traitor. If she thinks she can get away with it in their circle of friends, these ladies aren't going to let it slide. Charlotte immediately frowns and bursts into the room. She asks what on earth is going on, and then she sees Duke Adler's terrified sister, her face streaked with tears. Miss Christina snaps that this is none of Her Highness's business. Charlotte crosses her arms and reminds them that Miss Blair is about to become a member of the royal family. But another lady just scoffs that not everyone's blood is blue. So the protagonist gives a scornful smile and asks if they are the kind of nobles who mess things up themselves and then blame others. The princess's words thoroughly infuriate the girls, but they have gone too far, taking their anger out on someone who did nothing. No, Christina huffs that it's all Miss Blair's fault because she promised to invest with them. But the blonde girl loudly retorts, reminding her that she had told them not to be too hasty. The blue-haired girl sarcastically asks the traitor if this is what she learned from her new relatives. The protagonist coldly asks if they are prepared to take responsibility for their words. Right now, Charlotte could very well accuse these girls of insulting the royal family, but Christina retorts that she never mentioned the princess's name, so it doesn't count as an insult. The protagonist laughs and asks if she really thinks she can get away with it that easily. Seriously? Christina asks with great arrogance, "You don't think so?" Charlotte strides to the table, grabs a wine bottle, and then she explodes, shouting that fists are much more useful than the law. The ladies are terrified, screaming that Princess Charlotte has gone completely mad, and then they flee while shouting and screaming. The protagonist feels a little bad and tells the blonde girl not to misunderstand. She just wanted to teach those girls a lesson. Miss Blair lowers her head and nervously mutters her thanks to the princess for her help. Just then, the protagonist's strength gives out, and the wine bottle slips from her hand, shattering on the floor. The blonde girl looks at the princess with a worried face and asks if she's all right. At that very moment, Duke Adler bursts into the room. He immediately starts yelling about what on earth happened. The protagonist explains that she just broke a wine bottle and that things are not what he thinks. The guy coldly asks her what she did to his sister. Blair tries to explain the situation to her brother, but he won't listen, saying he saw those people run out of the room screaming. And then he heard the sound of glass breaking. Charlotte is certain that if he only heard the sounds, he must have misunderstood everything. So she tries to explain. However, the Duke coldly asks if she's going to lie to his face again, because in his opinion, she's always been good at it. The princess tries to continue playing the innocent little lamb. The guy doesn't want to hear these pathetic excuses, because he had thought Her Highness had changed, but a person's true nature can't be hidden. No matter what she says, the protagonist is sure he won't believe her. It seems Charlotte was a little too trusting of people. No one cares about her feelings or the truth, so she leaves the room without a word. Charlotte feels completely betrayed. She was just trying to help Miss Blair. Perhaps Duke Adler will kill her with his own hands. He will hate her so much after today. The girl is exhausted. She has no strength left to fight. John appears out of nowhere and asks if the princess is done dancing. The protagonist just says, blankly. The guy asks what kind of steps they used when they danced. It seems the Duke isn't planning on escorting Her Highness back to the palace tonight, so John says he'll call for a carriage himself. Charlotte complains that she hates being alone in the dark. The guy agrees because at night you might run into some weird rabbits that bite or even eat you. The princess tells him to stop fooling around. John holds out his hands and asks if Her Highness needs a hand before she faints from boredom. The protagonist doesn't resist, as she just wants to get this over with. The guy sweeps the princess up into his arms, and she anxiously asks if it's a struggle for him. But John replies that she's so frail, the wind might just blow her away one day. The protagonist looks back and sees Duke Adler standing at the top of the stairs. The blonde man is staring into her eyes. The protagonist looks away as John calls her name and mentions the dress she chose earlier. It suits her very well. This brings a smile to Charlotte's face. The next day, Martha excitedly asks if the lady isn't writing to Duke Adler today. The princess is about to answer, but just then, John bursts into the room, clearly terrified by something. The protagonist reminds him that she doesn't need an escort today. But the guy says they found a fifth victim this morning, and Her Highness most likely knows this person, because it was Marquis Breg, who they found dead this morning. Duke Adler comes from the most respected and wealthiest family in the Asgard Empire. You can call him Irenaeus Fundum Adler, or Rin for short. Duke Adler inherited the best traits from both his parents and grew into a handsome and outstanding man. His life had been comfortable until disaster struck, and so another marriage proposal arrived at his doorstep. But Rin told them to burn them all, which thoroughly annoyed his mother and drove her crazy. She worried about his future because Rin really needed a wife now. But the guy believed his mother's health was the top priority. He promised to consider marriage later, but the Duchess wanted to see his fiancé before she passed away. Rin collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, begging his mom not to talk like that. But in the end, the Duchess couldn't choose a bride for him, and Rin couldn't save his mother. Then, bam, right after the funeral, their father introduced them to their new mother. The Duke said he met her while leading the campaign against Cortina and fell in love with her at first sight. Rin knew that his mother was still healthy at that time. His mother's death and his father's affair dealt him a heavy blow, causing his heart to freeze over completely. A few years later, Rin's father also passed away. The young man calmly accepted the title and the territory, becoming the next Duke Adler, and his world finally fell into darkness. But one day, the emperor reminded him that the mining permit was expiring this year. So in exchange, he was given a marriage contract with the emperor's youngest daughter. Even though he couldn't stand the thought of his future wife, Rin could not defy the emperor's command. But at their first meeting, the princess confessed that she had fallen for him at first sight. The guy couldn't even stand to breathe the same air as her. Yet Charlotte wanted them to act like a loving couple. If it weren't for that permit, he wouldn't have given her the time of day. But after the princess told him what she liked about him, he started looking in the mirror constantly. One day, Duke Adler asked Alfred if everything was ready. The assistant nodded, as he had managed to secure the best seats for the hottest opera in town. On the day of the date, the girl confessed she would rather just sit face to face and chat about trivial things. Just looking at his face made the princess 10 times happier. With every word Charlotte said, Rin's face grew redder and redder. He thought the opera would be an eye-opener, as he had spent a fortune on the tickets. But the princess decided to take a nap on his shoulder instead. This tactless, rude girl hadn't changed a bit. Rin decided that after this aria ended, he would push Her Highness off his shoulder. But 5 arias later, the guy was still sitting there, letting the princess sleep on him. Remembering Charlotte saying her mind was full of the Duke, Rin thought that must be why she was so tired. If he didn't want this to happen again, he needed to consider the princess's health and schedule their meetings in advance. From then until Miss Maston's debutante ball, Rin had a hard time. At breakfast, Princess Charlotte gave him a sweet wink, and the man couldn't deny that he liked it. The princess's compliments were driving him crazy. Rin couldn't admit to himself that Charlotte's words were already affecting him. Whenever he read a new letter from the girl, a smile would unconsciously appear on his face. The recent letters seemed even more open and bold. Alfred asked his master if he would be attending Miss Mostyn's debutante ball. Rin hated these fancy social events, so he told them he wasn't going. The assistant nodded, saying he would send a letter of apology at once. But Rin remembered that the princess might have already invited him to the ball, so he changed his mind. Also, the Duke decided to ask his assistant what it means if a girl asks to meet in a quiet, private place. Alfred guesses the meeting means things are about to escalate. Then Rin asks again what it means if a girl says her heart burns whenever she thinks of a certain man. This completely stumped the assistant. Duke Adler's face turned red when his assistant told him to be prepared. To protect himself, rereading Charlotte's letter, Rin wondered if he was really that charming. Things were clearly getting out of hand, so the Duke decided to meet the princess and figure out what was going on. If she asked him to do something messy, he had to refuse immediately. But Charlotte unexpectedly told him that he didn't have to escort her to the debutante ball. The Duke didn't expect this at all. He reminded her that she herself had said she liked him, but she said she didn't want to make her beloved Duke do something he hated. When he told her he was going to Miss Mostyn's debutante ball, Charlotte's eyes widened. If he didn't show up at the ball with his fiancé, his reputation would plummet. Rin thought he should mention this more often to avoid this kind of crap in the future. But the princess suddenly asked him if he would mind if she wore a low-cut dress, which completely caught the guy off guard. He immediately returned to his manor and ordered Alfred to buy a dress for Princess Charlotte, as such a gift from a fiancé wouldn't arouse any suspicion. With the mining permit renewal approaching, the princess needed to get on her father's good side. Alfred promised to get everything ready and send it over. But the Duke said that before ordering anything, he needed to personally approve the design. None of the options his assistant showed him satisfied Rin. So Duke Adler had to go into town himself to find a dress for Her Highness, and eventually, he found the perfect one. The dress displayed in the window would perfectly match Princess Charlotte's elegant taste. So Rin walked into the boutique without hesitation. But the saleswoman looked at the Duke apologetically, as the dress had already been reserved by another customer. Rin just said calmly that he was willing to pay to buy it. The woman praised his excellent taste, but reiterated that the dress already belonged to Viscount Whitaker's daughter. Duke Adler told the saleswoman not to forget who she was talking to. The owner of this most popular boutique immediately apologized to him, but her eyes widened when the esteemed Duke suddenly offered to pay 3 times the price. That amount of money would definitely cover any subsequent losses. Later at the social breakfast, Rin tried to explain that he had bought the dress, but the poisoning incident suddenly occurred. The palace was sealed off, and he lost contact with the princess for a long time. Incredibly, Charlotte was the one who played the biggest role in preventing the emperor from being killed. Even crazier, when Rin found out she was the one who caught the culprit, he somehow felt proud. On the night of her debutante ball, he was actually glad he had picked a less revealing dress for her. Too many men were already staring at the princess, so Rin started to think he should have chosen an even more modest dress. Suddenly, Marquis Brish approached him. Ever since their military academy days, that guy had stirred a strange sense of rivalry in Ron, and now he was just feigning friendliness. The Marquis suddenly said that if he had known the princess was so lovely, he would have proposed years ago. Every word the guy said got on Rin's nerves. When the Marquis asked to have a word with the Duke, the princess for some reason didn't object. But Rin hadn't agreed to anything, and if Charlotte had shown any sign of not wanting him to go, he wouldn't have moved an inch. After pulling the Duke away from the princess, the Marquis declares that he has successfully rescued his good friend from the clutches of the worst woman in the empire. A lady suddenly revealed that Princess Charlotte had snatched Miss Whitaker's dress. The poor girl was tormented by this injustice. She couldn't even sleep. Miss Whitaker claimed Her Highness had waltzed into the boutique and demanded the dress, so she had to hand it over before the princess ripped it off her. Duke Adler decided to ask Miss Whitaker who told her about the dress. She retorted that she saw the whole thing at the boutique and that he would have been shocked if he had been there. Moreover, the princess apparently said some very nasty things to her. But then, bam, Duke Adler turned ice cold and asked her what proof she had. Miss Whitaker just repeated that Princess Charlotte stole her damn dress. But she definitely didn't expect the Duke to say that he was actually at the boutique at that time. So he was the one who bought the dress. But if the guy remembered correctly, Miss Whitaker wasn't in the boutique at all, as she claimed. She immediately started making excuses, saying she misspoke because that's what she heard from the boutique. But the Duke pointed out that the boutique owner had no idea who the dress would end up with. Miss Whitaker just cobbled together her canceled order and the fact that the princess was wearing the dress today to spin a tall tale. She yelled uncontrollably that the princess stole her dress anyway, and that she was the victim. But as far as Renew, the compensation he paid was more than enough to cover the cost of that dress and buy a new one. If she was going to lie, she should at least put some effort into it, because the Duke would not tolerate lies about his future wife. Miss Whitaker was completely out of excuses. Marquis Brish interjected that she probably just got confused because Princess Charlotte always lies, so she has a bad reputation. But Ren retorted that hearing this from a guy who was involved in shady dealings in Cortina was a joke. The guy stammered that he was just following his commander's orders. Just then, the girls screamed that Duke Killian had arrived at the ball. Miss Whitaker was also immediately urged to go greet the guest. Duke Adler cursed under his breath, hoping Princess Charlotte hadn't run off to see her ex Duke Killian was popular among the ladies. Although he could be rather dense, Marquis Brish wouldn't mind getting close to a girl who threw herself at him, but the Duke hadn't even laid a finger on her. Or maybe he's already had a taste, and they just don't know it. The glass in Ren's hand cracked. "Don't you dare cross that line in front of me," he said to the Marquis, his voice as cold as ice. But the rest of them were betting that no matter how much Duke Adler protected the princess now, she would eventually run to Duke Killian. Ren wiped the champagne from his hand, assured the Marquis he would pay for those words, then threw a handkerchief at his feet and turned to leave. If she wasn't his dance partner, he wouldn't have to attend these stupid events. Suddenly, the guy stopped in his tracks. He saw Charlotte and Duke Killian not far away. She was smiling, clearly having a pleasant conversation with another man. Duke Adler decides to go out to the terrace. Now he understands. The princess wanted him to back out of being her escort because she knew Duke Killian would also be at this ball. Everyone knew that Charlotte lied the moment she opened her mouth. Suddenly, the guy heard someone scream that Princess Charlotte had gone completely mad. The Duke recognized the fleeing ladies as being from Blair's usual circle. A terrible thought struck him. He rushed towards a room where his sister and, apparently, Princess Charlotte were. At the doorway, he saw his sister looking terrified, while Her Highness had her hand outstretched. A broken wine bottle lay on the floor. Blair clearly hadn't expected rescue to come so quickly, but seeing the desperate and fearful look in her eyes, the guy instantly explodes. In a fit of rage, he yells at the princess, not even realizing what he's saying. After hearing those words, Charlotte just walked out. As soon as they were alone, Blair angrily asked her brother what on earth he was doing. The princess had actually helped her when she was being bullied. The bottle slipped by accident, but Ren pushed the princess away without even letting her say a word. The guy was completely stunned and asked his sister why she didn't tell him this. Blair shouted that she tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen, and now the blonde girl didn't know how she could face Princess Charlotte after that. Feeling desperate, the man tried to run after Her Highness. When he came out, she was already outside, standing just a few steps away from him. If he had come over, explained himself, and apologized for the mess, they could have salvaged the situation. But a man appeared out of nowhere and walked toward Charlotte. He swept the princess into his arms, and she didn't even resist. It was then that Charlotte turned her head. Their eyes met, but she immediately looked away, as if drawing a huge chasm between them. Then the man walked away carrying the princess, and Ren didn't even try to stop him. Several days passed, and Duke Adler received no word from the princess. This was the exact opposite of how things had been since their engagement, as she had written to him every day. Blair even said that if she were Her Highness, she would never want to see him again. Ren remembered that they weren't supposed to meet before the wedding anyway. So, even if Charlotte was no longer interested in him, it wouldn't change anything. The Duke tried to convince himself of this. Suddenly, Alfred burst into the office. The Duke coldly asked what was so important that he couldn't even knock. When Ren found out he had received a letter from Princess Charlotte, his cheeks instantly flushed red. The Duke cleared his throat and said it wasn't worth making a fuss over a single letter. But then his assistant blurted out that Princess Charlotte was currently in the custody of the Investigation Bureau. The Duke froze, imagining the girl sitting behind iron bars. A few hours before a pale-faced Rin rushed out of his office, John reported that the crime occurred in the early hours of the morning, with the same method as before. But strangely, Marquis Brieger had military training, so to overpower him, the killer must have had a stronger physique. Charlotte decided she wouldn't give up on the investigation just because she was angry with the Duke. The crime scene was on Norwood Lane, the very place where John was born. But it was by no means a place for high society individuals, as it was full of vagrants and criminals. The victim's body was now likely in the morgue at the Investigation Bureau. But it would seem suspicious if a princess suddenly wanted to examine a body. Nevertheless, a corpse could reveal more about the murder than any evidence, so Charlotte wanted to see it with her own eyes. John was curious why the princess was so invested in this, but she remained silent. The protagonist asked him if the Investigation Bureau had holding cells. John stammered that they did, and she immediately smirked. Soon, the protagonist changed her appearance, putting on a wig and secretly borrowing one of Martha's dresses for going out. Well, she certainly didn't look like a princess now. Charlotte told him to keep his distance, but when the detectives caught her, he couldn't stay behind. She opened a bottle of alcohol and chugged several large gulps, and now she was ready to execute her plan. 30 minutes later, the detectives asked her in confusion if she really thought she could pull such a stunt in broad daylight. She was as thin as a twig, but her voice could be heard a mile away. A drunkard disturbing the peace with foul language, locked up in the drunk tank for disorderly conduct. It was as simple as that. However, it was just a misdemeanor, and bail could usually be posted with a small fine, or by finding a guarantor. Charlotte was furious, demanding to know on what grounds they had arrested her, as she had no intention of letting it go. The officer glanced at her and asked if she knew how much trouble she was in, daring to get drunk in a neighborhood like this. There had been a murder there this morning, but the girl acted as if she didn't believe a word of it. Then a man told her that the victim's body was now lying in the morgue, right next door. Charlotte whined pitifully that she needed to use the restroom right here, right now. The officer was extremely annoyed, wondering why he had to be stuck with this drunken broad, but she just told him she would wet herself on the spot. Then she started lifting her skirt, saying they would have to clean up her mess from under it. The officer felt this which would drive him mad, and told her to stop touching her skirt. So he ended up escorting the culprit to the restroom. Luckily for her, it turned out the morgue wasn't far from the restroom. The officer said he was going to help with a murder case and would be back in a bit. He told her not to even think about escaping before her guarantor showed up, and then he left. So the officers didn't care about one petite, drunken vandal, which meant Charlotte could slip into the morgue without any problem. Finding the right body was quick. She lifted the sheet and looked at Marquis Brieger's face. The man's face was frozen in fear, his eyes wide open, and there was a strange mark on his neck. But it didn't look like strangulation. When you strangle a living person, they get nasty bruises on their face. But Marquis Brieger's face was clean. However, other parts of his skin had these vivid spots. This was a reaction to poison, meaning they had faked the strangulation scene after he was already dead. If the investigators believed the strangulation story, they would be completely fooled by the killer. The protagonist wondered why the killer would fake the cause of death. Charlotte walked into the hallway and bumped into an officer carrying a box. She glanced inside, and he told her it was full of murder weapons, the things the killer used to strangle the victims. They were all busy with another murder, so the officer had no time for your kind of petty nonsense. As the protagonist was examining the knots, the officer told her to behave and sober up. Soon, Charlotte found out that John couldn't act as her guarantor. Thanks to the princess, the guy was no longer just a commoner, but a parolee with a criminal record. Charlotte clutched her head and snapped, "Seriously, is there no one else who can help?" If the emperor found out, she would lose all funding for her palace, so she told him to go send a letter. A few hours later, Duke Adler burst into the cell and froze when he saw the princess's completely different appearance. The protagonist grinned and said to him, "You still look so handsome, even when you're sweating." Rin was completely bewildered and asked, "What are you doing here?" Charlotte winked playfully and said, "Sometimes a girl just needs a change of scenery." Since the Duke was here, she asked him to be her guarantor, but to keep her identity as a princess a secret. The officers were stunned to see the Duke appear at the police station. They had no idea that the man standing before them was the very criminal they were hunting. How ironic that he would walk into a police station to bail out his drunken fiancé. Any other nobleman would have broken out in a cold sweat in a place like this. But this Mr. Serial Killer didn't even bat an eye. After all the paperwork was done, the protagonist was finally released from her cell. Charlotte thanked the Duke for his help, saying she couldn't think of anyone else to ask, since he was her fiancé, after all. The protagonist froze when the man emotionally asked if she was hurt. Charlotte had truly expected to be scolded, so she stammered that she was fine. She apologized for pulling the Duke away from his important affairs and said she wouldn't bother him again. But unexpectedly, he said his schedule was already ruined, so they could go on a date. Charlotte couldn't believe he was actually going on a date with a troublemaker who had just gotten out of jail. She felt that meat was the best cure for a hangover and suggested going to the Salto restaurant. Duke Adler's face was full of hesitation, but he still agreed to go to that place. Charlotte still noticed that he didn't want to go, which set off alarm bells for her. This was it. The second murder, the victim being the head chef, had occurred at the luxurious Salto restaurant. This was the perfect chance to find out what was between the Duke and the chef. The Duke asked for his steak well done, which the protagonist thought was barbaric, as steak was best served rare. She ordered hers medium rare. Rin smiled when the princess said that a steak's true flavor only comes out when it's bloody. The Duke decided to ask her why she was drinking on Norwood Lane, and in disguise at that. The girl replied that there was a great tavern there, but nasty rumors would spread if the princess were recognized. But the man didn't understand why she had to get dead drunk. The protagonist explained that there are moments in life when melancholy strikes, and there's nowhere to run. So she wanted to get drunk to forget some of her troubles. Charlotte apologized for the trouble she had caused. Suddenly, the Duke suggested that perhaps the princess was so upset because of him. Then, the man admitted that he was very sorry for what happened at Miss Mostyn's debutante ball, and that he had completely lost his composure that day. Furthermore, the Duke was grateful for her help with Blair. After saying this, Ren's face turned red, and he looked away in embarrassment. Charlotte quickly replied that she couldn't turn a blind eye to what happened to his sister, especially since they were about to become family. To be honest, the protagonist had no idea what was up with Duke Adler today. In Ren's eyes, Charlotte was the source of all his problems. Of course, the Duke's carriage, which was always on standby, just had to be taken by his sister and stepmother. The coachman promised a new carriage would be available within 30 minutes, but Rin couldn't wait that long. He couldn't wait to see the face of the shameless girl who dared to summon him to a detention center. But when he finally arrived, the princess greeted him with a brilliant smile. She was dressed plainly, like a normal girl, her face clean and free of makeup. Somehow, this silly-looking girl looked incredibly lovely. How else could he be feeling so many emotions for this shameless woman who had landed herself in jail for drunken, disorderly conduct? Ren asked his assistant if a girlfriend suddenly cutting off daily contact meant she wanted to break up. Alfred said that when a woman's affection cools, she often changes her hairstyle or even gets drunk from a broken heart. So Charlotte wearing a wig and getting drunk must have been because of the Duke's terrible behavior at the debutante ball, and the princess had admitted it herself. Now Ren knew he had messed everything up. For the first time in his life, he apologized to someone. And Charlotte was so damn forgiving, letting her fiancé off the hook without a second thought. The Duke felt a weight lift off his shoulders, a wave of relief washing over him and stirring ripples in his heart. Perhaps Charlotte was the one who could truly understand him and accept him for who he was. Ren suddenly had the urge to confess everything to her, even the things he had never told anyone. He admitted that he hadn't wanted to come, because the last time he was here, things had gotten very ugly. The protagonist froze. She was completely stunned, unable to believe the Duke was about to confess to murder, right here and now. Meanwhile, Rin was saying that it had all happened 2 months ago. The head chef here had taken it upon himself to switch his usual well-done steak for a medium-rare one. The Duke had heard that the best steak was rare and bloody. Charlotte wondered, did her fiancé really kill the chef just because he cooked his steak wrong? But then, the man unexpectedly admitted that the smell of blood sends him into a panic. There was so much blood in that steak that he almost lost control in front of Blair and his stepmother. The protagonist simply couldn't comprehend it. How could a killer who graduated at the top of his class from the military academy panic at the smell of blood? The man told the princess not to look at him with such pity in her eyes. He was with his mother when she died, watching her choke on her own blood. Ever since then, whenever the Duke smells blood, that scene flashes before his eyes, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. That's why Rin refused to join the Imperial Army after graduating from the academy. Because of this condition, sometimes he wonders if his mother would still be alive if he hadn't gone to the academy and had stayed at the estate. Rin's father hadn't cared for her much at all and didn't even notice what illness she had. No one knew about the Duke's condition except for the princess herself. The protagonist wondered why he had suddenly told her his secret. The man said awkwardly that they were about to become family, so they should be honest with each other. Charlotte called over a waiter and asked him to change her steak to well done. The Duke told the princess that she didn't have to change for him because the smell of blood in someone else's food didn't affect him. But the protagonist told him she just suddenly felt like having a well-done steak. She once begged her parents to take her to an amusement park, and on the way back, they got into a terrible car accident. She was the only one who survived, but she feels guilty every day. Charlotte wondered if he was also consumed by guilt night after night. She touched his hand and told him that none of it was his fault, so he shouldn't blame himself. You really shouldn't develop feelings for the person you're investigating, but somehow things had gotten messy. She didn't even know why she was still doing this. However, now was not the time to dwell on that, because she had just discovered that the cause of death was fake. Marquis Brieger died of poisoning, not suffocation, which led to two possible theories. First, the person who killed the Marquis was someone else, trying to frame the serial killer. Second, all the previous victims were also poisoned, and not strangled. Charlotte couldn't examine the previous victims, but the second theory sounded more plausible. The maids all used common knots to tie bags, but the knots used at the crime scenes were completely different. The knots were completely different, but they were still the same type, which meant they were definitely tied by the same person. If they died from poison and not strangulation, then the killer didn't have to be a tall man, 6 feet or taller. Miss Blair mentioned the other day that the first victim was very sloppy with his work, so her brother fired him. The stepmother argued that she could understand. Both victims had contact with the Duke, and maybe they annoyed him, but these were all weak motives for murder. And Duke Adler was a very calm person. Charlotte suddenly realized she only suspected him because she had read the synopsis of the original novel. Perhaps we should consider the possibility that Duke Adler is just a suspect and not the real killer. The last banquet was interrupted by that nasty poisoning incident, but in the end, everything turned out fine. Now, they were gathered again, ready to begin their discussion. It seems Camilla has something planned for today. All right, now it's clear. Marquis de Horst was at the breakfast meeting, and Camilla is on good terms with this guy. His Majesty had made a promise to this man. He used some legal jargon, explaining that due to the legal system, they couldn't solve the problem. Then the Marquis directly asked Princess Charlotte for her opinion as the protagonist. She effortlessly gave the perfect answer. After a moment, Marquis de Horst said he had no further questions, as that was a brilliant answer. The Emperor was very pleased to hear that Charlotte had been studying hard lately. When it came to law, Charlotte was in a league of her own. Shortly after, His Majesty received the schedule for the upcoming events. It seems it's time for the Imperial Commonwealth's little get-together. High-ranking officials and leaders from our vassal states will gather to, network. But it's also a chance for those vassal states to suck up to the imperial family and show their loyalty. Because of that incident, Cortina has been removed from the party list. The Emperor announced that this time they would hold an even grander banquet, and they must set an example for the other nations to ensure no one pulls a Cortina again. A minister from a vassal state asked His Majesty if they would be holding a banquet at the Imperial Palace for Miss Camilla's birthday, but the Emperor said she would be celebrating at her own palace this year, because Princess Charlotte had booked the Imperial Palace for her party this year. This news certainly came as a shock to many. Camilla was furious with her father's decision, but the Emperor left without another word. The protagonist had absolutely no idea what was going on. Usually, the Emperor would choose one child to host a banquet at the Imperial Palace. For years, Camilla had been the one chosen by the Emperor, but it seems His Majesty has had a change of heart regarding his daughter. The protagonist could only throw up her hands, as she hadn't asked for this at all. Suddenly, Duke Adler appeared and reminded her that they had a date tonight, but he was still sure she hadn't forgotten. For some reason, Duke Adler was the first person to speak to her. However, Charlotte was completely at a loss when she realized she had every reason to believe he was innocent. Since the princess was quite knowledgeable about the legal system, the Duke wondered if she had been studying on her own. She said she enjoyed the field, but her eyes widened at what he said next. He asked if he could be her escort at the upcoming banquet. To clarify, he added that he actually enjoyed those kind of events, so the princess didn't have to worry about him being miserable or anything. The heroine smiled and agreed, asking him to take good care of her. A smile touched the Duke's lips as well. He suddenly asked if she had anything she wanted to tell him. Duke Adler was acting so strangely today that the heroine just said no. And just like that, the man deflated. Charlotte's mind raced, trying to recall what she usually said and what she had missed today. Suddenly, she noticed something on the Duke's cheek, and then she called him handsome. Duke Adler's face immediately turned beet red, and he touched his cheek in disbelief, looking at the princess in surprise. It seemed he had been waiting to hear a compliment. The protagonist began to doubt even more how this crazy guy could possibly be a serial killer. The Duke had heard that the dress the princess had prepared for Miss Mostyn's debutante ball was ruined, but Charlotte told him not to worry, as it was her fault. But the man started insisting that he could compensate her with a new one. The protagonist explained that her palace budget had increased, so she had plenty of dresses now. But the guy stubbornly argued that the dress for this event had to be top-notch, and she took it as a complete insult. The Duke immediately clarified that he just wanted to snag a dress from Eimers, as it was the best shop around. The heroine decided to agree, but only if he made the appointment and she paid for everything. Ren immediately perked up at this. In the end, he just wanted Charlotte to have a dress worthy of her status. When Martha found out the princess had placed an order at Eimers, she was stunned. The heroine could barely imagine how much this whole thing would cost, but Martha was thrilled because Princess Charlotte's influence would surely skyrocket after the ball. Now she could rub it in the faces of those arrogant maids at Camilla's palace, since they were no longer in charge of the main banquet. A man appeared out of nowhere and asked if nobles had to buy a brand new dress for every single event. John was standing at the door with his arms crossed. Martha glared at Mr. Watson and told him not to say such disrespectful things in front of the princess. The protagonist pointed out that the dress she had bought hadn't even been worn yet. The maid found it amusing coming from the princess, who wore each dress only once. Charlotte collapsed on the sofa, saying she already had a mountain of things to study before the big event, and dress shopping would take up a whole day. But Martha reminded the princess that she needed to maintain her composure. The girl didn't understand what the maid meant at first. Then she glanced at John and noticed his embarrassment. The guy practically fled the room to handle the tasks the princess had given him. They had been talking about Marquis Brieger's death this morning. John wondered if the princess's little escapade had anything to do with Duke Adler. The heroine said probably not, but then the guy mentioned the tension between Duke Adler and the Marquis that day. He was surprised the princess hadn't heard about it, so it seemed there was bad blood between the victim and Duke Adler. The protagonist thought to herself that she had to ask what a high-ranking nobleman like that was doing in an alley like that. John guessed that the Marquis was there to meet with some human traffickers. After joining the Imperial Army, Marquis Brieger had distinguished himself in battle and became the commander of Cortina. But he was known for his cruelty and had recently even sold all the children he brought from Cortina as slaves, and the protagonist was furious that the Empire stood by and let happen. It turned out that human trafficking was theoretically illegal, but without solid evidence, no one could punish a nobleman. John added that the Empire's laws were terribly harsh on commoners. He seemed to be trying to change the subject. John asked if the princess had managed to enter the morgue and see the body that day, and the protagonist froze, not knowing how to answer. Then she replied that she had only looked around the room, as she found the idea of looking at the body too frightening. Charlotte decided not to tell Watson about her discovery for the time being. Before that, she wanted to look up the court records from John's trial. As we said before, John was a former military investigator who had worked on a case investigating the crimes of Marquis Brigitte's brigade. He wrote a full report for his superior, but the guy ordered him to cover the whole thing up. When John refused, he drew his gun. Sensing the threat, John reacted quickly and disarmed the major, which resulted in John being put on trial for assaulting a superior officer. During the trial, it was Marquis Brigitte who testified against John, so it's worth remembering that John and Marquis Brigitte also had a history. So he also had a motive for murder, which meant the protagonist couldn't trust anyone now. The shopkeeper, Everts, greeted the princess, saying it was an honor for the shop to have a customer like her. Duke Adler had ordered them to pull out all the stops, so the shopkeeper asked if she could show Her Highness the best dresses in the shop. Charlotte began to worry that she didn't have enough cash, but Martha told her to just withhold Watson's salary if needed. The protagonist started trying on dresses one after another, and each one looked stunning on her. Everyone else completely agreed. After a while, the protagonist finally settled on a dress. It was obviously the most expensive outfit, so Charlotte began to regret refusing the Duke's offer to pay for her. When they brought her the bill, the princess didn't even want to look at it. However, the dress we bought last time was almost twice the price of this one. The protagonist couldn't believe that such a dress could be so cheap, but the lady assured her that she couldn't sell the dress for less than its actual value. This was the correct price, so Her Highness could pay with confidence. Charlotte paid, but she still felt something was fishy. A light rain had started to fall outside, but the carriage hadn't arrived yet, so the princess suggested they run for it. But John stopped her, saying Her Highness had been running around all day and couldn't risk catching a cold. Hearing the guy call her delicate, Charlotte wondered if he was scolding her or showing concern. John decided to go get an umbrella and call for the carriage on his way, so the princess just needed to wait. The guy ran off, and Martha said that Mr. Watson was a real jerk sometimes, but seemed to be a good person deep down. But regardless, she shouldn't develop feelings for him. Once the princess marries the Duke, this whole thing will be over. Martha wondered if the dress was really worth that much, and Charlotte thought that Duke Adler was behind all of this. Suddenly, a man asked, "What on earth did I do?" Hearing that familiar voice, the protagonist whipped around to see Duke Adler staring at her. The guy thought to himself, "So the princess likes to gossip about me behind my back." The protagonist stammered, "No, it's not like that at all. It's just, I was able to find the perfect dress today, all thanks to you." The Duke guessed, "I presume your Highness is taking shelter from the rain?" Charlotte decided to ask what he was doing here, and he told her that he was the owner of this place. So, it was clear he was here on business and definitely didn't expect to run into his fiancé. But our heroine was thinking that there was definitely something fishy going on. Charlotte feigned composure and said enthusiastically that fate had brought them together again. Rin just smiled and nodded. Just then, Alfred approached the Duke and told him it was time to go. The Duke introduced his secretary, the handsome blonde man, to the princess. Our heroine looked the man over, thinking that he must know the Duke's schedule inside and out, which meant she might be able to get some information out of him. Noticing Charlotte's gaze, the Duke nudged his secretary, telling him to hurry up and get the carriage ready. Rin looked at his fiancée and asked why she was so interested in his secretary. The protagonist retorted that she didn't understand what the Duke was objecting to, because she only had eyes for him. The Duke desperately tried to control his emotions. Just then, a carriage pulled up in front of them. Rin handed his umbrella to the princess. With that, the guy bowed and took his leave, saying he had to run an errand. Alfred quickly jumped out of the carriage with an open umbrella to keep his boss from getting wet. As the protagonist examined her fiancé's umbrella, her eyes suddenly widened. There was a string tied to the umbrella, but the knot was sickeningly familiar. Rin told his secretary not to make such a fuss over a little rain, but Alfred reminded him that they had a very important meeting with the head of the Imperial Bank, which was why he was worried. The Duke told him to relax. A little rain on his coat wasn't the end of the world. The secretary was stunned when his boss suddenly asked sharply if he had been dressing too fancily lately. Alfred pointed out that they had covered the difference for the dress anyway, with the princess paying only 10%. He had specifically told the saleswoman to tell Her Highness that it was the actual price. Regardless, Rin made sure the princess could afford the dress on her own. Duke Adler was now certain that the best dress in Emmer's shop would belong to Princess Charlotte. All the decent umbrellas in the shop were sold out, so John was delayed for a long time. When the protagonist saw Mr. Watson completely soaked, she started to panic. The guy was surprised to see that the princess already had an umbrella. Martha explained that they had just run into Duke Adler, who gave his umbrella to the princess. John just said coldly that it was an interesting coincidence. Just then, a carriage pulled up. The heroine thanked him for finding an umbrella and told John to take it, since she already had one. The brown-haired man said he didn't need it, as he was already soaked. The guy took the umbrella, saying he could at least hold it for her to the carriage. John took the umbrella and untied the knot. It wasn't long before the protagonist caught a cold in the middle of summer. Being frail was one thing, but Charlotte was more hung up on that knot. However, it was unlikely that the Duke himself would have tied the umbrella with that string. The protagonist's eyes widened when she realized she had just been making excuses for Duke Adler. Deep down, perhaps she wanted him to be innocent. Martha started to panic because Her Highness was running a high fever. The maid told her not to worry. She had already informed Mrs. Blair that the tea party was canceled. Another maid came in and announced that the princess had a visitor, but Her Highness had canceled all her plans for the day. Upon hearing that Duke Adler had arrived, the protagonist immediately shot up in bed. Martha's spirits lifted, saying he must have come to visit the sick girl, and went to greet him. The guy walked into the bedroom and greeted Her Highness. But when she told him to come in, he froze, staring at the princess in utter confusion. Charlotte apologized, embarrassed to be seeing her fiancé in such a disheveled state. The guy said the princess had no need to apologize, and that she should forgive him for barging in unannounced. Rin felt he should clarify right away to avoid any misunderstanding that he wasn't the type to just show up in a girl's bedroom. The protagonist was like, "Never mind, I don't care who barges into my bedroom," she said, coughing. Charlotte asked what the Duke wanted. "We don't have an appointment scheduled for today, do we?" The guy replied, "Because you're not feeling well. And also, I came to get my umbrella." The protagonist was completely stunned and asked, "You came all this way just for an umbrella?" Rin explained awkwardly that it was his favorite one. It was obvious to Charlotte that it sounded like a lame excuse. The guy kept looking around, as if he were casing the joint for a later robbery. The princess pointed out where the umbrella was. Duke Adler suddenly asked why she hadn't written to him lately. She told him that since they had already set a date for their next meeting, she didn't want to bother him. She definitely didn't expect to hear that he didn't find it a bother at all. The guy confessed that he had actually been waiting for her letters. If the princess had told him she was sick, he wouldn't have come unannounced like this. The Duke was subtly blaming Charlotte for his sudden visit. The protagonist promised to write next time, then suddenly started coughing violently. Rin froze, watching the princess struggle. Charlotte told him to stay put, saying he might get infected, but the guy wouldn't listen. He felt that you could only get infected if you were very close, so close that the girl doesn't even mind you being in the room. Then he reached out and plucked something from her hair. It turned out to be just a piece of tissue that had gotten stuck there. The protagonist thanked him, confused, wondering what he really wanted from her. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist, saying she was so slender it felt like his touch could break it. Also, her pulse was racing, but she said it was just because of the fever. Rin had heard from someone that sharing a cold makes it go away faster. The protagonist froze as the Duke began to lean in slowly. The guy declared that, as her fiancé, he considered it his duty. The protagonist had no idea how to react, but suddenly Marta knocked on the door, telling the Duke and Princess that she had prepared tea. Charlotte gave the maid a shaky smile, and the Duke reluctantly pulled away. The princess was still frantically trying to figure out what had just happened. Marta told the princess that the Duke had brought a very beautiful bouquet of flowers. The protagonist was very surprised, and the guy said he just bought them on the way. Charlotte looked at her fiancé with a suspicious eye, wondering if he was joking or being serious. Now that the guy's business here was done, it was time for him to scram. So the protagonist asked him not to forget his umbrella. But Duke Adler just left without it. The umbrella was a lie, of course, so the princess told Martha to take the flowers to the living room. It turned out that some flowers were also poisonous, especially vibrant ones like these. Now the girl could finally relax a little. But then, someone else suddenly appeared to see the princess. John, with his arms crossed and a sarcastic smile, asked if the princess was finally feeling unwell. A few hours before the Duke showed up, Blair had told her brother that Princess Charlotte wasn't feeling well. She had received a letter saying the tea party was canceled. The guy thought, she writes to Blair, but not to me, even though she just said she was head over heels for me. My sister started nagging me to visit my fiancé and at least bring her a bouquet of flowers. But Rin thought it was ridiculous, so she blew up, saying the girl was really sad and was waiting for her beloved to come see her. Blair ordered her brother to go to her right away and share her cold, because that helps. The Duke sighed heavily. He had a mountain of work today, and the princess might get the wrong idea. But after a while, he still ended up at Princess Charlotte's palace. The guy tried to justify his crazy actions, saying that Charlotte was his fiancée, so he could visit her without a reason. But the princess greeted him quite warmly. Rin didn't even realize how things had escalated to the point where he wanted to do something with her alone. But a maid stopped him from doing so. The Duke rushed out of the room. His cheeks were burning. He had completely lost control. Not only did he barge into the princess's room uninvited, but he also, suddenly, a man greeted him. Ren knew at once that this was the guy who was always taking the princess away. The Duke had seen him a few times at the military academy, so he remembered the guy was extremely talented. Now Ren realized that this was the guy who had been sneaking into Charlotte's bedroom all this time. The Duke asked the brown-haired man what he was doing here, and the man explained that he was guarding Princess Charlotte. It turned out he came here often. Just then, John decided to add that he came far more often than His Grace. Ren couldn't argue with that. He headed for the exit, saying one last thing to John. For his fiancée's sake, he'd better do his damn job properly. The girl asked if he had dug up anything new, and John retorted, couldn't he just visit her because she was sick? To this, Charlotte replied that in that case, he should have brought some flowers or at least some fruit, not barge in with a pile of documents. Despite this, John handed over the materials on the third victim's bakery, including the ledgers. Apparently, the bakery owner, Small, was a very upright man who did charity work and handed out bread to the poor. On the day of the incident, he was on his way to distribute bread. The heroine thanked him for the report, promised to read it as soon as she felt better, and then started coughing. John started lecturing the princess, telling her she should be focusing on her health right now. Not the case, but the princess just told him to leave the documents on the table. When he leaves, suddenly, she fumbled and dropped the documents, which scattered on the floor. The guy couldn't understand how she couldn't even hold a few sheets of paper. He promised to pick them up and put them on the table so the princess could look at them later. The protagonist thanked John, but then froze, staring at him in horror. He had tied the collected report pages together with a disturbingly familiar knot. A commoner's outstanding talent, especially from a poor background, could be a real curse. No matter what you achieved, the best opportunities were always reserved for the nobility. In the military academy, there were only a handful of students from commoner backgrounds, but the nobles didn't look down on them. In any case, it was the best opportunity a commoner could get. However, the place John had fought so hard to get into turned out to be a hotbed of sin. The officers in those regions did whatever they wanted, pure corruption, and they always turned a blind eye. But the only one who stood up against it all ended up being thrown in prison for it. Even though the messed up orders came from a nobleman, only John the Commoner was branded a criminal, stripped of his rank, and labeled a felon. That was all he had left before Princess Charlotte came to him for help. This princess who was chasing Duke Killian was arrogant and ignorant and dizzily reckless. When they first met, the princess had made him a very crazy offer. She said what happened to him was wrong, but no other noble would admit it. John was sure she was up to something and that he'd be in big trouble sooner or later. But the offer was too tempting, so he accepted, thinking he could just feign loyalty. As it turned out, despite the rumors, the princess was actually kind and quite sharp. And surprisingly, she was even a little cute at times. Another thing that didn't match the rumors was that the princess was in love with Duke Adler, not Duke Killian. Irenaeus von Dam Adler was so out of reach that it was impossible for a commoner to even get a glimpse of him. The princess he had met in Earl Mostyn's garden was in a really low mood at the time. All John could do was offer a little comfort. He told her that the dress she tried on at the shop looked much better on her. Charlotte shouldn't suffer over indifferent men who didn't suit her anyway. But now, the terrified look she was giving him was starting to worry John. She had found him out. The guy froze for a few seconds. Then he walked over to the princess and asked with concern if she was okay. Suddenly, the guy cupped Her Highness's face in his hands. She was completely unresponsive, so John called her name. He was terrified. Finally, the heroine snapped back to her senses and realized what was happening. When John realized it too, his face immediately turned bright red. The princess suddenly brought up the knot. She pointed to a stack of documents tied with a string, adding that the knot looked unusual. The brown-haired man explained that it wasn't commonly used in the Empire because it was a Cortina knot. The knot was strong, so the Empire started using them, and you could chalk it up to a habit from the military academy. Charlotte thought to herself that everyone who graduated from the military academy tied strings this way. Seeing the confusion on John's face, the protagonist decided to explain that the knot on the victim's neck was very similar to this one. The guy gave the princess a displeased look and asked if she really thought he was the criminal and where she got that idea. Charlotte replied guiltily that it was just a passing thought. All right, John pointed out that Duke Adler's umbrella was also tied with the same knot. A normal person couldn't untie a knot like that, so the brown-haired man figured he'd handle it. But then he suddenly realized that all this time, Princess Charlotte had been suspecting Duke Adler. The protagonist decided to come clean and admitted that it was true. John, completely confused, asked the girl if she had only started suspecting her fiancé after they got engaged. The princess reminded him that the Duke was also over 6 feet tall, well-built, and had connections to the victims. Charlotte just wanted to make sure her future husband wasn't a murderer before walking down the aisle. The brown-haired man guessed that she was probably the only person who suspected Duke Adler of being a serial killer. John still had to help Her Highness with the investigation. It was part of the deal. The guy couldn't figure out why the princess had only decided to tell him the truth now. In fact, Charlotte was starting to trust him and rely on him. Suddenly, our hero decided to ask the princess what she thought of him. John definitely didn't expect that answer, and his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out she saw him as someone she could entrust her secrets to. The princess's sweet smile made John's cheeks flush slightly. When he asked if that meant she didn't like Duke Adler, the protagonist started coughing violently. John handed the princess a glass of water, asking in complete confusion if she was okay. Charlotte replied that she wasn't foolish enough to fall in love with a suspect. The guy promised that he would find the serial killer, no matter the cost. If Duke Adler was behind it, he wanted to expose him before the wedding. Since John had made Her Highness spend so much money, he felt he owed her a huge favor and would work his butt off to help her. But the protagonist told him he didn't have to go to such lengths for her. John was amused when Charlotte admitted that she had simply bought his loyalty, so she was grateful he was taking risks for her. Perhaps she was too relaxed, but the medicine suddenly made the protagonist very sleepy. John tucked her in with a blanket and wished her a speedy recovery. He would handle all the hard work. A few days later, the protagonist was feeling much better, so she started digging into the materials. The third victim was the bakery owner, Small. The place was popular among commoners, always had super delicious bread, and the owner also helped the poor. Duke Adler had no connection to this woman, and no noble would ever buy bread there. However, the bakery sales were unusually high, which was very suspicious, and their expenses were far lower than their income. Just then, Martha burst into the room, waving a letter. Duke Adler had set the date for their next appointment. The letter had a date, but he let Her Highness choose the location. This was the perfect opportunity for our heroine to investigate a crime scene. Since it was summer, Martha suggested a yacht date or a trip to the theater, but she was completely stunned when the princess said she wanted to see how commoners live. So for this date, the protagonist needed Martha's clothes. Charlotte told her fiancé that she really wanted to see Baker Street. Ren definitely didn't expect to hear that place. He couldn't remember anything interesting there, so he asked what they were planning to do. The girl replied that, according to an acquaintance of hers who lived on that street, it was super fun there. The Duke asked skeptically if she had such friends, and she stammered that she was referring to her maid, Martha. For some reason, the man asked coldly if, since she was so close to her maid, she had now become friends with her bodyguard as well. The heroine replied that she was only friends with Martha. Seeing the confusion in the man's eyes, Charlotte said loudly that she wanted to go there specifically with him. Ren was about to have Alfred book a restaurant, but the princess shouted that she wanted to go out and have fun like a commoner, because she wanted to shake off the guards and secretaries and enjoy some time alone. Duke Adler blushed instantly. The clothing store owner greeted the new customers with a pleasant smile, but when he saw the nobleman, he froze, thinking they might have come to the wrong place. But our heroine excitedly asked the owner to find some less conspicuous clothes for her companion. The Duke doubted if he needed new clothes, but Charlotte exclaimed that he was too dazzling right now. The owner recommended 2 very ordinary styles. Ren was putting on the commoner's clothes. It was the first time in his life he had worn them, but the heroine enthusiastically urged the man to quickly try on all the clothes. The owner was stunned by the nobleman's perfect physique, which was like a walking work of art. Duke Adler had a cold face and a criminally attractive body. The moment he stepped out of the fitting room, the heroine was so stunned she stood frozen in place. The commoner's outfit looked incredibly handsome on her partner. Just as Charlotte was staring speechlessly, the Duke asked if all commoners' clothes were this uncomfortable. The shop assistant stammered that even clothes like that looked good on him, but Ren was more concerned about the princess's opinion. He called out to her and she blurted out that it really suited him. The man crossed his arms and asked if she was sure. Charlotte began to ramble, saying she knew instantly the outfit would look good on him, so now she was completely smitten. The Duke smirked, and the princess breathed a sigh of relief, as she had almost blurted out that she had fallen for him at first sight. For some reason, she could no longer say such things. The shop assistant, sensing the young lady liked it too, asked if the gentleman would like to buy the outfit. But Rin said no, he would buy everything in the entire store. Charlotte thought to herself, isn't that something you usually say when buying things for your girlfriend? The Duke then asked if they were ready to go to Baker Street, because the man's light-colored hair would completely give him away today. The princess told him to wear a hat. A smile played on Ren's lips as he picked up a hat and placed it on the princess's head. The Duke leaned in close and whispered that if anyone's hair would attract attention, it would be hers. The heroine immediately shrank back, her face flushing bright red. The man held out his hand, proposing they set off. Once outside, the Duke asked his fiancée if she had decided where to go. Charlotte pointed to a restaurant without hesitation. It was one of the biggest clients she had seen in Small's ledger. The restaurant had long been sourcing bread and desserts from Small, so the investigation needed to start here. The heroine decided to order a well-done steak, bread, and a slice of chocolate cake. The order was placed, and now the protagonist had to wait. The Duke mentioned that even during his military academy training, he ate much better than this, but the princess shouldn't get used to this kind of environment. The heroine leaned in and said this would be their little secret. She told him she used to sneak out to places like this often. She used to. Soon, the waitress brought their order, but Charlotte was surprised, saying this wasn't the bread she was used to eating. The waitress explained that they had recently changed suppliers. Their previous supplier, a man named Small, had an accident. He was a very nice person, too. The heroine put on a sad expression, saying she was very sorry to hear that. After tasting the cake, Charlotte found it was sweeter than before. Not like Small's. The waitress agreed, saying their current cakes and bread were the pinnacle of sweetness, whereas Small's things were almost addictive. The vanilla slice cake was the most famous, and its taste was simply incredible. The heroine explained to the man that she was interested because Martha used to bring her treats from there. Rin wouldn't know a place like that. It had nothing to do with his line of work. So the Duke thought the princess had no reason to know such a place either. The heroine retorted that if she was to run the household, she needed to know what her husband liked. Rin choked on his words. He was probably startled by the phrase, run the household, as he had hoped Charlotte would be dead by then. The princess said with feigned sadness that she was really looking forward to that bakery, but she was curious how the owner died. The man offered to investigate it later if the princess was interested. Suddenly, the heroine realized the Duke might be hungry, so she broke off a piece of cake and offered it to him. Rin never thought Her Highness the Princess would feed him personally. The guy's face turned bright red as he stammered, asking what kind of strange gesture this was. But the heroine just kept urging her fiancé to open his mouth and take a bite. Rin was completely flustered, asking why they were doing this in public. But Charlotte said this is what dates are like. Growing impatient, she shoved the piece of cake directly into his mouth. The Duke chewed awkwardly as the heroine asked him how it tasted. The man said it was very sweet, and the heroine agreed, breaking off a small piece for herself as well. Then, without a second thought, she decided to taste it too. Rin watched her, completely stunned, because that fork had just been in his mouth. Presumption is an interrogation technique for extracting information from someone based on some established facts. You must ask the person questions and then observe the defensive reactions triggered by the questions themselves. If you provide someone with information mixed with lies during a conversation, they will correct the wrong parts and add more information. The inconsistency the heroine felt from Small's records was because there wasn't a single word about purchasing sugar and flavorings. You can't run a pastry shop without those things. The heroine specifically asked the waitress if they baked without sugar, but the girl said the desserts there were especially sweet. But the Duke didn't fall into this set trap, even though the heroine deliberately distorted some information. He was either skillfully evading it or truly knew nothing. Charlotte asked the man if she could say he was cute today, but the man didn't seem to like sweets much, which the Duke confirmed. Charlotte, on the other hand, loved them, but sugar was expensive in the Empire because it was a monopoly business. Ownership currently belonged to the family of Marquis d'Ast and His Majesty's family. The heroine was stunned by the news she had just heard. The secretary of Marquis d'Este was the fourth victim of the serial killer. But Charlotte couldn't figure out the connection between them. Soon, they arrived at a new place, which used to be Small's Bakery. Since they were already there, the heroine suggested they look around and ordered 2 whiskeys on the rock from the bartender. The Duke told her not to cause trouble after drinking. The princess swore she would be more careful tonight, so she wouldn't end up in jail again. Then Charlotte proposed a toast to her fiancé's beautiful eyes. She asked the bartender if they had taken over Small's place, and he said yes. Charlotte guessed the owner didn't have any relatives, and the bartender nodded. The bartender mentioned the previous owner was a very good person, though he didn't know where he came from. The bartender noticed everyone's glasses were empty and suggested another round. Suddenly, Charlotte heard a few bastards nearby laughing at a poor soul who was clearly losing money in a card game. The bartender told everyone to ignore them, saying they were just loan sharks. They play cards with debtors, promising to write off debts, but the debts only pile up. But people were too scared to kick them out. The heroine knew this violated lending laws and was a blatant crime. One of the loan sharks noticed a lady staring at them for too long. He snapped at her, telling that broad to stop looking. But Charlotte had no intention of backing down. Just as the loan shark started walking towards the heroine, the bartender panicked and said he had misunderstood. The bastard raised his hand, saying his chick was completely crazy. The heroine closed her eyes, knowing the punch would hurt. But Duke Adler caught the loan shark's fist out of nowhere. Charlotte looked at her fiancé in surprise as he called the guy's actions reckless for trying to hit a girl. The guy's accomplice grabbed the Duke's collar, threatening to teach the young punk a lesson, but Ren easily threw him to the ground. This enraged the loan sharks, who prepared to swarm the blonde man with their fists. But Ren just calmly dodged. Charlotte realized he had paid attention in the military academy, but if this continued, it would escalate into mutual violence. The bartender stopped the fight, telling everyone to calm down. He suggested they settle it with a duel, a proper showdown between men. Both the loan shark and the Duke looked at him in confusion, so they ended up deciding to settle the whole thing with a game of cards. The heroine was sure Duke Adler would back down, but he agreed, which made the princess very anxious and upset. The loan shark was convinced the kid didn't know how to play cards at all. Charlotte couldn't tell if the Duke was doing this because he'd had too much whiskey, but she exploded, demanding to know what her fiancé was doing, as he was about to lose everything. The guy had already lost his watch, and at this rate, they'd be going home in their underwear. The loan shark just played a straight, and Ren lost. But he clearly hadn't given up, asking the princess if she had anything else to bet. The Duke had that look on his face, you know, the one all gamblers get. Charlotte felt sorry for anyone who got involved with this scumbag. The heroine pushed her fiancé aside and told the loan shark they were switching players. The bastards were very surprised by the switch. Ren frowned as they started laughing loudly at the girl, who they clearly thought knew nothing about cards. The heroine put down her brooch. All right, now the game could begin. Before long, the loan sharks changed their opinion of the girl's foolishness as she got another full house. Charlotte calmly took back the watch and returned it to the stunned Duke, who had no idea how she did it. In fact, she had learned this in her previous life from a cunning swindler she had caught during an investigation. She secretly participated in illegal gambling dens. If you have skills yourself, you don't arouse suspicion during those investigations. That's how the heroine managed to catch more than 20 people. When she announced she was betting all the money, the guy just stared at her in confusion. This time he called her arrogant, but she told him to back out if he wasn't sure he could handle it. But the loan shark yelled that he would double the bet, and the princess told him they needed a contract. The stakes were high, but if the heroine won, she would be free. If she lost, the girl would have to pay the debt with her body. The loan shark decided to show his hand first. A straight flush, his way of warning the girl not to get too cocky. But now it was the heroine's turn, and she revealed a royal flush. The loan sharks were all dumbfounded, and Duke Adler was stunned as well. The heroine presented the contract, telling the guys they shouldn't have been so conceited. The debtor thanked his savior, and Charlotte advised him not to do business with loan sharks, handing him the debt cancellation agreement. The man said he didn't want to cause trouble, but he did it for his sick child. Even now, all he could think about was his poor, sick child. Suddenly, the heroine said she wasn't sure how much this was worth. She took out her brooch and told him to take it if he was short on money for medicine. The commoner couldn't hold back his tears and began to thank her for showing such kindness to a complete stranger. He promised to repay her somehow, but Charlotte told him not to worry and said her goodbyes. The Duke asked if she was always this proactive. The princess apologized that the man got dragged into all this because of her and promised it wouldn't happen again. But the Duke replied that he actually had a lot of fun because of her. He had never seen anyone shuffle cards so fast before. The heroine was relieved that he didn't suggest they meet again before the wedding. Rin froze, hearing a noise nearby. At the last second, he managed to pull her into a tight embrace, shielding her from a flying bullet. The heroine's eyes widened as she asked, completely bewildered, what had happened. The Duke replied that someone was probably following them. Charlotte felt a pang of fear, guessing it might be the guys from the bar. But this was actually better, because if someone knew their true identities, things would be 10 times more complicated. The Duke drew his gun, saying they'd better avoid a bloodbath. Seeing the confusion on the princess's face, Ren asked if she really thought he would wander these streets unarmed. The protagonists could feel their pursuer closing in, but they didn't let it show. "All right, princess," the Duke said, barely looking back. "We're gonna have to run for a bit." The heroine just nodded, not arguing at all. The man chasing them was caught completely off guard when they suddenly broke into a run, and he followed close behind. As they ran past an alley, the Duke made a sharp turn into it. The heroine let out a small cry of surprise as the man pulled her in with him. The pursuer cursed under his breath, having completely lost track of where they went. Ren held the princess tightly, gun in hand and ready, listening carefully for footsteps. Charlotte's cheeks began to flush. The guy cursed again, muttering that someone would make him pay if he messed this up. He walked down the street, checking every nook and cranny. Just then, he peered into the spot where our protagonists were. The Duke delivered a sharp blow to the back of the guy's neck. The man immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a thud. The guy only had a dagger on him, and Rin was about to ask Her Highness if she recognized him. The heroine was about to say no when the Duke suddenly covered her mouth, telling her to keep quiet. Several people were walking in their direction, and perhaps they were with the attacker. Duke Adler raised his pistol, as he might have to use it this time. In a dark corner, the heroine spotted a stick. The blonde man looked at her with a skeptical gaze as she picked it up decisively. It was a solid plan, but Rin really didn't want the princess to get hurt. The footsteps were getting closer with each passing second, and now they were almost on top of them as our protagonists tensed up, ready to make their move. Finally, a figure turned the corner. Duke Adler immediately stepped forward, aiming his weapon at the person. But he froze and lowered his gun, recognizing the guy. It was Alfred, who was speechless at his master's actions. Rin let out a sigh of relief, asking if he hadn't told him to stay nearby. Alfred explained that they had completely panicked when he and the princess disappeared into the alley like that. It turned out their tracker was too clumsy for this kind of work. The secretary suggested they take him with them and drop him off when he came to. Charlotte was surprised the Duke had Alfred follow them, and her fiancé explained that he couldn't leave the princess alone. The heroine admitted she had been a bit too reckless. The Duke held out his hand, saying he had fun anyway, but it would have been more fun to see Her Highness wield a stick. Charlotte was a little flustered by his words. After a rather unproductive investigation on Baker Street, the busy days of ball preparations began. The princess was sure she would die of exhaustion from studying all these delegations and participating countries. Suddenly someone asked Her Highness if she was just now returning to her chambers. Right in front of her, Charlotte saw a smiling John. It was scorching hot outside, but he had still waited patiently for the princess to be free. For John, waiting for her was not a chore. The heroine smiled shyly. As they walked towards her palace, the heroine remembered she had good news for John. Charlotte had been told that for everyone's safety, private escorts were not allowed at the ball, so the guy could relax tomorrow. But John was not happy about this at all. The heroine explained that the palace guards would be there. Hearing this, the guy's face fell. John decided to ask Her Highness if Duke Adler would be her partner for the ball tomorrow. The princess stammered yes, and he snapped back, asking if she had any sense of self-preservation. Didn't she say she was followed when she was with the Duke? John just couldn't understand why she would put herself in danger just to gather this evidence. The heroine was at a loss for words, as she didn't want to reveal that she would be one of the future victims, and her death was a certainty if she didn't find a killer. So she explained that she couldn't just ditch her fiancé for no reason, because Duke Adler was her fiancé. John knew he couldn't argue with that, so he was forced to shut his mouth. A cheerful Martha ran out to greet them. The day of the Imperial Alliance Ball had finally arrived. Princess Charlotte looked absolutely stunning. Her maid knew that dress would look amazing on her. The heroine realized this was her first public appearance since she went crazy chasing after those delegates. As soon as she stepped out, the princess immediately spotted Duke Adler, waiting for her. The man bowed and told the princess he was glad to see her. Seriously, this dazzling beauty, brighter than 1,000 light bulbs, was simply otherworldly. Charlotte complimented the Duke, saying he looked wonderful today. The blonde man replied that the dress looked beautiful on her. The heroine thanked the Duke because thanks to him, she was able to get this outfit. However, Charlotte was sure the Duke had overpaid for the dress, as she had bought it for an extremely low price. Rin just waved it off, saying he had no idea what she was talking about. The man asked if there had been any problems at the palace, and she said everyone was busy preparing for the ball. Suddenly, the Duke told her that the person who followed her on Baker Street was one of Prince Frederick's men. This news took the princess by surprise. It turned out the kid was weak and confessed everything before they even tortured him. Maybe they were trying to dig up some dirt on her by following her. Charlotte knew Frederick was hostile. He had already made his hatred very clear at breakfast. But their tracker had a dagger and didn't even think of using it. Attempted murder of a royal family member is a serious crime, so if he had made a move, he would have seen it through to the end. The princess was right, as Prince Frederick had ordered him to get any information on her that could be used against her. They already had the confession, so if Charlotte wanted, they could drop this bombshell on the royal family. The heroine just stared at the blonde man, completely stunned. The Duke wondered if she should stay away from her brother for now. He promised to testify, so the princess wouldn't have to worry. The prince wouldn't be able to get away with it. But she knew that even if she exposed it, Frederick wouldn't face any real consequences. In fact, the story of her wandering around might get out, so she asked them not to escalate the matter. The Duke didn't argue, but for now, it was best for the princess to be careful of Prince Frederick's men. She found it amusing to be looked after by a man. Despite the fact that someone might kill her soon, she had been letting her guard down, even though Duke Adler was still the prime suspect. Princess Charlotte and Duke Adler entered the ceremonial hall. Lady Taylor appeared before them, and the heroine immediately curtsied, greeting the emperor's sister who had brought a large sum of funds. The lady mentioned that the last time they met, she had been staring at the floor, but now the princess's taste had improved so much. Lady Taylor had heard that her niece had been doing exceptionally well lately. The heroine thought to herself, was she going to have to endure her aunt's teasing too? The lady knew the princess had recently saved several people, including the emperor. She had suggested brewing the wheat into alcohol to solve the problem of a bountiful harvest. Duke Adler stepped forward and confirmed that Princess Charlotte had done all of this. It turned out that Lady Taylor had also profited from this, as she owned a brewery. The heroine said she was just lucky, but her aunt didn't think so. So, in front of everyone, the emperor's sister invited Princess Charlotte to her next tea party. It sounded simple, but it was actually a political gathering of the most powerful women in the empire. Being invited meant you had influence in the royal family and high society, and for Princess Charlotte, it meant she had now officially joined the race for the throne. The heroine was immediately surrounded by a group of noble men and women, all praising her recent achievements. The noble women were particularly impressed that Princess Charlotte was wearing a dress by Emmers. A man approached Charlotte, finally deciding to introduce himself. He was Derek von Lindemann. The princess knew of him, as his talents were well known in the daimyo's territory. He unexpectedly kissed her hand in gratitude. Duke Adler coldly told Mr. Lindemann that the princess had a public event to attend soon. The man bowed and said he hoped to see her again soon, but Rin told him that was unlikely. The Duke crossed his arms and told Charlotte they needed to maintain a strict distance. She had just replied that she hadn't even said a word when the Duke coldly asked if she had a reason to speak with him. The heroine looked at her escort, completely bewildered. Duke Adler was clearly annoyed, explaining that he hated anyone touching him without knowing his value. Charlotte wondered if they were competing for mineral resources. Suddenly, another man approached the princess. It was Duke Killian. Ren's glare was even more intense than before. The heroine asked in surprise what Duke Killian wanted with her. The dark-haired man asked if the princess hadn't told him to be mindful of his etiquette the next time they met. That was why he had come over to say hello. Charlotte was glad he had listened to her. Suddenly, Duke Killian asked curiously, wasn't Duke Adler supposed to be at the Allied Nations Conference? To ensure everything went smoothly, who knew the importance of this world leaders summit better than him? Rin thanked him for his concern. However, he planned to go over as soon as he escorted the princess to the hall. A slight smile crossed James's lips. He He suggested entrusting Princess Charlotte to him, as he was also involved as a member of the royal family. Rin thanked him for the offer, but he wasn't so busy that he needed someone else to escort the princess. Duke Killian scoffed, asking if the Duke really thought the offer was for him. The blonde man retorted that it was no longer an offer, but a serious interference. James was about to lose his temper, telling the Duke he found his attitude hard to tolerate. At that moment, the heroine completely failed to understand why they were arguing, and her thoughts were being ignored. So Charlotte asked if she could decide for herself who would escort her. Duke Killian, of course, was all for it, since the princess always did as she pleased anyway. The heroine replied that if the Duke hadn't come to interfere, her fiancé would have had plenty of time to escort her. Now James could leave them alone and attend to his own business. Duke Killian asked, very seriously, if she was being serious right now. The heroine reminded him that she had always been frank with him. Then she left with Duke Adler. Once they were outside, Ren asked if she had really always been honest with Duke Killian. He suspected that had never been the case. The heroine reminded him that she had already said the men from her past were old news. Ren became very curious, wondering if it was because he was handsome. Charlotte asked irritably if he was still hung up on that. The blonde man began to list all the princess's compliments until the heroine told him to shut up. The Duke asked if she was feeling embarrassed now. The princess had said to herself that because of him, she had forgotten all other men. Duke Adler suddenly bent down and kissed Charlotte's hand. Rin declared that he would have to work harder now, so she would forget that man. Better yet, Duke Adler released his fiancée's hand and promised that after all this was over, he would personally escort her home, so she shouldn't even think about letting another man take her back. The royal banquet was an occasion for delegations from the colonies to pay their respects to the royal family. It was an event to show reverence to the royal family, held in the reception hall. The event was held in another palace, but even so, some guests had already arrived. Even Princess Camilla was there. The moment Charlotte appeared, the girl's face twisted with hatred and disgust. The heroine wondered if it was because her appointment at Emers had been canceled that the girl was now feeling the pressure. People had only recently started treating her like a human being. Before that, Charlotte's reputation was quite terrible. The event was about to begin, and they asked all participants to get ready. The heroine's eyes widened the moment she saw the man across from her. Duke Killian was staring at her without looking away. Charlotte averted her gaze, and the man did the same. Just then, their Majesties the Emperor and Empress walked in. The heroine realized this was the first time she had seen the Empress. She held immense power in the empire, which was why Camille and Frederick were the top contenders for the throne. The moment the Empress saw Princess Charlotte, her gaze turned contemptuous. In Her Majesty the Empress's opinion, the girl was just like her mother, ignorant of her own limitations, or in other words, a complete idiot who loitered on the streets. The heroine sneered, as it was obvious Her Majesty the Empress knew about her activities in the slums. She must be talking about Baker Street, where I've been staying recently, so she's been spying on me with Frederick. Sure enough, she saw her own son as the heir. But despite this, the princess greeted the Empress according to all the rules of etiquette. She wasn't going to rise to Her Majesty the Empress's provocation. The royal reception ceremony began. The delegations lined up, their hands full of gifts. When Frederick requested a private word with the Emperor, the expression on the heroine's face changed from surprise to slight confusion. The prince wanted to brief him on the sugar shipments from the state of Demio. Charles O'Garton, who owned the largest sugarcane farm, was showing great loyalty to the empire. With the support of the Emperor and Count Dost, Frederick was planning to supply sugar to all the allied nations. The Empress praised her son as he had personally traveled to the dangerous Demio's region and finalized the deal. The annual revenue from this deal could easily exceed $1 billion. It seemed Camilla was completely unaware of this. I mean, the royal family is a place where you can't even trust your own relatives. The moment the heroine saw Charles O'Garton, she suddenly had a bad feeling. It was as if danger was approaching. Because of her past work, once she had sized someone up and learned their name, she never forgot. The princess recognized the man from the Imperial Alliance documents she had been studying for the past 10 years, but he was not Charles O'Garton. He claimed to own a sugarcane farm in Demios, but that region was famous for its minerals meaning the soil was poor. The guy said he had prepared some top-grade sugar for the emperor, which looked like powdered sugar. Charlotte suddenly realized that this guy was from Cortina, and his real name was Sebastian Moran. When those tiny particles met fire, they would explode. He clearly intended to scatter it, so the heroine desperately shouted the guy's real name. Sebastian immediately turned around and looked at the princess with eyes of pure terror. People began to whisper, "Wait, isn't his name Charles O'Garton?" The guy cursed under his breath, knowing he had been exposed. The heroine walked up to Duke Killian and demanded he arrest Sebastian immediately, as he was a terrorist. The guy grabbed the bag and dumped its entire contents. Charlotte shouted for everyone to run, as there was a huge risk of explosion. The heroine told Duke Killian they had to stop the terrorist before he could light the fuse. The guy shot off like an arrow. He pounced just as Sebastian was trying to strike a match. Duke Killian managed to stop him, and the terrorist began to scream and curse at him. The heroine walked over to the Duke and untied the ribbon from her hair. The sight left James speechless for a moment. She handed him the ribbon and told him to quickly tie the criminal's hands with it. And just like that, Sebastian was subdued. Duke Killian asked if the princess was all right. Charlotte wondered why he would care and said it was just some dust in her throat. Suddenly, Sebastian began to struggle frantically on the floor. Realizing what he was trying to do, the heroine rushed to stop him. But it turned out to be a very bad idea, and then the worst happened. There really was an explosion. When our girl woke up, she ached all over, but what was really bad was that she was in a completely unfamiliar place. Then she felt something soft and warm under her hand. What the hell? It was Lord Killian. The explosion had knocked him unconscious, but he was alive. A trickle of blood was slowly running down his cheek. Sebastian had generated static electricity while sliding on the carpet, and that had triggered the explosion. The powdered sugar had exploded violently when it met those small sparks. If Charlotte hadn't been pinned underneath Killian and his armor, she would have surely died. This was definitely some kind of hidden cave, but the girl tried to call for help anyway. Of course, no one answered her. Duke Killian was here, so someone would surely come looking for him, but no one would come digging for Charlotte. Duke Adler's voice echoed in her mind, promising to come for her as soon as the conference was over. Charlotte still held on to hope that he would come for her, even if he didn't know if she was dead or alive. The heroine tore a strip of fabric from her dress. The fluttering of the fabric meant there was a breeze, which meant this path led somewhere. So the princess grabbed the Duke's legs and decided to follow the wind to ensure she could get out of this predicament. She was full of motivation, but after a while, she started to consider leaving the guy here. He was too heavy for one person, so the heroine would be much faster alone. Besides, Charlotte had no particular feelings for him. The heroine wasn't about to die for someone who meant nothing to her. But after just a few steps, Charlotte stopped and cursed under her breath. She couldn't just leave someone in peril behind, because that was just pushing it. The heroine had to start dragging Duke Killian again. A short while later, Charlotte stopped, having stumbled upon a stone that was glowing with a golden light. She put the man down and stared at the ore in confusion. It was clearly some kind of precious gem, so the situation wasn't as bad as she thought. The light was actually quite good, meaning she could use it as a flashlight to illuminate the dark cave. But suddenly, the stone in Charlotte's hand began to glow even brighter, forcing her to squint. The heroine had no idea what was happening. It had turned into an ordinary stone. A golden light began to flow through Charlotte's entire body, and she immediately felt much better. Her body felt much lighter, as the heroine had grown tired of dragging Duke Killian, and all the scratches on my hands were gone. The heroine fell in a deep thought, remembering she had read about something similar in a book in the library. Just recently, decades ago, they had mined a magic stone in Asgard that could bestow magical powers. But this ore was last discovered on Fable Island, after which it vanished without a trace. It was said that all such stones had long since disappeared from the Empire, as mages had also vanished long ago. Charlotte looked around, but found no more stones. If she had gained powers, it would be great to be able to teleport, and it would also be good if Duke Killian would wake up. The heroine accidentally moved her hand close to the man's face, and the small space was instantly connected by a stream of golden energy. Charlotte was terrified and yanked her hand back, but she noticed the wound on the Duke's face beginning to heal. The young girl didn't know what was happening, but the man slowly opened his eyes. James looked at Princess Charlotte in complete astonishment. When he realized he was lying on her lap, he recoiled in confusion and asked what on earth had happened. The heroine grinned, saying happily that it was great he was finally awake. After she explained what had happened, James said the princess was a true noble. The guy figured it must have been hard dragging him, but the princess nobly replied that she couldn't just leave him behind. Duke Killian sincerely thanked Her Highness. But this was no time to waste energy, so the heroine suggested they head in the direction of the wind. James offered to escort the lady, but then he suddenly tripped on a rock. Yes, I went completely face first into the girl's arms. After that, the heroes trudged through the cave in complete silence. Everyone was trying to act as if nothing had happened. James was the first to break the silence, saying he didn't know there were caves like this under the palace, and they definitely didn't look natural. But this wasn't the work of the Empire, as the military didn't manage this place. Perhaps it was built by the enemy, so we'll need to conduct a thorough search once we get out. It seems we have the explosion to thank for discovering this cave, which was likely built by Cortina. James looked at the princess in confusion, seeing her lost in thought. He had avoided serious injury during his unconsciousness thanks to her protection, and the guy was very grateful for it. Charlotte just said to thank the armor, as she had decided to keep the magic stone a secret. Duke Killian wanted to apologize again for his rude behavior towards the princess. He had treated her like trash even though he knew her feelings, so he begged for another chance. To the guy's request, the heroine said she didn't know. Just because they survived an explosion together didn't mean Charlotte would pretend nothing had happened. The Duke had just been publicly mocking Charlotte, and now after a few minutes in a cave, he thought everything was fine. James said loudly, didn't she risk her life to save him in a critical moment? When he woke up, he saw her beautiful smile and realized how sincere she had been to him all along. But in reality, it was just a smile of relief that she didn't have to drag him anymore. The heroine decided not to answer at all. There was no point in trying to explain anything to him in this situation. Soon, the heroes reached a hatch at the top of the cave. It sounds like we're getting out. Hear that sound of water and the noise of the city? Duke Killian told Her Highness that he would lift her up while she opened the cover. Charlotte didn't expect him to do it so quickly. And right there, knights were running around with torches. They were all stunned when the hatch suddenly began to rise and demanded to know who was up there. Princess Charlotte poked her head out, looking disheveled, and told them to hurry up and help her out. They quickly rescued Her Highness, and she told them Duke Killian was still down there. The knight said the king was fine and that they had been looking for her with the Duke. James suggested we hurry back to the castle. The whole place was filled with smoke, and a part of it was completely destroyed. Our heroes rushed in to see what had happened. The moment the knights saw Duke Killian was alive, they immediately ran to him with tears in their eyes. But the heroine kept walking. The entire royal family and all the nobles were fine, but the servants had left late, so many were injured. The princess was surrounded by a group of nobles who were terrified when they heard she had been trapped under the rubble. The heroine just smiled and told them she was fine, and not to worry. Duke Adler had said he would come for her, but he was nowhere to be seen. A doctor ran up to Charlotte, begging the princess to let her check for injuries. The girl was completely stunned, having heard the princess was at the center of the explosion, yet she appeared completely unharmed. The heroine just stammered that she was lucky. It was only then that the princess realized something. Duke Adler wasn't coming. There was blood everywhere. Just then, a man's voice called out, and she turned around. It was John, out of breath, his face a mix of worry and relief. The guy, gasping for air, asked if she was all right. Martha ran to the princess and hugged her tightly, letting out all her emotions. The nobles, with tears in their eyes, began to whisper, accusing the maid of being so disrespectful to her mistress. But Charlotte coldly announced that she needed to speak with her maid in private, so I'm asking everyone to step back. After the crowd dispersed, the heroine asked how the two of them got here. It turned out Mr. Watson was off duty today, but he was so worried that he came to the palace anyway. And then the terrible explosion happened. Charlotte exclaimed, asking if they had come to look for her in the rubble, saying it was too dangerous. John explained that only Killian's men were conducting the search and rescue, which meant they might have put the princess in danger. The heroine started arguing with John, both of them sticking to their guns. Just then, a man approached the princess. It was Duke Killian. James wanted to thank Her Highness again for saving him and hoped for a chance to repay her. The heroine coldly replied that he could show his gratitude with money. Duke Killian clearly hadn't expected that response. Then, a sly smile appeared on his face. He pointed out to Princess Charlotte that her fiancé, Duke Adler, was nowhere to be found. Martha and John were stunned, in complete disbelief. And our heroine just frowned. She retorted that he sure cared about what happened, but he just said he was telling the truth. Charlotte gritted her teeth, furious, and then she turned and walked towards the exit. James just smirked and wished the princess a good night at the Imperial Alliance Ball. The entire palace was in chaos due to the terrorist attack. The emperor was furious and wanted to wipe Cortina off the map, but he couldn't ignore all the resources they had. So, he ordered that everyone involved in the incident be drawn and quartered. Martha tore the latest newspaper to shreds, shouting that they should be annihilated for insulting the princess. Charlotte and Duke Adler were front-page news, but the tabloids were focused on something else. Namely, that she was with her old flame while her fiancé, Duke Adler, was nowhere to be found. To be honest, the heroine wasn't upset because she knew the secret reason he hadn't shown up. The princess just said she was fine. John said the atmosphere in the palace was very tense now, and if this kept up, the prisons would be overflowing. Right now, Duke Adler was hunting down anyone with the slightest connection to yesterday's incident. Almost everyone from Demio's had already left, including Derek Lindemann. The heroine asked the maid to bring them some tea. John wanted to hear the princess's opinion on whether she thought the Duke was overreacting. Also, it was strange that he didn't show up at all yesterday, yet now he was leading the entire investigation. The heroine exclaimed that the modus operandi of this crime was completely different from the serial murder case. But John reminded Her Highness that she herself had said this case was different from an ordinary murder and that the killer had a motive. This guy would kill to get what he wanted, and he didn't have to use the same method every time. Martha brought the tea, and our protagonist fell silent. The heroine recalled what the Duke had said, that he hated it when anyone touched what belonged to him without cherishing it. John decided to speak his mind, saying that if his fiancée were injured in the explosion, he would never just stand by. Charlotte said nothing in response. Just then, a maid came in and told the princess that Duke Adler had come to visit. The time flashes back to the day of the Imperial Alliance Ball, inside the Ministerial Council chamber. They were discussing the rise of a dangerous force that threatened the Imperial Alliance and needed to be closely monitored. But Duke Adler's mind was entirely on something else. Too many annoying guys were staring at the princess, and Derek Lindemann even kissed her hand. Duke Killian's intentions were practically written all over his face. Ren shook his head in disgust just thinking about it. The council president asked Duke Adler if he had any objections, but the guy just said no. Suddenly, there was a deafeningly loud noise. It wasn't until the servants rushed into the hall that Ren understood what had happened. It was then that all the attendees received the news. A huge explosion had just rocked the Imperial Palace. The Duke knew the royal family members were inside, and he immediately stood up. Ren rushed to the scene and saw that the palace was a sea of flames. The palace was half destroyed, and the princess was trapped inside, which meant she had to be rescued as soon as possible. But just then, the strong smell of blood hit him, freezing him in place. Ren could barely breathe. Alfred rushed to him and reported to his master that Princess Charlotte and Duke Killian were still trapped beneath the castle. Duke Adler wanted to object, but the smell of blood made it impossible for him to breathe. Ren started to feel nauseous, and his secretary asked with a confused look if he was all right. Then, the Duke lost his balance. He collapsed to the ground and began cursing his own incompetence, unable to save the princess. His bride-to-be was trapped underground because of the explosion, and with her ex, no less. There are only two reasons a man wouldn't rush into a burning building to save his fiancée. Either he doesn't love her, or he's a complete and utter idiot. When Duke Adler woke up, he found himself lying in his bedchamber. He shot up, and his secretary was there to greet him. Alfred reported that Princess Charlotte was safe and sound, and that she and Duke Killian had escaped the palace safely. Ren felt a huge sense of relief and ordered his men to get everything ready to head to the palace at once. The secretary began to dissuade him, saying it wasn't the best time, but the Duke wouldn't listen at all, so Alfred shut his mouth. Ren walked over to the nightstand, picked up a bottle of medicine, and swallowed a handful, just like that. The cleanup after the explosion proceeded smoothly. Duke Adler took the lead in tracking down the culprits, apologizing to the allied nations and restoring order to the scene. People usually thought he was cold, but this time, the guy was downright ruthless. Even Prince Frederick, who had let the terrorists into the palace, could not escape punishment. If it weren't for this incident, the underground caves would not have been discovered, so Duke Killian stayed behind to investigate. The Emperor had high praise for Duke Killian. Charlotte said he was quick to react, so His Majesty thought it wouldn't be bad if they could be together. But he didn't finish his sentence, because he glanced at Duke Adler. The two of them locked eyes. James told the Emperor not to worry, because Duke Adler probably wasn't thinking about that sort of thing at all. He was more focused on his work right now than on some bride. After all, Duke Adler was a loyal subject of the Empire. Not long after, Rin appeared at Princess Charlotte's palace. This time, Her Highness's maid was much colder to him than before, which made the Duke feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, the guy spotted a crystal swan statue in the princess's courtyard. The maid gushed that it was a gift from Duke Killian to thank her for saving his life. The statue was a Killian family heirloom. Rin thought to himself, how dare a country bumpkin show off in front of someone who owns mines? Then, he finally met the princess. The guy made a point of greeting her first. Charlotte returned the greeting nonchalantly. Duke Adler sat across from the princess, looking extremely awkward. He got straight to the point, saying he was very relieved to see she wasn't hurt. Now, the Duke wanted to explain to his fiancée why he couldn't be by her side when it happened. But the princess cut him off, telling the Duke she was fine. With so many people injured yesterday, Charlotte figured he must have been too busy to get away. These words didn't make her feel any better. In fact, he felt a cold wall rise up between them. The princess smiled brightly, insisting she was completely fine. Before he could even get out his rehearsed excuse, Princess Charlotte spoke first. She smiled kindly and added that she understood his situation and knew the Duke had a ton of important things to deal with besides her. But Rin felt worse and worse, wanting only to say that it wasn't true. The Duke announced that anyone found spreading such rumors would face the consequences. The heroine replied that she hadn't noticed anyone criticizing the Duke, while he knew she had seen everything. Charlotte added that the Duke's reputation hadn't been affected by it at all. But Rin was furious about the damn gossip that was hurting the princess. He just didn't understand why she was being like this. The Duke explained that he didn't come here for this, because she had to listen to that nonsense because of him, and he was partly responsible for it. The heroine reiterated that she was fine, just sad that the expensive, beautiful dress was ruined. So Charlotte apologized for ruining the gift. The guy suddenly stood up and shouted that he didn't care about the dress at all, because he could buy her 20 more. The heroine didn't expect the Duke's voice to be so hoarse, and she looked at him in surprise. Then she smiled and said again that she was fine and really wasn't upset about anything. However, Rin didn't understand why the princess kept saying that. The heroine smiled and replied that it was all because she liked him. Those words hit the Duke hard. He had heard them before, of course, but this time, cracks began to form in his icy heart. Through the shattered ice, emotions he once thought impossible began to seep in. Perhaps this was his first spring. A few days later, the terrorist attack at the Alliance Ball was mostly resolved, and things with Duke Adler were settled for the time being. As soon as the Imperial Library reopened after being closed due to the incident, Charlotte threw herself into a new investigation. While flipping through another book, the girl accidentally cut herself, but the wound healed almost instantly. That was definitely a healing ability. This power not only healed her, but also the injured Duke Killian, which meant it was definitely magic. And now, she was holding a magic stone. It was said that the magic stones had been depleted, and all the mages had slowly disappeared along with them. Immature magic stones emit a golden glow, and drawing power from them grants flawed abilities. The power our heroine discovered was accidental and incomplete. If only Charlotte had gotten attack magic, she could have protected herself from that serial killer. Suddenly, the librarian approached Her Highness and asked if everything was all right. The heroine answered absent-mindedly that it was just that the book she was reading was too difficult. Clark had been a librarian for 15 years and never thought he would see Princess Charlotte so often. He noticed that Her Highness was very interested in magic, and he happened to be writing a paper on magic stones. Charlotte decided to ask the librarian if he knew the reason why mages and magic stones had disappeared. It turned out that in the past, every country had overmined those stones, causing them to disappear completely. While so in extremely rare cases, if a magic stone chose someone, that person could absorb its power. So basically, the heroine was chosen. The princess wanted to know what would happen to a mage if another magic stone appeared in the Empire. Clark thought for a moment, then said it would cause chaos. People would either want to get rid of them or use them as weapons. Charlotte asked, what if it was just a healing talent? The librarian said that was the most difficult of all abilities to obtain. It was said that such a person had received a god's blessing. Just then, the doorbell rang, meaning another customer had entered the library. Clark immediately stopped his story. He happily greeted Mrs. Adler, almost skipping over to her. The heroine glanced at the woman who was smiling kindly at her. She immediately greeted Princess Charlotte. Our heroine returned the greeting. Mrs. Adler had heard that Her Highness had been visiting the library often recently, which the heroine confirmed. The lady explained that whenever the Empress wanted to see her, she would use the library after getting permission. She loved to read, and Clark always picked out great books for her. Our heroine guessed that Mrs. Adler and Her Majesty the Empress were very close, which the lady confirmed. She wasn't from a prestigious family, but the Empress had always been very kind to her. Then, Mrs. Adler bid the princess farewell and left the library. Clark said in awe that she was a very humble and incredibly beautiful lady. She came to the library often and was always very kind to him. So the heroine deduced that Mr. Adler visited the Empress far too frequently, and Charlotte was starting to really hate it. Last time, the princess had chosen the date spot, but today, the place they were going was chosen by the Duke. The letter she received clearly stated the date and time. Our heroine would finally get to see her number one suspect again. Before she knew it, the day of the date arrived. As soon as Charlotte stepped out of her palace, she was blinded by a dazzlingly bright light. Now, in addition to the crystal swan statue, there was a huge lion statue in the courtyard made entirely of yellow sapphires. Seeing Her Highness's expression, Martha blurted out that these were no ordinary sculptures. The crystal swan was worth 1 billion gold coins, while the yellow sapphire lion was worth 2 billion. Duke Adler had sent this insane lion as if to compete with Duke Killian's crystal swan. Charlotte wondered just how much damn money the ducal family had. On top of that, he had sent 20 dresses from Emmers, saying he didn't want me to worry about what happened at the ball. The Duke felt too guilty about everything his bride-to-be had gone through. But maybe John was right, and that terrorist attack really was related to Duke Adler. After the incident, Ren obtained all the mining rights in the Duchy of Demios, the territory that Derek used to own. I bet even the yellow sapphires on this lion came from Linderman's territory. Charlotte's thoughts were interrupted by a man's voice. Duke Adler was standing there, bowing to greet her. The heroine walked up to the guy and told him he really didn't have to send such a gift. Rinda said that these were special yellow sapphires, just like her eyes, and completely different from that kid's crystal. For a moment, Charlotte didn't know how to process all of this. Ren held out his hand to the princess, telling her they were going to a special place he had prepared for her. Today, she took his arm. Ren froze, feeling a strange current run through his entire body. He immediately blushed and subconsciously took a step back, trying to avoid her eyes, which surprised Charlotte. She asked in confusion if he was unwell, but Ren immediately said not at all. So the heroine grabbed his arm again, this time more firmly than before. Ren didn't pull away this time, but his behavior today certainly set off alarm bells for Charlotte. It was as if Duke Adler was hiding something. First, the protagonist headed to the greenhouse, where various rare plants and animals were on display. Ren had booked the entire venue for the day, so they could be alone without any disturbances and look at everything closely. Charlotte gushed about how wonderful it was, even though she felt like she was about to die of heat. He could have at least given a heads up before going to greenhouse. I mean, who schedules a date in a place like this? The heroine plopped down on the nearest bench and told the Duke she needed a break. But Ren didn't feel hot at all, even when basking in the sun. Meanwhile, the heroine's body was starting to feel hot, and upon hearing this, Duke Adler's face turned bright red once again. He immediately concluded that it was a good thing it was just the two of them here. This guy always managed to surprise Charlotte, but despite that, she decided to tie her hair into a ponytail to cool down. And just like that, he got a clear view of her slender nape. Duke Adler, of course, saw it too, and his face immediately turned even redder. They were finally alone in a quiet place after so long, but Charlotte was too exhausted to conduct an investigation, even if that was exactly what the Duke wanted. After the greenhouse date, they headed to the most popular restaurant in the entire empire. Duke Adler mentioned that you had to book a table here 3 months in advance. As soon as they sat down, a waitress brought over a special salad made with seasonal fruits. It was specially ordered by the Duke. Charlotte thanked the waitress, even though she had completely lost her appetite in that greenhouse. But it would be too awkward not to eat with Duke Adler staring at her like that. Since it was such a famous restaurant, she figured it must taste pretty good. The moment Charlotte took a bite of the salad, Duke Adler asked in an extremely serious tone what she thought of the taste. With a big smile on her face, she said it was delicious. Suddenly, the heroine realized the guy hadn't touched his food at all. A terrible thought rushed into her mind. This dish must be poisoned. At that realization, she dropped her fork. Charlotte had completely overlooked the fact that poisoning was the serial killer's signature method. A sharp pain shot through her chest, and her body grew weaker by the second. The heroine knew very well that it wasn't her turn to die yet, but Duke Adler had somehow managed to kill her anyway. When the heroine slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a bright light, and then she realized she was in a room she didn't recognize. Duke Adler was sitting nearby, his face a mixture of concern and immense relief. But to Charlotte right now, he looked like a demon with an angel's face, ready to finish her off. The princess sat up and asked what happened, and the guy explained that they were at the hospital. She had fainted during lunch because she was allergic to peaches, and there were peaches in the salad dressing. Someone had told her and she almost died, and it was a miracle she woke up. The guy was blaming himself, saying that as her fiancé, he should have known about her allergies. The heroine was surprised by this statement, deducing that he hadn't been trying to kill her. A warm energy surged through her body, which probably meant the healing power Charlotte had gained from the magic stone had activated. The heroine told the Duke it wasn't his fault, since she had never mentioned her allergy. But Rin added that on top of that, she was also severely dehydrated. He just wanted to show her some foreign trees and take her to this restaurant famous for its seasonal dishes. Rin wanted to plan the perfect date, but everything he arranged went wrong. Right now, he looked like a puppy that had been caught in the rain. The heroine found this rather amusing. When Princess Charlotte suddenly asked him why he was so obsessed with a perfect date, Rin was taken aback and completely flustered. He looked down and answered softly that it was just because she liked him so much. The heroine burst out laughing. She didn't understand the connection between her liking the Duke and him trying to plan the perfect date. Rin explained that he just didn't want to be indebted to her and decided to do something cool to repay the princess's feelings. It was then that Charlotte realized she was the one who had cheered the Duke up. When she explained that repaying meant paying back in a similar way, the guy's face turned red. The Duke was stunned. Did she enjoy being stuck in a hospital because of him? Charlotte just nodded, saying it was because he looked super cute right now. Even though her entire plan to study the Duke and his ideal date had been ruined. For some reason, the heroine felt that it wasn't a big deal that the plan was ruined. A few days later, Charlotte was starting to feel incredibly bored, until a maid burst into the room with a letter. Martha ran in, out of breath, to tell the princess that her tea party invitation had finally arrived, but most importantly, the letter was from Lady Taylor. Being invited to her tea party meant you were officially in the upper echelons of the Empire's high society. The Emperor's sister had mentioned it at the Alliance Ball, and she had really sent an invitation. The heroine was so upset by the terrorist attack that she doubted she could keep her composure. Lady Taylor's tea parties were always held in a room in the Imperial Palace. As soon as Princess Charlotte walked in, Lady Taylor was there to greet her. The lady felt sorry for not inviting her niece to this kind of gathering sooner. Charlotte looked around and saw that all these ladies were important figures in high society. Miss Blair suddenly greeted the heroine. She had been waiting for Charlotte to show up. The girl admitted she was a little nervous. Princess Camilla and the Earl's daughter, Victoria, were also at the tea party. Lady Taylor felt that Princess Charlotte must have suffered a lot at that matchmaking ball. Thanks to Her Highness, we're now able to enjoy this tea party. The ladies immediately started fawning over Charlotte, saying how the dress really suited her. It was ridiculous because this was the same group of people who hadn't said a word to her at Miss Mostyn's debutante ball. Charlotte replied nonchalantly that she used to wear plain dresses, so she didn't attract any attention. The ladies laughed, clearly remembering how Charlotte used to dress. Lady Taylor smiled and asked if Princess Camilla was doing all right. The girl replied with a bright smile that she was fine. Her aunt asked how the perfume business was going, and Camilla explained that the business had failed. Lady Taylor mentioned that Blair and Charlotte were close, and the blonde girl nodded in agreement. After all, it was thanks to the princess's advice that she had learned to check if a business idea was risky. The heroine had thought Duke Adler's sister was just a simple girl, but she was fighting her own battles at this tea party too. Lady Taylor suggested they stop talking about business. The current empress had asked her to start thinking about a suitable partner for Duke Killian. The imperial family and the ducal family had been on good terms for generations, so Her Majesty was very concerned about it. When it came to Duke Killian, there were sure to be noble ladies throwing themselves at him. Camilla suddenly nominated Victoria, saying she was perfect and exactly the Duke's type. Because her family, the Abigail family, had always been very supportive of the imperial family. The lady mentioned that her father was at the palace today, discussing supporting the army with weapons with His Majesty. Lady Taylor mused that she hadn't heard of any marriage proposals from the Abigail family recently. Camilla revealed that, actually, the Abigail and Adler families had exchanged marriage proposals not long ago, because their families had always been very close. The heroine froze, caught off guard by this news. Lady Taylor pondered these words, thinking that's probably how things would have turned out. But Victoria said regretfully that some big shots had already messed things up. The lady came to her senses and asked if it was upsetting for Princess Charlotte to hear this. The protagonist replied, kindly with a even though she was certain Victoria was just teasing her. Then, the lady revealed that Duke Adler hadn't considered matters of the heart for a long time, but he had said in the past that if he were to marry, it would only be her. Camilla also confirmed this, and the protagonist began to wonder if this was the truth or an outright lie. Charlotte was completely lost, because that damn Adler had clearly said he didn't have a sweetheart. No way. The protagonist couldn't believe that the type he'd liked all along was the sexy bombshell type. Camilla asked her sister if she was upset after hearing that Duke Adler liked Miss Victoria, but her engagement was only set because of their father, the Emperor's command. The protagonist stood up and said she was going to the restroom, as the princess needed to fix her dress. Looking at herself in the mirror, Charlotte thought that of course Duke Adler would like someone like Miss Victoria, but for some reason, the thought made her furious. Just then, Victoria walked into the restroom. She smiled in a friendly manner and looked at Princess Charlotte with great interest, but she didn't say a word. The protagonist couldn't figure out what was going on. She tossed out, "I have to go," and turned to leave. She headed for the exit, but froze in place when she heard a loud slap. Miss Victoria had actually slapped herself, and now her cheek was bright red. The protagonist was completely stunned and asked what the hell she was doing, but Victoria said nothing and slapped herself again, leaving our heroine even more confused and bewildered. Then, the lady slapped herself again. After that, she grabbed her perfume bottle and smashed it on the floor, shattering it to pieces. Then she collapsed to the floor and started screaming desperately, while Charlotte had no idea what was happening. She tried to ask Victoria what she was doing, but the lady just yelled that she was in great pain. Just then, a maid walked into the restroom, saw everything, and completely misunderstood. Next, Princess Camilla rushed into the restroom in a panic, asking what on earth had happened. Victoria, her voice trembling, began to explain that Princess Charlotte had flown into a rage at her. But only the protagonist knew that this woman had hit herself right in front of her. Meanwhile, the lady asked what she had done to make Her Highness treat her this way. Madame Taylor entered the room and asked, "What in the world is going on here?" Victoria explained that the princess didn't like what she had said, so she flew into a rage upon seeing her. Camilla questioned her sister, asking if she did this because she found out Duke Adler was interested in Miss Victoria. Camilla's confident voice was extremely persuasive, making this insane situation start to seem like the truth. The ladies began to gossip, saying there were even recent articles claiming Princess Charlotte wasn't Adler's type. Just then, His Majesty and Duke Adler walked into the room together. The moment Earl Abigail saw Princess Charlotte in the crowd, his face stiffened. The protagonist never expected to see him here. At this moment, her father rushed to his daughter Victoria like a rocket, and he demanded to know if Princess Charlotte had done this. The Emperor was stunned upon hearing this. His brow furrowed, and he ordered Charlotte to explain immediately. Camilla decided to interject, saying that Charlotte had simply overheard a rumor that Adler was going to marry Miss Victoria which made her fly into a rage, unable to control her jealousy. Duke Adler cut in to remind Princess Camilla that His Majesty had asked Princess Charlotte. He was stunned when Princess Camilla revealed he was supposedly planning to marry Miss Victoria. Duke Adler didn't object to this, which, to the protagonist, meant those words were true. The Duke pointed out that Princess Charlotte hadn't spoken yet, so they should let her explain. Christina asked her if Victoria was already on the floor when she came in, and Charlotte nodded. They decided not to listen to the princess's explanation, as there were numerous witnesses and evidence. The head of the Abigail family announced he would file a formal complaint, as he could not tolerate the disrespectful treatment his daughter had received. The Earl intended to take this matter to court. He reminded His Majesty that their family had aided the imperial family with weapons worth 10 billion gold coins. The Emperor ordered his daughter to answer at once. When one party makes an accusation and the other must refute it with evidence, it's much easier to prove the crime. Now all the evidence pointed to Charlotte, and coupled with the reputation of this body's original owner, she was doomed. But the princess had long since discovered that Miss Victoria was not a very bright person. I mean, she couldn't even stage a proper public scene. When Princess Charlotte turned to her with a sly smile, Miss Victoria flinched. The protagonist acted quickly, walking straight to the girl and asking if she was really claiming she had hit her. Stopping in front of Victoria, Charlotte raised her hand, ready to strike. Victoria screamed, realizing she was about to get hit. The Emperor and Duke Adler were both stunned, wondering if Princess Charlotte would actually go through with it. But there was no hesitation in the protagonist's eyes. However, her hand stopped without actually hitting the lying wretch. The Earl blocked his daughter and questioned what Princess Charlotte thought she was doing. The Emperor roared, asking what in the world was going on and why she was resorting to violence. Especially now, the protagonist crossed her arms and calmly told Miss Victoria that if she was going to frame her, she should have done a better job. Charlotte asked the lady if she didn't realize that the cheek she claimed was hit and the one that was now swollen weren't the same. If the princess had hit her, it would have been her left cheek. The cheek Victoria was holding was too bad, right? Because both the lady and Princess Charlotte were right-handed. She decided to hit herself and used her right hand without thinking. Earl Abigail sternly asked his daughter if this was true, and Victoria flinched under his harsh tone. Camilla snapped, asking how Charlotte could be sure Victoria was also right-handed. Judging from Camilla's reaction, they were in it together. The heroine explained that if she had been provoked by Victoria's words and slapped her, it would mean she'd use her dominant hand. Charlotte suggested they look at the tea table, where both her and Miss Victoria's tea sets were placed on the right side. A maid confirmed Princess Charlotte's statement. So Victoria did this on purpose to frame the princess, but didn't think it through. Charlotte pointed out that she had said at the Maston Ball that Miss Victoria was a simple-minded fool. Madame Taylor angrily asked Miss Victoria if she dared to lie at her tea party in front of His Majesty. Suddenly, Victoria's loyalty was sparked, and she began to explain that it wasn't like that at all. Perhaps the lady was just afraid of Princess Camilla's wrath. The protagonist reminded everyone that a false accusation is an insult to a member of the imperial family. What Miss Abigail did was not just against Charlotte, but an insult to the entire imperial family. If they follow the Earl's logic, then what Abigail did could be seen as an act of the Earl's family. Imperial law states that insulting the ruling family is a felony. Furthermore, the protagonist knew the imperial family could claim all profits in advance. Charlotte thought to herself, doesn't the Abigail estate have special logging rights for its forests? The Earl and Victoria both fell to their knees and began to beg for Her Highness's forgiveness. But no matter how loyal the Abigail family was, Charlotte now had to file a lawsuit to restore her honor. However, that need would disappear if they showed greater loyalty to the crown. Earl Abigail choked out that his family would do everything possible to support the emperor. In other words, it was what we call a cash settlement. The protagonist turned and winked at the emperor. His Majesty smiled, incredibly proud of his child. He then told the Earl that given their attempt to tarnish the imperial family's honor, they deserved a harsh punishment. But considering his daughter's young age and her past loyalty, they could let it go if Princess Charlotte had no objections. With a trembling voice, Victoria thanked Her Highness The protagonist replied that stupidity shouldn't be treated as a crime. And with that, the awkward tea party came to an end. But Charlotte felt absolutely no sense of victory. If anything, her mood was even worse. Duke Adler, who had been following her, called out to Princess Charlotte. But the girl didn't react at all, so Rin called her name again. As before, the princess didn't even try to stop, clearly not wanting to talk to her fiancé. Rin asked if she was angry about something, to which she replied, "Why would I be angry?" The Duke pointed out she wasn't even looking at him, and Charlotte retorted that this wasn't a date, so she had no reason to look at him. The protagonist stopped dead in her tracks when Duke Adler said he was 9 years old. It happened at Miss Tiffany's 7th birthday party. His father and Earl Abigail had attended the same military academy, and the two families were old friends. At the party, they started talking about marriage, and among the many options, he said he preferred the Abigail family. But back then, Rin was only thinking about what was good for his family because that earldom had mines. Duke Adler now admitted it was just childish nonsense. The protagonist impatiently asked why he was telling her this. The man said he saw the princess's expression when Camilla mentioned Victoria. Charlotte looked like she'd been electrocuted and turned to ask what he meant by that. The protagonist said he must have seen wrong. She was just angry because she was being slandered. Duke Adler decided to clarify that he had never loved Miss Victoria. Charlotte turned away with a sneer and asked who he loved then. The man smiled slyly and said they weren't on a date, so he was under no obligation to answer. The protagonist was speechless. The two of them cleared up the misunderstanding. On the day of Madame Taylor's tea party, the princess and Blair left without saying goodbye, so the blonde girl suggested Her Highness come over to her house for a chat. Martha was thrilled that the princess had received a personal invitation from a girl from a high society family. Charlotte just told the maid she was overreacting, but the reason Martha was so excited was that it was also Duke Adler's residence. The protagonist smiled and said she was very much looking forward to it. Martha was excited because the princess could spend time with him and maybe even meet his stepmother. But Duke Adler said he would be busy that day and his stepmother wouldn't be there. The maid said that was too bad, but honestly, it was the perfect opportunity for the protagonist. In the Empire, it was considered a bit strange for a girl to initiate a visit to a man. But since Charlotte had befriended the suspect's sister, she got a chance to snoop around the house without a warrant. A few days ago, at Duke Adler's residence, Rin said the carpet color was too dark and the decorations looked too old, so they had to be replaced. Alfred immediately appeared, reminding them they should be dealing with estate management, not this. The Duke asked if selling paintings and statues wasn't part of estate management. Alfred had to agree, but he then noticed the Duke was looking at fabric samples. He asked the Duke to admit he was doing this because Miss Blair had invited Princess Charlotte. Rin coldly told his secretary that he was interfering in the duchy's affairs and Blair's private invitation. Alfred immediately backtracked, saying he had misspoken due to lack of sleep. On the day of Princess Charlotte's arrival, the Adler family residence was renewed and spotless. Duke Adler himself was dressed to the nines. Alfred suggested the Duke just leave it alone since he was so worried, but Rin said he didn't know what he was talking about. He was just making sure the gardeners were doing their jobs properly. That was all. But suddenly, the man's expression changed, and he just stared out the window. An imperial carriage had just pulled up in front of the residence. Alfred didn't even have to look outside to know the princess had arrived. The Duke's expression said it all. Then, Duke Adler's expression changed. He looked angry. The secretary knew at once that the princess had brought some kind of escort. He begged his grace not to make any more bets with people. Blair greeted Her Highness with a brilliant smile on her face. She was so excited about Princess Charlotte's visit that she couldn't even sleep last night. A servant came forward and told them he would show the escort around. The heroine nodded at John, telling him mentally to take the chance to find out as much as he could. Take this opportunity. The man nodded firmly. Duke Adler came out to greet Princess Charlotte. He bowed in respect. The heroine, all smiles, thanked Mr. Adler for the warm welcome. Rin asked, a little nervously, if she had brought an escort. Charlotte said they came with John, and the Duke replied that he might have a separate tour, because his entry into the residence was strictly controlled. Blair snapped at her brother that he still had work to do, but he just said he could not greet the princess. You're my guest today, the blonde girl chirped, linking arms with Charlotte, and we're going to have some fun. Blair led the girl away, and Rin glared after her, clearly annoyed. Upon entering, Charlotte was stunned by the beauty of the residence, especially the murals, which looked brand new. The blonde girl explained that everything had just been redecorated a few days ago, which made Charlotte nervous. Blair admitted she didn't know what was up with her brother, but he had suddenly decided to replace all the old things. But Charlotte knew the stepmother was supposed to manage the house, so why did the Duke decide to change everything right before her arrival? It felt like something a criminal would do before an investigation. Did Duke Adler sense danger from our heroine and see through her plan? Over tea, the girls started gossiping about the recent scandal that got Victoria blacklisted from high society. The protagonist was thrilled because her personal allowance had just increased significantly. Just then, a maid poked her head in to tell Miss Blair that teacher Noraban had arrived. Blair had specifically changed the lesson to tomorrow, but it seemed the teacher got the date wrong, and they couldn't just send him away. Blair asked the princess what to do, as her mother had just recently changed her piano teacher. The protagonist reassured her, saying she could easily wait for a couple of hours. If she got bored, Charlotte planned to take a walk in the garden. Blair gave the princess one last apologetic look and left. The protagonist couldn't contain her excitement. Now she had time alone in the suspect's house to find something, like evidence that the Duke was the culprit, or at least any kind of clue. But as she left the room, she ran into Mr. Adler, who was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Alfred said the Duke couldn't sit still, so he thought he'd bring him here. Wren yelled at his secretary, who immediately made a run for it. This left our heroes alone. The heroine awkwardly explained that Blair had just stepped away for a moment, but the Duke already knew. So as the head of the house, it would be more polite for him to entertain the princess. Charlotte looked at him in surprise when he blurted out that he would keep her company for the time being. Wren sat across from Her Highness, feeling extremely awkward. The heroine said she really liked the mansion, especially since it had just been redecorated. The Duke told her she could decorate the house however she wanted in the future. Charlotte looked at him in surprise, and the Duke added that it would be when they lived together. A maid came in with tea. The Duke's eyes widened when he saw peach slices on the tray. He called out to the maid, telling her to take them away, but the girl was so flustered that she accidentally dropped the entire tray. All the plates, teapot, and cups shattered on the floor. The maid started apologizing, and the protagonist gently said it was no big deal. Charlotte froze when the girl let out a small cry of surprise. Blood was dripping from her finger. Duke Adler, of course, saw it too and froze at the sight of the bright red blood. The girl said fearfully that she was very sorry and would clean up right away. No, the maid wouldn't leave until she cleaned up, but the Duke could have another episode at any moment. The heroine couldn't let that happen, so she yelled sharply, saying how her dress was ruined because of this maid. The frightened maid promised to clean it up right away, but Charlotte just told her to get lost, saying the sight of her was disgusting. The girl ran out of the room in tears. The heroine checked on the Duke. He was breathing heavily. He fainted on the sofa, which caught her off guard. His symptoms were much more severe than she had thought. Just then, the butler knocked on the door, asking if His Grace needed anything. The Duke wanted to hide his condition, so the heroine said she wanted to be alone with him for a while. She started shaking him, begging him to wake up. The protagonist had no idea what to do in this situation. Only one solution came to her mind: to give him CPR. Without hesitation, Charlotte cupped the man's face in her hands. Then she pressed her lips to his, blowing her exhaled carbon dioxide into Lord Adler's lungs. She had to somehow bring him back to consciousness. Suddenly, Charlotte and Wren began to glow with a bright golden light. Her healing powers were awakening, and the Duke's condition should now stabilize. Charlotte pulled back, thinking that would be enough. But then, the man's hand suddenly grabbed her face and pulled her back in. Then, in the blink of an eye, their lips were locked again, this time in a real kiss. Charlotte just stared at the Duke, completely stunned. Her heart was pounding like crazy, and she thought he was just instinctively seeking her healing powers. The protagonist tried to pull away, but he just held her tighter. After some effort, Charlotte finally broke free. She could finally breathe. She called out to the Duke, and he slowly opened his eyes. Wren propped himself up on one elbow and asked the princess what had happened. But the protagonist immediately turned away, and Charlotte said she had to leave, asking the Duke to say goodbye to Blair for her. Then with a bang, the door closed, and she was gone. The Duke just stared at the door, completely bewildered. The heroine was depressed that her first kiss was gone just like that. John asked if anything bad had happened at the estate, but the princess said no. The man told her that while waiting, he had checked the garden and the exterior of the house for any evidence, but found nothing. The heroine froze when she saw the bag. She asked John where he got it, and he said he found it in the garden of the Duke's estate. The dark-haired man froze when the princess said she had seen that bag before. It looked like the sugar bag the terrorists had brought to the union negotiation site. The butler asked Lady Adler how her trip was, and she said not to worry about the plague. She asked if the newly planted flowers were growing well, and the butler nodded, saying their color was very similar to the lady's eyes. Lady Adler heard that Princess Charlotte had visited today, which the butler confirmed before telling her about the incident with the maid. The princess had really yelled at her, kicked her out of the room, and forbade anyone from entering. The butler thought the Duke would have calmed her down, but he didn't say a word. Just as he was about to express his concern about the princess becoming the Duchess, Lady Adler stopped him. "We can't jump to conclusions so quickly. We don't know what the princess has been through. Blair listens to her well, so there's really nothing to worry about." The next day, the princess took Martha and John out into nature for a relaxing day. The man wasn't sure if he belonged in this all-girls group, but as their bodyguard, he had to be there. After getting the Emperor's consent, they embarked on a short trip for a few days. The plan was to have a picnic in a tranquil lakeside forest and then spend the night at a nearby royal residence. Afterward, they would visit the market in a local village and spend time with the common people. They soon arrived at the lake, and John said he would go get something to sit on and be right back. Just then, Martha suddenly realized she had forgotten the cups. She asked the princess to wait a moment and ran back to their lodgings to get them. The heroine said it was fine even if they were missing something, but the maid had already run off. Gazing at the sparkling lake, Charlotte began to miss someone. Suddenly, she noticed a dark shadow in the water. The moment the figure emerged from the water, the first thought that crossed her mind was a lake monster. It turned out she was completely wrong, because standing before the princess was none other than Duke Adler. He was almost naked, and the heroine blushed, trying to look away as she flusteredly asked him what he was doing here. Rin explained that he had an estate nearby, so when he was here, he occasionally liked to go for a swim. The princess said she had come here with her servants to relax. Charlotte couldn't believe she had run into the person who gave her the most headaches, and in such a state, no less. The Duke apologized to Her Highness for what had happened before and expressed his gratitude. The heroine told him not to worry about it, but when he said that thanks to their kiss, he had successfully hidden his symptoms from his own servant, she choked on her own saliva. Seeing the girl's reaction, Rin nervously asked if she was all right. Charlotte didn't understand why he was so calm when she had been so nervous she couldn't even sleep well. He hadn't told her anything, yet the princess had handled it as if she were in on it with him. The heroine gave a nervous laugh. Duke Adler told Her Highness that if something similar happened in the future, she should do the exact same thing. Before leaving, Rin asked the girl what her plans were for tomorrow, and she said she wanted to visit the local market. Hearing this, the Duke fell into thought. Then he turned and said he understood. The next day, he appeared at the market dressed to the nines. John and the heroine looked at him in confusion. Rin reminded the princess that they hadn't had a proper date recently, so he was going to tag along. He asked where Charlotte's maid was, and she said that she had received news yesterday that her sister was going into labor, so the princess had quickly put her in a carriage and sent her home. Duke Adler's worries were confirmed. If he hadn't shown up, the princess would have been wandering around with her guard. John curiously asked if the Duke really planned to go out, dressed like that. Rin nodded and asked in confusion what the problem was, and John said it was too over the top. But the Duke had no reason to listen to the black-haired man, so he just told him to focus on protecting his fiancée. The heroine suggested getting some ice cream. The Duke couldn't let a noble lady pay, so he offered to pay for it himself. But that didn't work out. Duke Adler's wallet was missing. "Ah, that's because this guy is dressed too flamboyantly," John said, making him an easy target in a crowd like this. Since the Duke couldn't pay, Charlotte thought she would foot the bill. But Rin disagreed, taking off his watch and shouting to pay with it. Charlotte refused, and John also chimed in that he wouldn't let a lady pay. So in the end, it was John who paid for everyone's ice cream. After they were done looking around, John went to call for the carriage. Charlotte noticed the Duke seemed completely out of it today, so she asked if he regretted coming out. Rin just smiled gently and said he was enjoying himself. The heroine was completely surprised to hear that. Duke Adler noticed a blush creeping up her cheeks. Before the princess got into the carriage, Rin told her he would send his own carriage to take her back to the palace tomorrow, and then Her Highness left. But Rin couldn't shake this strange feeling, especially since from the moment they met, the princess had always shown how much she loved him, but that strange emotion she sometimes revealed was fear. The Duke wondered what Princess Charlotte's true feelings were at this moment. Our girl once again doubted whether Duke Adler was really the villain. Suddenly, John appeared behind her, asking with a warm smile if she was trying to catch a cold again. The heroine smiled and guessed he couldn't sleep either. She decided to tell John she was worried Duke Adler might kill her. Charlotte confessed that she had received a prophecy about a certain serial killer who would be the death of her. Seeing the anger on John's face, she said she had only told him. The black-haired man couldn't guarantee Duke Adler was innocent, but he was certain he would not kill the princess. But the reason for that couldn't be revealed for the time being. Charlotte could only trust his words, as he was the Empire's top investigator. Martha had once told Sir Watson that Her Highness was a good person, but she was a princess. After all, you know. He was supposed to understand what that meant. John suddenly said he was good at reading people and was fully aware of his place. He promised to protect her, even if it meant giving his own life. The heroine gave him a warm smile and said there was no need for that at all. John retorted that if she was going to buy loyalty, she had better know how to accept it properly. This all happened on the way back to the Imperial Palace after the holiday. Duke Adler thanked the princess for letting him escort her back, and Charlotte said she was happy to be riding in such a fine carriage. Ren looked at her seriously and asked if she only liked the comfortable ride. The heroine nodded, adding that the carriage looked great too. She didn't understand why the guy suddenly looked so dejected. Suddenly, the carriage hit a rock. The sudden jolt sent the heroine lurching forward, right into Duke Adler. The coachman, Patrick, immediately shouted for the Duke and the princess to get out of there as quickly as possible. Ren and Charlotte were stunned to hear this. Then there was a loud gunshot. The Duke immediately protected Charlotte's head and told her to get down. The coachman was dead, his bright red blood splattering all over the ornate carriage. Charlotte asked what that was, and Ren explained it was an old-fashioned rifle that would take some time to reload. They needed to use this time to get out of the carriage quickly. The male lead managed to slip out of the carriage quietly. The assassin leader ordered his men to spread out and kill everyone, but to take out the target first. Charlotte didn't know which of the two of them was the target. There were 9 attackers in total, so the Duke drew his own gun and told the princess to stay hidden no matter what. Fortunately, Ren's marksmanship was much better. He stepped out from behind a tree, raised his gun, and aimed, firing several precise shots. The guy took out 3 mercenaries without hesitation. He popped 2 pills into his mouth. The heroine guessed he was taking tranquilizers, trying to endure the smell of blood, but the scent was only getting stronger. Soon, Duke Adler's hands began to tremble. He cursed under his breath, realizing he was out of bullets. Just then, another armed mercenary peeked out from behind a tree, but someone else took him out with a single shot right between the eyes. It was John, arriving just in time. He had managed to get a weapon and rushed to help. The heroine said they were fine. John handed the rifle to the Duke, and Ren suddenly interjected that he might be useful in a pinch. There are 9 mercenaries in total, which meant 1 was still unaccounted for. Duke Adler thought they were after him, so he decided to act as bait while John would take out the assassin in the meantime. Charlotte and the man hid in the bushes, keeping a low profile. In fact, Ren was very nervous, wondering why the mercenary hadn't appeared yet. Just then, the heroine heard a rustling sound behind her. The last mercenary emerged from behind, but by the time Charlotte spotted him, it was too late to do anything. At the last second, John leaped in front of the princess, taking the attack for her. Time seemed to stand still for Charlotte as John's voice, promising to protect her with his life, echoed in her mind. He collapsed on top of her, and then her body began to emit a brilliant golden light. Duke Adler fired his gun, hitting the assassin right in the head. Finally, all the killers were dealt with, because Ren couldn't hold on any longer. His vision went black, and he collapsed on the road. The heroine also passed out, lying under John, who was slowly bleeding out beneath her. Just then, another carriage appeared. Duke Killian peeked out and asked what on earth had happened. He looked around and saw armed bodies everywhere. The guy was stunned, completely clueless as to what had just transpired. As it turned out, Charlotte, Duke Adler, and John were rescued by Duke Killian, who happened to be passing by. John was nearly killed by the attacker's sword, but thanks to the heroine's healing abilities, he only suffered a minor wound. And Charlotte had passed out after suddenly using a large amount of her power. But now the heroine was certain that she was the target, because the last attacker had definitely been coming for her. While they were still in the carriage, Duke Killian asked if the princess was all right. The Duke's and John Watson's wounds had been treated, they were not life-threatening, and they had been moved to another carriage. John Watson looked like he had lost a lot of blood and reeked of it, but he had only fainted. James's men cleaned up the scene and collected evidence, which showed the mercenaries had used old-fashioned guns and swords. So tracking them wouldn't be easy. It turned out that Duke Killian was returning to the capital after training his troops when he suddenly heard gunshots from the woods. The heroine sincerely thanked Duke Killian for saving her life today, and he replied that she could just call him James. Of course, it was just a coincidence, but fate itself had led him to save the princess today. Skipping the nonsense, Charlotte wanted to know who was behind this. This wasn't the serial killer's MO. This case was different from the methods they had used so far. It must be someone who hates the heroine very much and has the means to hire a group of assassins. A maid entered the room and told Her Highness that the Emperor wished to see her. His Majesty was glad that Charlotte had returned home safely. Soon, a grand banquet would be held at the palace for her birthday, so the girl could ask for anything, as the Emperor was prepared to give it to her as a gift, such as land, jewelry, or even a share in some business deals. The Emperor couldn't just increase the princess's budget, especially since she was the reason he was still alive. Charlotte only wanted one thing: to catch a serial killer. But the Emperor would surely not do that, so she said she didn't need dresses, jewelry, or any business investments. Instead, she decided to postpone it and tell him what she wanted before her next birthday. The Empress thought it was lucky that the Duke found them, as she believed the threat would only be a direct attack. The Duke shouldn't be visiting the Empress so often. James decided to ask if Her Highness was the target of the attack. Did the Empress orchestrate this attack because she still holds a grudge against Her Highness? Prince Frederick. This trash talk infuriated her, and she began to shout, asking if the Duke was really accusing her of crime. The Duke's words could be seen as an insult to a member of the royal family. But James was sure the Empress had orchestrated everything, and he had just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her Majesty pointed out that the Duke seemed to have become obsessed with Charlotte lately, as if he had completely lost his mind. When the woman sneered and asked who had even noticed that little bitch, James slammed his fist on the table. The Empress froze, completely taken aback by Duke Killian's reaction. The guy told Her Majesty to watch her words, no matter who she was insulting. Martha, the princess's personal maid, had been with her constantly, but the day before the attack, she was suddenly sent to her cousin's place. The naive maid happily told her cousin Stanford, a prison guard, about her vacation with the princess, never suspecting that he was actually working for the Empress. The Empress just said, I can't accuse her without concrete evidence. I replied, does Her Majesty really think I wouldn't recognize them? Das Men. 20 years ago, before Countess Abigail acquired the rights to arms production, the Marquis of Dost was involved in it. The first rifle I ever held was made by his company, and that's the kind of gun the attackers used. But I can't accuse a man who has been so good to me, can I? So the Empress asked, Duke, what is it that you want from me? As I expected, Your Majesty is quick on the uptake. So I asked if she would be willing to cooperate with me in the future. The Empress wanted to know what I was planning, and I just said mysteriously that she would find out later. So she had better cooperate with me unconditionally, even if she doesn't want to. Time passed, and the day of Princess Charlotte's birthday banquet finally arrived. Martha looked at the gorgeously dressed princess, unable to hide her excitement. Duke Adler arrived at the palace a full 15 minutes early. The heroine hurried out to greet him. Rin turned around and froze when he saw Princess Charlotte in her finery, and he immediately started to blush. He walked up to Her Highness and complimented her on her beauty for her birthday. The heroine burst out laughing. She asked if the Duke had slept well, and Rin awkwardly admitted he hadn't, finally wishing her a happy birthday. Charlotte thanked him and asked him to take good care of her tonight. Soon, Her Highness Princess Charlotte and Duke Adler arrived at the banquet. Just then, another person appeared. Birthday wishes for the princess poured in. Princess Charlotte had personally invited every single noble. The entire social circle now revolved around Charlotte. Of course, there were some who weren't invited, like the Marquis of Dost, Viscount Whitaker, and Her Highness Camilla. They too had to change their attitudes just to fit into the circle. Finally, It was Duke Irenaeus of Adler's turn to present his gift. Rin was about to explain what he had prepared for Princess Charlotte, but he was suddenly interrupted. An announcement rang out for the arrival of their majesties, the Emperor and Empress, and with them was Duke Killian. The heroine was completely dumbfounded. "What are you doing here?" She definitely hadn't invited him and felt extremely awkward around him. The ladies shrieked, completely captivated by the Duke's handsome appearance. Charlotte expressed her gratitude for being able to hold her birthday banquet at the palace. The Emperor praised his daughter, saying she had done an excellent job with all the preparations. He wondered if his presence, even for a short while, would ruin the banquet. The head of the empire just wanted to congratulate his daughter and then leave. The high society of the empire couldn't be absent from this special banquet. Duke Killian had come to greet the Emperor and had brought James along. Her Majesty the Empress had given the black-haired man a chance, and he was deeply grateful for it. The heroine knew she couldn't argue. The Empress reminded everyone that Duke Killian had prepared a special gift for Her Highness Charlotte. The heroine guessed the Empress was doing this on purpose. As far as James knew, the princess's carriage had recently been damaged in an accident, so she was using a temporary one. So Duke Killian had prepared a new one as a gift, choosing the exact same type of carriage used by his own family. The heroine thanked him for such a thoughtful gift. The Empress reminded His Majesty that they were still delaying the start of the first dance, except that the Emperor needed to discuss something with Duke Adler first. This meant Rin couldn't object, even though he very much wanted to. So in the end, Duke Adler had to leave Princess Charlotte's side. Duke Killian walked straight up to the heroine and asked her for a dance. But Charlotte politely refused him, as Duke Adler was supposed to be her partner. But James pointed out that if the star of the ball didn't dance, no one else would, and the music was about to reach its climax. The heroine was at a loss for words, so she agreed to just one dance. The heroes began to twirl on the dance floor. Duke Killian led confidently, smiling down at Princess Charlotte. Since everyone was dancing now, the heroine suggested they stop, but James replied that the music wasn't over yet. Charlotte reminded Duke Killian that she already had a partner, but the guy reminded her that they had agreed to be on a first-name basis when they met earlier, Charlotte. Not understanding why the Duke kept talking like this, but the guy corrected her, telling her to just call him James. That's what the princess should call him. The heroine asked James to stop, but he just pulled her closer and asked if she really didn't understand. He was doing this for a reason. You know, suddenly, someone grabbed James's hand, the one that had just been caressing the heroine's face. Duke Adler furiously snarled at him. Did he want to get the hell away from his woman? This was the first time anyone had ever interrupted Duke Killian on the dance floor. But Rin didn't think kicking a guy out of his spot was anything special when Princess Charlotte belonged to him. Adler mentioned the engagement, but Rin just sneered, saying that imperial law allowed for breaking engagements made before God. Duke Adler informed His Grace that he was interfering with his marriage. Now, Rin wasn't about to ignore the many gazes directed at him. The heroine suddenly spoke up, telling him she wanted him to leave now, and then she called out James's name. A triumphant smirk appeared on the black-haired man's face. Then Duke Killian headed for the exit, saying as he left that he was glad to have spent this time with the princess. Charlotte tried to explain to the Duke that she had danced with Duke Killian so that everyone else would start dancing too. Suddenly, Rin bluntly asked the princess to dance with him. He grabbed the girl's hand and told her to call him by his first name. The blonde man wanted the princess to call him Rin, because he was the kind of man who needed to be sure of his woman, not feel like she smelled of some other bastard, or else he'd want to kill them. The heroine froze in fear, telling the Duke he was crazy. However, now Duke Adler was certain that Princess Charlotte was driving him crazy. And just like that, the song ended, but Duke Adler was completely frozen, unable to move. The Emperor called out to Charlotte, saying he had to leave because his presence was starting to make others uncomfortable. The princess asked how that could be, and His Majesty told her it was nice to hear that. As soon as the Emperor left, the heroine noticed that Duke Adler was gone. The first thing she did was go check the terrace, and sure enough, Duke Adler was there with a whole bottle of wine. He turned around and gave the princess a very sad look. The heroine's face was filled with surprise. She never thought Duke Adler could finish a whole bottle of such expensive wine, because Charlotte knew the guy had never been this drunk before. I mean, he was her partner, so why did he ditch the heroine again and disappear? In any case, it was almost a crime for the Duke to ditch her at a banquet, so Charlotte was going to fine him for it. The guy suddenly asked why she didn't call him Rin. The heroine was completely dumbfounded, as she hadn't expected this at all. The princess herself had called that bastard James, but for some reason, she kept calling him Duke. Giving up, Charlotte replied that she would call him by his first name from now on. She tried to say it, but she was too shy and just couldn't get the words out. Rin pointed out that she hadn't even accepted his gift, yet she thanked that idiot for the carriage. But Charlotte had only done so because the gift was presented in public. Faced with the heroine, Duke Adler was probably at a loss. The heroine asked the Duke what gift he had prepared, and he replied that it was related to cake. Charlotte guessed he had made a huge cake, but she was wrong, because the Duke, seeing the princess's sweet tooth, actually planned to give her an entire bakery. The heroine admitted it was the most unforgettable gift she had ever received in her life. When Charlotte thanked him and called him by his name, he was stunned. He gently took the princess's hand and placed it over his heart. When he told her that his heart would race just thinking about her, especially when the princess touched him, the heroine froze for a moment. Soren finally understood the meaning of it all, whether it was wandering outside the princess's palace late at night or just passing by the royal library. He was always thinking of her. Rin mustered all his courage and confessed his love to Charlotte. The heroine's heart began to beat wildly, her emotions completely out of control. This was not part of the plan at all. She could no longer pretend to be in love and continue the act, so she abruptly pulled her hand back and pushed the Duke away. Then she rushed towards the exit, trying to hide her panic and escape the awkward scene. Suddenly, Duke Adler found himself left all alone. The heroine sat in her room, realizing she hadn't thought things through. According to the original story's plot, she was supposed to accept Duke Adler's confession and be happy to get to know him better. But Charlotte had no intention of taking advantage of the man's feelings. Since they were already engaged, it didn't really matter whether she accepted or rejected his confession. However, things could get awkward now, and the princess wouldn't be able to conduct any investigation before being killed. She needed to go see him and pretend nothing had happened. Alfred couldn't understand why His Grace the Duke would deny everything. He suggested his master just admit it. They were talking about the Duke's and the princess's romance, but Rin wouldn't admit it no matter what. The secretary said that dating is a natural part of a relationship, which goes without saying. Now Alfred was inclined to think that His Grace was already head over heels for the princess, but was just too dense to realize it himself. So he had to admit it right away and show her his feelings before someone else snatched the princess away. But now Rin was unresponsive, just sitting alone on the bed in his room. He blamed himself for messing things up. Tomorrow was the night festival for the princess's birthday, and he had already promised to go with her. But what if she got angry the moment she saw her run and turned her back on him? The mere thought was terrifying enough, but the Duke still couldn't wait to see her. Our protagonists met again, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Although only a day had passed, Charlotte decided to ask him how he had been. Considering their initial relationship setup, the heroine didn't know if she should pretend nothing had happened. Rin told Her Highness that he had missed her. Of course, this was exactly what the princess was most afraid of hearing. She shouldn't develop feelings for a suspect, but being alone with him in this situation was hard to resist. The heroine smiled and thanked the Duke for accompanying her here, as she had always wanted to visit this place. It was her first time at a night market, after all. The man took her hand, saying it was his first time here too. The smell of street vendors selling fresh produce and cheap street food surrounded our protagonists, but Duke Adler didn't even notice, as Princess Charlotte's radiance outshone everything. The girl wanted to buy something to eat, and the man gently replied that of course she could. A small child was in line in front of them. The boy asked for a yellow cotton candy, but then he started hesitating, torn between white or blue, which made Duke Adler start to feel impatient. Suddenly, the child turned around and shouted to run, calling him uncle. The heroine snickered on the side as the boy asked him what color he would buy. Duke Adler awkwardly replied, pink. The little one said that color didn't suit him at all and finally decided to buy the blue cotton candy. And our protagonists ended up buying pink cotton candy, and the heroine even made Duke Adler try a bite. He refused, but Charlotte insisted that it would be a shame to come to the night market and not eat this. The heroine stuffed a small piece of cotton candy into Ren's mouth. Charlotte licked her fingers and asked, "Isn't it amazing?" The man blushed and said, "How cute." Suddenly, the heroine spotted something fun and shouted to Ren, "Hey, look at this." It was a stall selling toys and headbands. The princess picked up one of the headbands. The heroine admitted sadly, "I thought you could only find these at amusement parks." She whipped around to face Duke Adler with a mysterious smile. Ren took a step back and asked suspiciously, "Wait, you're not thinking of putting that on my head, are you?" Charlotte started to plead, but the Duke refused, saying his reputation and honor were at stake. The heroine promised, "I'll wear one too." But Duke Adler argued it would only be fair if neither of them wore the things. After a while, the heroine finally convinced Ren, though he was extremely embarrassed. Ren suggested the princess go on ahead if she decided where to go next, but the heroine told him to just call her Charlotte. Suddenly, a shop owner started yelling at a small child who had apparently dared to steal from his shop. The child, whom the heroine recognized, replied that he hadn't stolen anything. It turned out the boy had just forgotten about the headband on his head, but he could totally pay for it. He had cash. But the shop owner pointed to a sign saying that if an item was stolen, one must pay 200 times the price. In other words, the child had to come up with 2 million gold coins as compensation. Charlotte knew this compensation policy was complete nonsense, and the child probably didn't even mean to steal. The shop owner roughly snatched the money pouch from the child's hand. The child fell to the ground, and the shop owner saw that the little thief only had 100,000 gold coins. Just then, the heroine decided to intervene. The shop owner looked at them with a very suspicious gaze and asked if they were the child's parents. Ren wanted to say that wasn't the case at all, but Charlotte confidently announced that he was their child. She turned to the Duke, called him darling, and asked if he agreed. The blond man started to blush, his face a picture of confusion. Since their child had tried to steal from the shop, the owner demanded the parents pay the 2 million immediately. Charlotte began to explain that if the child had wanted to steal, he would have hidden it and left, but instead, he was walking around wearing the headband. Then the vendor started making threats, saying his friend was a big shot in the investigation department. He said if they didn't produce 2 million gold coins immediately, the child would go straight to jail. The boy screamed in fear, saying he didn't mean to steal, and begged for forgiveness. Charlotte asked the guy which law stated they had to pay that kind of compensation. But the guy just said it was his shop's rule, adding that it was shameful for parents to defend an act of theft like this. The thing is, our heroine knew that compensation for simple theft shouldn't exceed twice the loss. Even so, the guy kept demanding a huge sum of money and even pushed the child. Basically, he was making money by attacking and threatening others, which meant it was extortion. Most importantly, the shop owner had already extorted money from many others. The guy yelled that he was going to call his friend in the investigation department right away, and they would all regret it. The heroine asked how old the child was and learned he was 10. The princess blurted out that her child was only 10 years old. Imperial law states that a 10-year-old child cannot be sent to prison, as they are considered a juvenile offender. Even if this guy reported him to the police, it would be a complete waste of time. Furthermore, this merchant could also be convicted of extortion. Charlotte was quite sure the guy knew the ins and outs, but was still scamming these poor, unfortunate souls. The people who shopped in these places were all fools who knew nothing about the law. The heroine told the seller to get ready, to be investigated. She supported the child and wondered about the people who had already paid. The guy knew he couldn't push his luck any further. He muttered a curse under his breath and let them go. The heroine apologized to Duke Adler for distracting him again. She explained that when she sees things like that, she can't help but want to intervene. Charlotte was surprised when he replied that this was exactly what he liked about her. Ren's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment again. He reminded Her Highness that the fireworks show was about to start soon. After a moment, Ren suddenly took off his headband and said that according to Alfred, this was the best place to watch the fireworks. He said the entire show could be seen clearly from this tower. This clock tower used to belong to Marquis Leon Box, but Duke Adler bought it. The heroine asked in confusion why he needed a tower, and Ren calmly replied that it was obviously for watching fireworks. He helped the princess up the steps. It was about to start. The view from here was magnificent, overlooking the entire city and the festival below. The heroine was stunned. The view was even better than she had imagined. She smiled brightly, thanking Duke Adler for bringing her to such a beautiful place. The man smiled back, happy that the princess was having a good time. The first fireworks shot into the sky, and once it bloomed, the sky became so colorful that one couldn't look away. The heroine remembered going to an amusement park with her parents as a child, when they also watched fireworks fireworks together. "So, Your Highness," Duke Adler asked, "what has you so captivated?" The heroine replied, "This fireworks show is just stunning." He asked, "Is this really your first time seeing it?" She said, "I saw it when I was a child. I never thought I'd be able to see it again after that," she added with a slight smile on her face. Charlotte thanked the Duke. "Thank you for letting me witness something so beautiful again." The blonde man asked in a hurt tone, "Why are you calling me Duke again?" The heroine smiled even more brightly and said, "Thank you, Ren." Perhaps it was because they were about to become family, but the fireworks were the last thing on his mind. With her by his side, Ren leaned in and confessed, "I want to spend every moment like this with you." His lips slowly began to draw closer. Realizing what was about to happen, she whipped her head around, and the pair of bunny ears hit the Duke right in the face. But Ren just smiled. "That headband is cute, but it's a bit in the way right now." The man said bluntly that he wanted to kiss her, but if Charlotte said no, he wouldn't force her. This was her only chance to get away from him, or it would be too late. Charlotte's eyes sparkled, but she made no move to leave. Duke Adler couldn't imagine not throwing himself into that brilliant flame. Now Charlotte had reached the point of no return. She closed her eyes, and Ren moved in very slowly. Then their lips met, and a jolt of electricity ran through them both, as if the whole world had disappeared, leaving only them. The child said they ended up eating pink cotton candy. Then they bought bunny and bear ear headbands, and then went to see the fireworks. The cloaked man realized it was a mistake to send the child to spy on the two of them to avoid suspicion. But then the child blurted out that the girl was simply an angel. The stranger asked what that meant, and the child said he had recently fallen and gotten hurt. And then the girl touched him, and the wound disappeared, and it didn't hurt anymore. The cloaked man decided to ask which one of the two it was. The child said excitedly that it was the girl with pink hair, that she was super pretty, kind, and smart. She must be a real angel. The stranger patted the child's head and told him there are no angels in this world, only magic users. Once again, the heroine was punching her bed, blaming herself for going crazy last night. But she finally accepted it because it was high time she faced reality. She did have feelings for Duke Run, but the deeper she dug, the more big shots appeared and the more she suspected Ren. Even so, she decided to trust him just as he trusted her. The relationship, which started as a pretense for an investigation, had now become real. Just as Charlotte thought, it might look like love at first sight, but that wasn't the case. Martha burst into the room, reminding the princess that she had a full schedule today and had to get ready for the hunting festival. It turned out Duke Adler couldn't make it. He had urgent business. Ren told Charlotte that he had signed up for the event to appease the public, but he was too swamped to attend. He knew the princess would be bored to death at the festival without him, but still asked her to hang in there. Martha bowed and wished the princess a pleasant journey. On the way, John said the first victim was Countess Mostyn's governess, the case they were already investigating. The amount of debt was huge, and the governess's salary was not even a drop in the bucket. Charlotte thought this might be the motive. Otherwise, why poison a killer? Seeing the look on John's face, the princess explained that she had started reading an article the victim wrote in the library. The first victim was researching peaches at the Imperial Academy, and the amygdalin in the pits breaks down into cyanide. So, the killer most likely murdered the first victim to bury the evidence. According to the victim's profile, she wasn't close to anyone, but she went into town out of character that day and was then killed. So she supplied poison to a serial killer, and after she completed her task, they killed her to cover their tracks. It's times like these you wish for surveillance cameras, because it's hard to investigate with only circumstantial evidence. But this made the situation clearer. Soon, our heroine arrived at the hunting festival. Blair's face lit up as soon as she saw Princess Charlotte. In her eyes, the princess truly looked like an angel. The blonde girl shyly explained that her brother had left early this morning on urgent business, and he had failed to attend last year as well. Charlotte laughed and joked that she probably wouldn't even see a rabbit today. In this annual event, men would present their prey to a lady, and if she had the most, she would become the queen of the festival. The winner of the competition could ask for anything from the emperor. The winner's wish was the highlight of this hunting festival, which was why everyone was so excited. But Charlotte just planned to look around and go back. The hunting festival wasn't her thing. Suddenly, she spotted Duke Killian in the crowd. Charlotte muttered a curse under her breath. When their eyes met, James greeted the princess, while she coldly wished him good luck in today's hunt. He mentioned it was his first time at this festival, but the princess couldn't care less. James had never liked killing before, but today he would give it his all. It was a shame Duke Adler couldn't make it. Killian was looking forward to competing against him. Charlotte snapped, asking if he really needed to go against Duke Adler. To this, the dark-haired man just gave a contemptuous smile. He tossed his rifle aside, saying he didn't need to compete with Duke Adler. The rifle flew straight into John's chest. James asked what the dark-haired man thought of this, as the Duke knew John Watson had a reputation at the military academy, and his skills were quite fascinating. The heroine exclaimed that the Duke couldn't just order her people around like that, to which James replied to Charlotte that she had misunderstood. It was just a suggestion. However, the princess still found it extremely rude. Suddenly, John asked if he could accept his Grace's offer. He added coolly that he couldn't believe the great Duke had proposed a duel with him. James smiled, because a competition is only fun with a rival. John explained to the princess that he had to seize this opportunity. The man smiled and told her not to worry, as he would bring back a huge pile for a barbecue. The heroine warned John not to fall into the Duke's trap. As the princess showed her concern, the dark-haired man told her he had a request. He asked the princess for a piece of her handkerchief. The heroine did so without hesitation. And with that, John Watson was off. Blair thought the princess really cared about that night. She confirmed it. The blonde girl gushed that he looked super handsome and smart. She was sure he wouldn't even hesitate to give his life for the princess. Well, the hunting festival had become much more interesting. They asked all contestants to gather at the starting line. They each had their own horse, and now they just had to wait for the gunshot. John thanked him for his offer, and the Duke replied that if he won, he would make a great bridesmaid. Suddenly, James's gaze turned cold. He noticed that the knight had dared to accept his beloved's handkerchief. From the lady's perspective, it was better to be proud of John's victory than for someone she had no feelings for. James just sneered and suggested they all test their skills. A gunshot signaled the start of the hunting competition. All the horses shot out from their spots and galloped towards the woods. A deer desperately tried to shake off its pursuers. Spotting the animal, Duke Killian drew his rifle and took aim. Eager to score, a shot rang out and the animal fell. But it wasn't James who had taken down the animal, and the guy knew it instantly. John Watson came up from behind him, jumped off his horse, and declared that this was quite a large catch. He planted a green flag on the dead animal. Duke Killian cursed, clearly annoyed. The guy turned his horse and galloped away, leaving John behind. The dark-haired man wondered if it was true that all nobles were sharpshooters with excellent weapons. Hearing the rustle of leaves, John raised his gun and aimed. A shot rang out, and the bullet hit its mark, killing the little rabbit. Suddenly, the guy heard a gunshot right next to him. He knew he hadn't misheard it and began to listen carefully. John decided to mark his latest catch and started to bend down. Just then, a bullet whizzed past his head and straight into a tree trunk. The knight froze, his eyes wide. A rather obvious thought crossed his mind, one that John didn't want to believe at first. Finally, the hunt was over, and everyone was asked to leave the forest. Seeing all the captured prey, the Emperor thought this year's contestants were quite skilled. There were green and red flags everywhere. The judge received the final score. It turned out the red and green teams were tied, which almost never happened. The Emperor was very excited and asked if there were 2 winners this year. But then the judge's assistant had to give him some bad news. His Majesty asked, "What is it now?" The judge said nervously that there could only be 1 winner. The person who planted the green flags hadn't shown up, so he was disqualified. Now that we have a winner, it's time for the reveal. The Emperor read the name on the paper, and he wasn't surprised at all. The winner of this year's hunting festival was none other than Duke James Killian. Everyone immediately turned to look at the dark-haired man. The crowd erupted in shock, although Duke Killian's victory was almost expected. James smiled smugly. He walked up to the platform to meet His Majesty. The Emperor told the Duke he never doubted he would win, and James thanked him for his trust. The lady who won the grand prize this year was to be crowned the queen of the hunting festival. Everyone was stunned when Duke Killian decided to dedicate all his trophies to Her Majesty, the Empress. The Empress, that woman, forced a friendly smile. The Emperor, on the other hand, laughed out loud, saying that with this victory, his wife had become a queen for the first time. James explained that he had many things to thank Her Majesty, the Empress, for. Afterward, His Majesty the Emperor asked the Duke what his request was. A sly smile appeared on James's lips. Those 2 men told Princess Charlotte that John Watson had not yet come out of the woods. The heroine cried out that they had to find him as soon as possible, but the men began to explain that sometimes people come up empty-handed, feel embarrassed, and just slip away. After a while, someone brought the princess a weapon that had been found on the hunting grounds. They told the heroine that John Watson's horse had returned alone. Just then, the emperor announced Duke Killian as the winner of the competition, but Charlotte didn't hear. She was too worried, completely unaware of where John had gone. She told Blair she had to go back immediately, as John might soon return to the princess's palace. Just then, James announced that he wanted to become His Majesty's son-in-law. So he requested approval for his marriage to Her Highness, the princess. The heroine was so stunned by James's announcement that she froze completely. Duke Killian looked at her and added with a cunning smile that this was his only wish. A full moon rose over the imperial palace. The heroine indignantly told the emperor that the request was absurd. There was nothing to discuss, because according to a royal decree, Charlotte was already engaged. Her father asked if this wasn't a good opportunity to change fiancés, especially since the princess herself had recommended Duke Killian before. Charlotte replied that that was in the past. The emperor sternly asked her if she didn't realize that a marriage to Duke Killian would be more beneficial to the royal family. This was precisely why he had first offered the deal to Duke Killian before Duke Adler. Charlotte retorted, asking if they were really going to break the engagement just because her father wanted to. The emperor slammed his fist on the table and roared that this marriage would be much better for the empire and the royal family. It seemed she still didn't understand. Royal marriages were all about politics and deals. Charlotte should have known that Duke Adler had never served in the imperial army. A man with no experience in the imperial army could not be compared to the decorated Duke Killian. The previous Duke Adler couldn't be trusted either. The heroine, completely lost, asked her father what on earth he was talking about. The man reluctantly explained that 7 years ago, the previous Duke Adler had moved troops across the territory without authorization. After achieving some victories in the war, he became too arrogant and acted without any warning. No one knew about it because it ended up benefiting the empire, but it completely destroyed the trust between them. It wasn't impossible for something similar to happen again, which was why the former duke was stripped of his command. Charlotte decided to ask her father if he would really do this, even if she loved Duke Adler. You could see fear and determination warring in her eyes. But the emperor just said dismissively that she could only have such emotions when she was a child. What mattered was that Duke Killian had come up with a solution, a way to actually dissolve this engagement. His Majesty took out a document and handed it to his daughter. For state marriages within the royal family, changes could be made by convening a council. The agreement needed to be signed by the chairman of the state council, the imperial judge, the empress, and the emperor. Recently, whenever Charlotte went to the royal library, she would often run into Duke Killian. Each time she would just say hello and avoid him. So James had been gathering intelligence. The emperor ordered the guards to escort Princess Charlotte back to her palace as soon as possible. The next day, the heroine asked Martha if there was any news of John, and the maid said there was none. There was no news from Duke Adler's side either. Every newspaper and gossip magazine was buzzing about the heroine and Duke Killian. Impossible. There was no way Rin didn't know, but with no contact, Charlotte began to feel that something might have happened to him. So she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Since Duke Killian was consulting the library, he must have had help from the librarian, Clark. The princess was sure he knew how to stop this from happening. She tried to enter the library, but the guards stopped Her Highness. They blocked her path. Charlotte demanded sharply how they dared to act this way in the princess's own palace. James appeared suddenly, saying he was just following His Majesty's orders to protect Her Highness. The heroine asked him coldly if he was serious right now. The Duke replied that anything could happen to the princess before the Imperial Council. Charlotte admitted that James was indeed amazing, and the man did not deny his prowess. He pointed out that it would be too cold to go to the north in that flimsy dress. The man picked up the hem of Charlotte's dress and explained that this was exactly why winter clothes needed to be prepared in advance. The heroine told the Duke not to touch her. She tried to pull her dress from his grasp, but he held on so tightly that it ripped. James decided to keep the piece of fabric as a memento to think of the princess when he was stuck in the frozen tundra. Charlotte remembered the emperor had made a deal with Duke Killian about exterminating the barbarians of the frozen lands. But the princess didn't understand why the Duke would do it. He had no reason to take such a risk. The Duke replied coldly that she knew very well why, because he loved her unconditionally. The heroine retorted that she didn't care about Duke Killian's feelings at all. For a moment, a flash of sadness crossed James's face. But then he gave a scornful smile and told the princess that he was the kind of man who always got what he wanted. The heroine turned away and said finally that this time things would be different. On the night before the Imperial Council, Charlotte was locked in the castle, still with no news from Ren and John. Killian had probably already secured people to support him for the Imperial Council. Yeah, the Empress might have something to say about that. But if things continued this way, she and Ren might end up breaking up. Now, the heroine understood why the previous Charlotte had gone on a hunger strike. None of this was her choice because she loved Killian and marrying Ren was like a death sentence. But now the situation was completely reversed. Suddenly, the princess heard some noises from outside her window. She was on the second floor, so the sound was very suspicious. Out of nowhere, she saw Alfred clinging to her balcony, saying he'd come on Duke Adler's orders. Upon entering Charlotte's room, the secretary apologized to the princess, but she told him it was all right. The heroine couldn't figure out how on earth Alfred had gotten in. The man said the security was tight, so he had slipped in during a shift change, which surprised the princess. She didn't know how Alfred could have known all this, but he reminded her that he was Duke Adler's secretary. Charlotte then realized that the most powerful people in the world are the all-knowing secretaries. They said the palace was being watched for her safety, but if Alfred were an assassin, she would have been dead long ago. Charlotte asked in a panic, "How was the Duke? Was he safe?" Alfred explained that Duke Adler had received a letter while working and had dropped everything and left. The secretary didn't know what the letter said, but he said the Duke wanted him to give something to the princess before he left. Alfred rummaged in his pocket and then pulled something out. The heroine's eyes widened in surprise as the secretary added that the letter mentioned this. She remembered the handkerchief John had tied to his rifle, and now what Alfred held in his hand was that very handkerchief. The next morning, the day of the audience with the emperor, they escorted the princess from the castle. Duke Killian was waiting for her at the entrance to the council hall. The heroine looked at the man, not hiding her hatred. James was supposed to see the princess earlier, but couldn't due to preparations for the meeting, which made Charlotte scoff. She sat down in her seat and immediately saw the latest edition of the newspaper. At this moment, all media attention was focused on the outcome of the first official Imperial Summit in 17 years. Charlotte froze as a thought struck her. Duke Killian could really become her fiancé. The most important thing the protagonist realized while engrossed in the novel was that the suspected murderer was her fiancé, which meant Duke Killian was very likely the culprit. The heroine had no idea what this guy was up to. Just then, they announced the arrival of their majesties, the Emperor and the Empress. As soon as the Emperor sat down, they pushed a document in front of him. It was a decree to annul the marriage between Princess Charlotte and Duke Adler and to order her engagement to Duke Killian. According to imperial law, it had been proven that this would not be a problem. The chairman of the State Council and the judge had both agreed to the terms of the deal, and only the consent of the last two members was needed. The emperor learned that the duke would be returning to his territory in 5 days. The heroine froze when the emperor nodded and said they had just enough time for a wedding. James asked with a sly smile if Her Majesty the Empress agreed with the emperor's decision. The empress's face was as dark as the sky before a storm. The heroine thought that the empress probably wouldn't agree. This whole foolish situation would only strengthen Princess Charlotte's position. But the empress simply said that if His Majesty said so, then she could only comply. Charlotte screamed uncontrollably that this was breaking a contract, dissolving an engagement without everyone's consent. But James calmly explained to the princess that according to imperial law, everything was legal. The heroine couldn't help but shed tears, shouting that she couldn't accept it. The emperor stopped his daughter, saying they had already settled this matter. Besides, things had to go back to the way they were. Duke Killian smiled scornfully and said that in that case, Her Majesty the Empress could proceed with signing the document. The Empress picked up the pen. The heroine knew the worst was about to happen. The tip of the pen touched the paper, and the woman slowly began to sign her name. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hallway. Then, Duke Adler burst into the council room, despite the maids and guards trying to stop him. Not even a head of state was allowed to interrupt an imperial meeting. Seeing her beloved, a happy smile blossomed on the heroine's face. Duke Adler's expression was extremely serious. James looked surprised as Duke Adler apologized for interrupting the Imperial Council. But Ren had something very urgent to report to His Majesty. The Emperor angrily asked if this matter was more important than the Imperial Council. The man nodded, explaining that it concerned an assassination attempt against a member of the royal family. The Empress was terrified and froze completely, the pen slipping from her hand. It fell to the floor with a clatter. Duke Adler interjected that he had intelligence on who had planned the attack on Princess Charlotte, and that the culprit would soon be captured. Duke Killian exclaimed that his army was already investigating the whole matter. But Rin argued that since it involved his fiancé, he had every right to conduct an investigation. Attempting to murder a member of the royal family was something that would take a whole day just to discuss. But Duke Adler guaranteed that once the culprit's identity was revealed, the entire imperial treaty would be nullified. Because the mastermind behind all of this was none other than Her Majesty, the Empress. The woman froze in place, her face a mask of anger and despair. The heroine absolutely did not expect things to take such a turn. The Empress jumped up, screaming that this was an insult to the royal family. But Duke Adler had evidence to support his claim, as they had found evidence linking the attacker to the weapon. Flashback to a bullet whizzing past the Duke's head and into a tree. The man froze, because the sound was all too familiar. It was the gunshot from the day John almost lost Princess Charlotte, so he knew he had to investigate. Soon, he found Temps Abigail, the failure who couldn't even get into the Imperial Military Academy. Temps aimed his rifle at a wild boar and fired, but missed completely. Just as the guy was wondering what was wrong with the damn gun, John snuck up behind him and took him down in one move. And just like that, Temps was subdued. The dark-haired guy looked bewildered, and John just told him he didn't need to know, then tied his hands. The knight picked up his own gun and glanced at the handkerchief. Without hesitation, he took it off. He left the rifle on the ground. No need to carry two, but put the handkerchief in his pocket. The note said that John Watson had found the culprit, so the Duke needed to come to this address. Soon, Rin would finally find out who had attacked the princess's carriage. The blond man kicked open the door of a small cabin without hesitation. His eyes widened when he saw who was inside. A guy was tied to a chair, while John Watson stood there expressionlessly, looking at Duke Adler. The knight said they were going to interrogate this guy to find out who ordered the attack on Princess Charlotte. Rin was completely confused and asked John what he had just said. He froze when the knight put the gun to the hostage's head and fired directly. The bullet just grazed the guy's forehead. Rin said he was wrong, because it had been confirmed that the weapon came from Count Abigail's factory. John explained that the guns used the same parts, so if you took them apart, you could compare them. The knight could have told the Imperial Guard or the investigation committee, but he decided to tell the Duke first. John explained that this was all for the princess. If Duke Adler could catch the culprit himself, Princess Charlotte might finally be able to overcome her fears. Besides, the Duke had money and power, so it would help the investigation. Rin agreed with the knight. From then on, the two agreed to cooperate on the case. So Rin learned from the young Master Abigail that the weapon production rights had been transferred from Marquis Dost. The attacker's weapon was made 20 years ago by a member of Her Majesty the Empress's family, the Marquis Dost. The Emperor threatened Duke Adler, saying that without conclusive evidence, he would be severely punished. The Duke revealed that the person who handled Marquis Dost's affairs had disappeared on the day of the princess's attack. Rin decided to present the bullets, which matched those found at the crime scene. The son of the missing man had given them to him. James exclaimed, "Did the Duke really dare to suspect the Empress based on the testimony of nobody?" Rin wondered if the testimony would be admissible if it came from a noble instead of commoner. Just then, Princess Camilla walked into the council hall. She immediately declared that Her Majesty the Empress had every reason to want Princess Charlotte dead. The mother couldn't bear to see that illegitimate daughter princess succeed over her son. But no matter how brilliant her son was, she should have been more careful when writing those letters. Camilla didn't understand how the Empress could be so reckless as to write about getting rid of a daughter in a letter. The Emperor read aloud the contents of one of the letters. She asked her daughter why she was doing this to her, and Camilla said she no longer considered her a mother. The Empress had chosen Frederick herself, so now Camilla had decided to go her own way. Count Abigail was also ready to testify that the attacker's weapon was made using Marquis Dost technology. They had messed up with the Mrs. Taylor's Tea Party incident, so they had to team up to win back some trust. The Empress and Prince Frederick have long been targeting Princess Charlotte, and we have evidence to prove it. It seems Her Majesty the Empress finally has no excuses this time. At this, the Emperor suddenly collapsed face first onto the table. The guy was clearly on his last legs, so the heroine rushed to his side. The entire council was terrified, shouting for someone to call the royal physician. Seeing the chaos, the Empress thought this was her chance to slip away. But Duke Adler stopped her, saying they weren't finished yet. The Empress ordered the Duke to step aside, then roared at the guards to arrest him immediately for lèse-majesté. The guards began to look hesitant. Just then, Duke Killian sharply reminded everyone that if the Emperor was incapacitated, the knights must obey the Empress's orders. The heroine flinched, finally understanding what that meant. The guards immediately surrounded Duke Adler. The Empress headed straight for the exit. Charlotte desperately grabbed her father's hand, shouting for him to wake up. A faint golden glow began to emanate from the princess's hand. The Emperor woke up, whispering that her hand was so warm. The heroine pleaded with her father to end this madness. The Emperor straightened up, and Princess Charlotte anxiously asked if he was all right. His Majesty didn't know what had just happened. Charlotte was relieved that her old man hadn't noticed her ability and ordered them to seal the hall immediately. The Emperor just nodded indifferently and ordered them to do it at once. Just then, the heroine announced loudly that His Majesty the Emperor had regained consciousness. From now on, no one is to leave this room. Anyone who acts without His Majesty's permission will be charged with defying an imperial order. Although the Emperor really shouldn't have gotten up so soon, he did. He began to walk straight towards the Empress. The Emperor asked desperately, was it all true? Knowing she had no way out, the woman replied, so what if it is? A look of shock and confusion flashed across the Emperor's face, as if he couldn't believe the Empress would do this to his child. The Empress didn't resist as she was dragged away by the guards. His Majesty couldn't bear it and left the hall immediately. Now that the Empress was detained and out of the picture, today's meeting was canceled. On their way out, the princess and Run ran right into Duke Killian. You could see the fury burning on his face. Duke Adler crumpled the contract into a ball, saying that unfortunately, this piece of paper was now worthless. James's glare intensified. He told Duke Adler that he had gone too far. James was about to lodge a formal protest on the spot, but Ren reminded him that this was all for the princess who was almost His Highness's new bride. So if the Duke blames me for revealing the case, then his feelings for the princess are not genuine either. James hissed through his teeth that the Duke had done a fine job. Duke Adler said threateningly that he hates people who don't know their place and meddle with things that don't belong to them. Lord Killian turned and said one last thing to the Duke, don't think things will belong to you forever. Everyone left, and Charlotte was finally alone with Ren. The man cleared his throat and explained awkwardly that the accusations against the Empress had to be kept secret. Suddenly, the heroine hugged the man tightly and thanked him. Ren blushed and began to explain that as a minister of state, he had to expose the assassination attempt against a member of the royal family. Charlotte looked up and thanked Ren again for not giving up on her. She was so glad the man hadn't refused to be her fiancé. The Duke was taken aback when Her Highness gently touched his face. He pulled the princess closer, promising that he would never let her go. Outside, Duke Adler explained how he ended up working with John Watson, but Charlotte still wondered how Run had gotten the Empress's people to cooperate. The man replied that, he who kills another's kin shall have his own kin pay the price, is an old saying passed down for generations in the Empire. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a proverb. All the attackers from that day were dead, and Ren had guessed that someone would seek revenge for their dead relatives. He had guessed correctly, because the son's resentment and anger over his father's death ran deep. So the boy wanted to take revenge on the Empress, blaming her for his father's death. The citizens of the Empire were taught to think this way from a young age. A strong gust of wind blew past, and the protagonist felt a chill in the air. Returning to the princess's palace, the protagonist found John Watson waiting for her. The princess broke into a run. The guy sheepishly apologized for leaving without a word, saying he just didn't get a chance. When the princess confronted him, asking if he knew how worried she had been, he grinned. John revealed that the Emperor and Prince Frederick had conspired to harm Princess Charlotte. They were likely the ones who hired the assassins, and now neither of them could run rampant in the Empire anymore. The protagonist decided to ask John for his opinion on Killian, who is now a suspect in the serial murder case concerning Princess Charlotte. This was a line from the prologue of the original novel. They might even force her to marry Duke Killian, regardless of whether Charlotte was willing or not, or even arrange the engagement today. The protagonist pointed out that Duke Killian was a tough guy, with military training and the like. John asked if Duke Killian didn't spend most of his time in the North, which would mean he couldn't have committed these crimes. But it was also possible, as he often stayed in the capital. Even on the day Marquis Bridget died, Duke Killian was at a debutante ball in the capital. The princess's point made a lot of sense, but then why would he murder the chef and the bakery owner? Charlotte was well aware that the Duke held some animosity towards her for some reason. The princess's intuition told her that the Empress, Frederick, and especially Run were definitely innocent in this matter. John suddenly announced that he was willing to do it. He offered to track Duke Killian's movements and verify his alibi on the day of the incident. John swore to protect the princess and not let the serial killer lay a single finger on her. For now, the main suspects, the Empress, Frederick, and Duke Killian, were all stuck far away from the Empire. The killer had caught the first victim in the crowded city center. Neither the Empress nor Frederick would have chosen such a place. In a conservative empire, to become a tutor for a noble family, you had to meet certain requirements. Among the suspects, some had perfectly reasonable meetings with the victim, such as her former employer. Despite this, there was a mountain of evidence pointing to the Empress and Frederick as the culprits. Similarly, there were many possibilities suggesting Duke Killian was the mastermind. A few days later, James led the Imperial Army on a campaign to the frozen tundra, taking a huge risk for nothing. The Empress and Frederick were in prison awaiting their sentences, and regardless of the outcome, they would be exiled from the Empire. Due to some crazy turn of events, the grand royal wedding scheduled for this winter was postponed until spring. But this was perfect, as Ren had been worried about not having enough time to prepare for the wedding. It was too perfect. Charlotte was also thrilled, as this basically bought her more time before she died. The princess thought the Duke struggled to see her every day, but he told her she was completely mistaken. In fact, when Ren was with the princess, he genuinely felt much better. What he didn't know was that every time they held hands, Charlotte was secretly trying to heal him. From Her Highness's expression, Duke Adler guessed she wanted to tell him something. The princess told Ren to just focus on the positive things. The Duke might not always be able to drop his duties, but he promised to do his best. But then Charlotte became very serious and told Ren to never, ever have murderous thoughts, even in moments of extreme anger. He was willing to do anything for Charlotte. He froze when the princess's hand cupped his cheek. She began to slowly pull Ren's head towards her. He, in turn, proactively pulled Princess Charlotte's face towards him, his hand on the back of her head. But they were suddenly interrupted. Clark, the librarian, had suddenly appeared beside them. She left Ren and happily asked Clark how long it had been. It turned out the librarian had been away for a long time to write a paper and gather materials. Duke Adler cleared his throat loudly, trying to get their attention. He gave the guy a cold look and said they seemed quite close. Clark flinched under the man's sharp gaze. The heroine explained to the Duke that Clark had the support of the Imperial Library, so he was trustworthy. But the guy suddenly bowed, told the princess he'd better leave, and then slipped away. This made the Duke think that Princess Charlotte had a lot of friends. Ren asked unhappily why she was so formal with him when an outsider was present. Charlotte explained that she was just being considerate of him, afraid he would be embarrassed if she called him by his name in front of others. Ren retorted that he didn't mind at all. He just didn't like the princess being close to anyone else. Duke Killian, John Watson, and that librarian with no exceptions. Alfred called it possessiveness. Apparently, when Duke Adler heard that James had proposed to the princess, he had almost wanted to kill the guy. The protagonist told him to forget about it. Ren added that if anyone tried to harm the princess, he would make them regret being born. Charlotte replied in a fluster that there was no need for that at all. The man pulled the princess's hand to him and kissed it. He explained that, in that sense, the princess was his everything. So from now on, Duke Adler only wanted Princess Charlotte to be good to him and him alone. Just as Ren had said before, unlike the princess, he was quite concerned about her past, so he wanted Charlotte to only look at him. The protagonist decided to confess as well. When she said she didn't care about her man's past, she was actually lying. My goodness, Duke Adler grinned, opening his arms. That's just wonderful. He was totally teasing her now. Ren found it a little funny that the princess was holding a grudge over something he said to Miss Victoria when he was 9, but he wanted Charlotte to keep worrying about him and run. He would always take care of her and give her everything he had. The protagonist took a step back indignantly and asked if it was normal for him to change like this all of a sudden. But the Duke explained that when a person develops feelings, that kind of feeling is completely natural. Charlotte just wished that moment could last forever. She wished that moments like that would keep happening. After that conversation, the protagonist headed straight for the Imperial Palace Library. Clark said that if he had been in the palace at the time, he would have definitely found a way to help the princess, because he knew of the one procedure that could overturn a decision by the National Assembly. It was a very old tradition, so almost no one knew about it. It was passed down by the 4 founders of the Asgard Empire. The procedure to activate it was complicated, but for the princess, anything was possible. Charlotte said that if something like that ever happened again, she would definitely ask him for help. Clark moved away from the desk and asked Her Highness to follow him. The guy led Charlotte to a place where only the most top-secret books were kept. Then he walked over to a bookshelf and pulled out a book. Clark handed the Book of Founders to Her Highness and asked her to accept it. This priceless edition contained the stories of the Empire's founders and a wealth of legends about the country. Inside this thing was a key method that could suspend the National Assembly. Just then, the doorbell outside rang. It meant the library had a visitor. The protagonist and Clark left the secret room, and when he saw who it was, the guy immediately brightened up. It was Mrs. Adler. The lady curtsied and greeted Princess Charlotte. Clark asked the lady how she had been. Mrs. Adler confessed that she had to ask Duke Adler for permission to enter the Imperial Palace today. So this might be her last time visiting, because it was the Empress who had originally granted her access to the library, and she couldn't keep bothering Duke Adler. So the protagonist decided to offer her help. The lady was very moved and praised the princess for being so kind. But she was embarrassed to make this request of Her Highness, as she wasn't planning anything major. She was just stopping by to say hello to Clark. In that case, Charlotte said she should be heading back too. Looking at the lady, the girl realized that it wasn't she who was kind, but the lady. Meanwhile, at the Adler estate, Rin was in a very good mood. He decided to tell Alfred that buying Marquis Rainback clock tower was a brilliant idea. But the secretary disagreed, thinking it was the worst thing the Duke had bought all year. The Duke said that if he met a girl he liked, he would lend out the key. Alfred snapped. When did Duke Adler start making these kinds of jokes? Rin pressed him, asking if his secretary had someone he liked, since he hadn't dated in 5 years. If he did, the Duke advised him to confess, because he felt so relieved after he did. The secretary asked, "Is your Grace seriously giving relationship advice?" He said he would keep it in mind, but told the Duke that for now, he was content to just watch from the sidelines. Rin said coldly, "Don't tell me you've fallen for your master's woman." If that were the case, Alfred would be asking for a death wish. The secretary replied that it wasn't the princess, then turned and said he would book a private restaurant right away. But as Alfred left the Duke's office, his expression was filled with sorrow. Just as the Emperor had said, Charlotte was granted permission to attend the State Council meetings. Every week, she performed brilliantly, showcasing her administrative skills. So when she and Duke Adler finally went on a date, the girl was exhausted. Charlotte hadn't even slept a minute last night. She had been buried in the agenda for the next meeting because Princess Camilla was coming back. She had been on edge all week, worried that her sister would start causing trouble again. But Rin swore it wouldn't happen. He had personally contacted Princess Camilla about the Empress's situation and made her promise not to give Charlotte a hard time anymore. She thanked the Duke, as she would have a lot less trouble now. Rin complained again about her calling him Duke, and Charlotte laughed and said his name. Who would have thought that the mighty Duke Adler would be so hung up on being called by his first name? The man was so handsome that Charlotte almost fainted. Rin's figure began to blur in her vision. The heroine snapped awake, coming back to her senses. It turned out she had dozed off and slept for a full 30 minutes. Charlotte felt guilty that Rin had wasted so much time because of her, but he said it was fun because she was super cute when she was asleep. Duke Adler's personality had been changing lately, as it was usually Charlotte who teased him. Rin reached out to her. He covered her eyes and then leaned in close. Then he traced her lower lip with the tip of his tongue. Charlotte stared at him, completely bewildered, when Rin suddenly pulled back and told her to pretend nothing happened. The Duke just couldn't help himself. Meanwhile, in the emperor's office at the imperial palace, the officials were reporting to him that Prince Philip needed to attend the next National Assembly meeting, as usually only Princess Camilla and Princess Charlotte would attend. Someone reminded the emperor that the heir to the throne had not yet been decided, so the prince needed to be present as well. His Majesty must be aware of the imperial public's opinion of Princess Camilla. Everyone thought she had betrayed her own mother. Some people even sympathized with the empress. But the emperor replied that although Princess Camilla had lost popular support, she still had her title. Princess Charlotte had recently shown extraordinary ability. Recently, the official told the emperor people had begun to question Charlotte's right to rule as a member of the royal family. After all, Her Highness was not the empress's daughter. And in the royal family, legitimacy is everything, especially since Princess Charlotte's birth mother was just a commoner. Hearing this, the emperor slammed his fist on the table, warning the official to watch his words. If the empress was overthrown because of that incident, it could also affect the princes and princesses. With Frederick out, Camilla having lost popular support, and Charlotte in a vulnerable position due to her birth that left only Philip. The official pleaded with the emperor to see this as a sincere effort to strengthen the royal family. Until now, Charlotte had stayed out of the succession dispute, but now she was in the spotlight and could become a contender for the throne. The conservatives, it was only a matter of time before they started talking. Now, there was only one way for Princess Charlotte to prove she had the right to rule. She had to demonstrate the kind of supernatural power that ran in the royal bloodline. It was said that the reason the emperor was able to establish the empire was because of his abilities. The first emperor was a chosen one who could absorb the power of mana stones without any special training. After a while, no more chosen ones were born into the royal family. In the end, the emperor gave up and asked for Philip to be invited to the National Assembly meeting. A few days later at the National Assembly meeting, Prince Philip wondered if the assembly always had this kind of atmosphere. Camilla snapped at her brother, telling him to shut up or go back to where he came from. If you ask the protagonist, this was already going too far. The National Assembly was now in session. It seemed Princess Charlotte had come up with another brilliant idea. Marquis Rainback had just said that Princess Charlotte was a true genius when it came to governing the country. The protagonist became suspicious when a minister said that ability can be replaced, but legitimacy cannot. Duke Adler suggested raising the base interest rate as Princess Charlotte had proposed. They were about to adjourn the 25th session, but Philip suddenly raised his hand and asked them to wait. He wasn't sure what was on the agenda for today, but he thought it went rather smoothly. But the prince had something to say as well. It was a very important issue that needed to be discussed at the National Assembly. The emperor frowned and asked Philip what was so important that he had to say it. As it turned out, the prince was about to formally demand and seize Duke Adler's mining rights. A few weeks ago, Duke Killian had come to Prince Philip's palace. His Highness was even surprised, asking why the Grand Duke had decided to visit this godforsaken place. Since they were both busy, James got straight to the point and said he wanted to make a deal. But Philip doubted he could fulfill his part of the bargain. The black-haired man asked the prince to speak out publicly against the Adler family's mining rights at the National Assembly. The prince wasn't sure he could attend, so James promised he would take care of it. Philip quickly understood that Duke Killian was purely jealous of Duke Adler. Even so, the prince had no intention of going against His Majesty's decision, so he refused the Duke. But James suddenly dropped a bombshell, saying that if the prince agreed to work with him, he would get the throne. It turned out this was part of his deal with the Empress. The agreement was that if James didn't interfere with Charlotte, he would help the remaining prince. Philip was completely confused, not understanding why the Duke was proposing this. Duke Killian explained that if Princess Charlotte couldn't be his, then no one can have her. Her fiancé, Duke Adler, would lose his power and go bankrupt, and the princess would be kicked out of the line of succession and become a nobody again. If James couldn't have her, he would drag her down with him. And all because he was in love with Charlotte. The emperor started yelling at Philip, asking if he could provide evidence for his claims. The prince simply nodded and presented the evidence. The national contract law stated that certain businesses could not receive support for more than 20 years. The experts agreed that the interpretation of the national rights had been wrong all along. Charlotte wondered who he was referring to, and the prince explained that the person was already dead. Marquis d'Oster told His Majesty that his secretary had been investigating the whole thing, before his unfortunate death. Due to his sudden death, that intelligence was never made public. Marquis d'Aster's secretary was the fourth victim of the serial murders. If that guy were still alive, this would have been resolved long ago, and the mining rights would have gone to someone else. The emperor stood up and said that we must not jump to conclusions so quickly. So the meeting ended and everyone dispersed. The heroine and Duke Adler were left alone. Charlotte was sure there had to be a way to keep those mining rights. Ren must be frantic, as the mining industry was the backbone of his family's finances. But the guy swore to the princess that he would do everything in his power to protect it. The heroes joined hands, and Charlotte also promised to find a way. The first thing she did was try to talk to Clark, but it turned out the librarian had been on leave for several days. So the princess took a few books, hoping to find some clues. But all she could think about was how the Adler family had clearly benefited from the death of Marquis d'Aster's secretary. You had to wonder if it was just a coincidence. Walking past the ministers, John overheard them talking about those mining rights. The princess revealed that Prince Philip had announced they needed to take back the mining rights from the Adler family. And the evidence was a note written by the fourth victim of the serial killer before he died. John became serious and told the princess about the rumors about her, which had recently been spreading even outside the palace walls. The princess's approval rating among the commoners had indeed risen sharply, because she was genuinely concerned with politics. Many respected nobles also supported her, but some people were starting to make noise, saying that the princess was not actually the empress's daughter. Now Charlotte understood why the ministers had brought up those strange things. The princess didn't care much, though, as she wasn't obsessed with taking the throne. She was just a little worried that a complete idiot like Philip might end up in power. John didn't understand much about politics, but he firmly believed that Princess Charlotte was a truly great person. So he hoped Her Highness could prove that birth doesn't matter, because Charlotte deserved the throne more than anyone. The first victim worked at the Adler estate and may have supplied the poison. The second victim was the head chef recommended by the Empress, but his food nearly gave her a seizure. The bakery owner was the third victim, but she hadn't purchased any sugar or spices. The fourth victim, Marquis d'Aster's secretary, had pushed to strip the Adler family of their mining rights. And the fifth victim, Commander Cortina, had a dispute with Duke Adler before his death. Connecting all of this, Ren looked like the #1 suspect. Except the bakery owner had no connection to the Duke, and it was because of her that Charlotte couldn't accuse him. A maid came in and announced that Duke Adler had come to see the princess. Ren said that Marquis d'Aster would surely twist everything to make him look bad. Well, another way had to be found to solve this. Duke Adler said that he and Alfred had been searching all day, but it was just too difficult. If this continued, they would take the mining rights, and Ren could end up losing the princess. The heroine held the Duke's face in her hands and reminded him that he had said he would never give up on her. Ren said they had already demanded the duchy repay its debts today. They would freeze his income, and he would go bankrupt. The princess chimed in excitedly, saying that she could help too. A warm smile appeared on the Duke's face. Even in their darkest moments, they would laugh together and support each other. Charlotte was sure this was Killian's doing, that he had made a deal with Philip before leaving for the frozen tundra. If Killian was the mastermind, there would be no more victims during his absence, so we have to solve this mining issue first. The princess suddenly discovered a book about the founding fathers. The book recorded the story of the nation's founders and the key method to abolish the Imperial Council Treaty. The next day, the princess went to Duke Adler's residence to share the method she had found. But the butler said, "Your Highness, the Duke is with a doctor right now. He has been visiting the estate frequently lately." The princess had no choice but to wait. Through the window, she noticed the gardeners, who were trimming the very same type of flowers Duke Adler had once given her. He had told her that the flowers were picked from the garden, so she decided to get a closer look. The gardeners smiled and greeted the princess. One of them handed Charlotte a peculiar flower called aconite. In the poor town where he lived, people also called it helmet flower. The heroine remembered something and asked what the flower could be used for. But just then, John appeared, catching the princess off guard. She froze when John told her they had just discovered the sixth victim, Clark, the director of the Imperial Library. Upon hearing the news, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. John immediately rushed to the princess's side and asked the butler to fetch the Duchess's doctor. She couldn't let that happen, so the heroine refused and blurted out that she had to leave. And just like that, the princess left in her carriage. John explained that Clark was found in his garden this morning, with the estimated time of death being 2 or 3 days ago. He lived alone, and his family said they hadn't been able to contact him for several days, which is why they went looking for him. Our protagonist headed to the crime scene, which was not open to the public, but the police clearly didn't expect to see John Watson there. He explained that Princess Charlotte was with him, and that she was very close to the victim and wanted to see for herself. Strictly speaking, this was against the rules, but the police let them in anyway. As soon as they entered the garden, they immediately saw the body. The body was covered with a white cloth. The heroine froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. John lifted the white cloth, and our protagonist clearly saw Clark's lifeless body. Charlotte's body began to tremble, but she knew this was not the time to be lost in grief. So she pointed out that this poisoning had been disguised as a strangulation. The killer had come as a guest, as there were water cup marks on the tablecloth. The killer poisoned Clark's drink and then disposed of the poison cup before leaving. But it wasn't cyanide, because the governess who supplied it was already dead and the stock was long gone. So if it wasn't cyanide, it must have been aconitine. The heroine recalled what the Duke had said at the ball, that she smelled like some bastard and it made him want to kill her. And he had also said that he didn't like the princess getting close to anyone but him, which included the librarian. John had never even heard of the plant, so he was confused as to where the serial killer got the poison. The heroine said blankly that it grew right in the garden of Duke Adler's estate. She had heard that a doctor had been visiting the Duke's residence recently to meet with Duke Adler. Now that Empress Frederica and even Killian were gone, the murders were still happening. Emotions were not supposed to be part of an investigation, but the heroine's love was turning this case into a romance. Suddenly, Charlotte overheard people at a nearby table talking about the various rumors recently circulating in Novid. It was said that Duke Adler was about to marry the daughter of his enemy. The latest rumor in Novid was that His Majesty the Emperor had murdered the previous Duke Adler. The emperor decided to marry his daughter to the traitor's son, possibly because it was advantageous for him. Charlotte thought to herself that since people on the street were all talking about it, Duke Adler must know about it too. The heroine remembered something the Duke had once said to her. In that case, the death of Princess Charlotte back then would have been a rather sufficient motive for Duke Adler. When the heroine returned to her palace, Martha told her that Duke Adler had come by several times this morning. You fainted at the Duke's residence and left without a word. So Duke Adler was going crazy with worry. Even now, he's been waiting outside the palace for quite a while. But the heroine said she couldn't see him right now. So she asked Martha to tell Duke Adler to return to his estate, and the handmaiden had to obey. After the handmaiden left, Charlotte was alone with John again. The heroine decided to ask the knight if he thought Duke Adler was the real culprit. He had access to both poisons used in the crimes, and he also had a motive. He graduated from a military academy, so he would definitely know how to use a cortina knot. The heroine stood up, and as the rain was getting heavier, the princess told John to go home. But suddenly, the heroine's eyes widened. Duke Adler was still standing outside. So the heroine asked John to double-check their findings one last time. There were too many holes to definitively link Duke Adler to the murders. Apparently, the Duke knew nothing about the third victim, the bakery owner, and the Duke had no reason to kill Clark either. John countered that jealousy can make people do crazy things. But the heroine reminded him of the circular cup stain on the garden tablecloth. If a high-ranking noble you weren't familiar with came to visit, you would receive him indoors. As for Chef Salto, John couldn't see how ordering a steak could be a motive for murder. Suddenly, the heroine had a flash of insight. She asked John who might know Chef Salto very well. The answer she got was that it could be the court chefs, as many famous chefs know each other. Charlotte had a servant summon the imperial chef. Soon, the imperial chef arrived. He was originally a sous chef and was promoted to head chef after the previous one was executed. He said that when it came to handling beef, no one could compare to Chef Salto. On the Empress's recommendation, he could have worked at the imperial palace, but he changed his mind at the last minute. He was reluctant to talk about himself, so almost no one knew his personal history. According to another chef who had once had a drink with him, he did not serve the royal family. The imperial chef had heard that Chef Salto's hometown was Cortina. Charlotte asked in confusion, would the Empress recommend someone from Cortina for a position in the palace? The man explained that the Empress and Chef Salto had known each other for a long time because they had been introduced. That was the Grand Duchess Adler, Duke Adler's stepmother. Finally, it all made sense. The governess, our first victim, and the chef, the second victim, were both in league with the real killer. The governess provided the poison, and the chef was the backup plan. The killer murdered them both to cover their tracks. Lady Adler recommended a Cortina chef named Salto to the Empress. She knew Ren was afraid of blood, and it was she who suggested going to Salto's restaurant for lunch, saying it was a good place. It's not normal for a chef to change a dish without the guest's permission, especially for a VIP. There must have been a reason for it, and Lady Adler was the one who gave the chef the order. To test Ren's reaction, Charlotte had heard that Lady Adler did a lot of charity work, so that might be how she knew the third victim. The Cortina not a spy from Cortina, and the lady is also from Cortina. So, the heroine finally knew the truth. The door was suddenly thrown open, and Princess Charlotte ran out, catching Duke Adler by surprise. The heroine buried her face in Ren's chest and then apologized. She questioned why he didn't come in and just stood in the rain. Ren replied that he just wanted to wait for her. But she said loudly, what if she hadn't come out all morning? The princess had suddenly disappeared from the Duke's residence. Ren didn't want to run into her then, as he had heard those rumors about His Majesty the Emperor assassinating his father. Seeing Charlotte's reaction, the man frowned as he realized she had heard them too. If it were true, Ren would have every reason to hate her and the Emperor. The Duke said they had traced the rumors to some street urchins and found that someone was deliberately spreading them. In other words, it was all nonsense meant to drive them apart, but they hadn't identified the mastermind yet. Charlotte buried her face in the man's arms again, apologizing for making him stand in the rain. Ren gently caressed her cheek, pointing out that her eyes were all swollen. He was about to tell her to return to the princess's palace as soon as possible, but suddenly, the heroine pulled his face down forcefully. Charlotte kissed him right there in the rain. Then she took a step back, smiled, and confessed her love to Ren. The man smiled back, saying they were the most beautiful words he had ever heard. After that, our protagonist shared another intimate moment. Temporarily satisfied, Charlotte suggested that the Duke stay at the princess's palace tonight. The first thing Ren did was jump into the bathtub to warm up so he wouldn't catch a cold. Then the heroine had him sit in front of her. In bed, Princess Charlotte told Ren with a serious face that he needed to prepare himself for what she was about to say. What she didn't know was that the man had been preparing for this for months and had even read several romance novels. As soon as he said he was ready, the princess dropped a bombshell. Lady Adler might be the serial killer. Ren clearly hadn't expected this, and he was completely stunned. The heroine repeated that Lady Adler had already killed 6 people, and that she had also killed the director of the Imperial Library. The Duke mentioned that his stepmother hadn't been seen at the estate for 2 days. Even on that day, his stepmother had run off somewhere else, and Ren had to take a public carriage to the prison. After digesting this information, the blonde man asked her what on earth the motive was. As it turned out, it all came down to the mines and magic stones on the ducal territory. Mining and distributing those magic stones required specific conditions to be met. If all factors were taken into account, it was certain they could mass-produce these stones within a year. According to statistical data, the mining of magic stones has specific coordinates, and Duke Adler's mines are currently located right on them. The ultimate goal of the serial killer is to overthrow the entire empire, and for that, they need those mining rights. That's why Lady Adler eliminated Marquis Dusk's secretary, because he was pushing to revoke the mining rights. Then she killed Clark before his article was published because she didn't want anyone to find out about the magic stones. But we still don't have conclusive evidence to incriminate the lady, so we need to search the estate. Ren said his stepmother would be away for a few more days, so the estate would be completely empty tomorrow. I have to admit, at first, I thought you were the mastermind behind all this. That's why I acted so carefree at the beginning, to find out if the Duke was the killer and prove it. Hearing this stunning confession, Ren knelt before the princess. This hit him harder than finding out his stepmother was a murderer. The heroine swore that she genuinely liked Ren now, although it definitely wasn't the case at the beginning. The man realized that the so-called love at first sight was also a lie. Suddenly, Ren pulled the heroine closer to him. Then he held her tightly. The man confessed that he had fallen in love with her the moment he saw her. From the moment Ren met the princess, he pretty much knew it was love. The heroine explained that she had always been afraid the Duke would be disappointed in her. The next day, our protagonist headed to the Adler family estate. The Duke told the servants he wanted to be alone with the princess for a while. When Alfred realized this included him, he was annoyed. The couple got lovey-dovey, muttering about wanting some alone time and dealing with the mines later. Rin coldly told his secretary not to make him repeat himself. Before leaving, Alfred said they would definitely discuss those mineral resources again in 3 hours. After searching the estate for an hour, our protagonists found nothing. Considering they were up against an opponent who could take out 6 people without a trace, this wasn't surprising. Suddenly, they heard the doorbell and then saw Blair at the door. Duke Adler had completely forgotten about his sister, so he hurried to open the door. He explained to Blair that he and the princess had something to take care of, so he had given the servants the day off. The Duke's sister heard footsteps behind her, followed by a faint groan and bright red blood stain the pavement. It all happened so fast that our protagonist didn't immediately realize Blair had been kidnapped. As the girl was grabbed, Charlotte immediately screamed for Ren to open the door. But the kidnappers already had a huge head start, and they were heading straight for the carriage. The Duke knew they couldn't let the criminals get there, so he picked up his pace. Suddenly, someone shot the coachman in the shoulder. It was John Watson, emerging from the shadows of the trees. The mercenary held a gun to Blair's head and ordered them to drop their weapons, or the girl would die. Duke Adler said not to make any rash moves, and he might spare his life. But the villain retorted that he wasn't the only one with a gun. Just then, the horses reared up in front of the kidnappers. It would have all been over if John Watson hadn't appeared at the last second and saved Blair from certain death. A moment later, Ren's sister passed out from the sheer shock. Duke Adler thanked John for saving his sister's life. It was only now that the heroine realized with horror that there was blood everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of iron. But Ren replied that he was fine, as he had already treated the wound when he called the doctor. Now, the heroine understood that was the doctor she had met when she first arrived at the estate, and she had completely misunderstood the situation. The man nodded, adding that the days when he couldn't protect the princess were over. The 2 kidnappers were completely speechless, and only the coachman looked to be in bad shape. The heroine turned to the men, telling them everything was fine, but to try not to panic too much. She went over to the coachman and used her healing magic on him. The men were stunned when they saw the bright golden light. Now they knew that Her Highness Charlotte possessed the power of the royal family. The heroine explained that she hadn't told anyone yet because she didn't want it to become public knowledge. The coachman let out a faint groan and started coughing up blood. Charlotte immediately said that if the guy told her everything, she would save his life and guarantee his safety. Now the protagonist didn't have to worry about anyone coming after him. When the mercenary revealed that Moriarty was behind the attack, Ren froze. The Duke explained in anguish that it was his mother's maiden name. John wanted to confirm if it was the Moriarty who was a spy from Cortina. The coachman confirmed it, then suddenly coughed violently again, blood splattering everywhere. Then the guy confessed that Moriarty had told him to fake Blair's kidnapping and demand a ransom, then kill her. It would be great if this coachman could testify in court, as that would be the key evidence for the whole case. Suddenly, our heroine felt a wave of dizziness and started to fall. She felt weak all over. Duke Adler rushed to her, panicked, and told her to stop using her magic. However, the coachman's condition worsened. The witness who could have revealed everything was now dead. Upon waking up, the heroine shot up in bed. John and Ren immediately perked up when they saw Princess Charlotte was finally awake after fainting. The Duke explained that she had collapsed trying to save the coachman, and that Martha was now taking care of Blair in another room. Unfortunately, they couldn't save the key witness. Because the magic stones were unstable, the heroine didn't have enough power to save the man. John said that when he was serving in Cortina, an informant helped him, which is how he learned about the agent. But it seemed the people in Cortina were already on to him, as the informant was caught and beaten. The knight thought Moriarty had already escaped, but Charlotte was sure the woman wouldn't give up so easily. If that was the case, they first had to stop the magic stones from being shipped to Cortina, which meant getting the mining rights back. Just then, Martha burst into the room without any courtesy. She said that Prince Philip had collapsed. There were rumors that he had fainted while out for a walk, and now his palace was in chaos. This could be Moriarty's doing, so Charlotte said she needed to go to the prince's palace. Right now, Philip lay motionless on the bed, with the emperor sitting beside him. The princess asked her father what had happened to her brother. His Majesty explained that he had collapsed in the carriage on his way back from a walk. His Highness's secretary said that before the prince got into the carriage, his heart was already racing and his body was starting to go numb. The symptoms described indicated aconitine poisoning, the same poison that killed Clark. Members of the royal family are trained to resist poison from a young age, so Philip would have needed a very large dose to be poisoned. Just as Charlotte thought Moriarty might have messed up, she had a sudden realization. Now she understood everything. She promised Philip in her heart that she would save him. A little later, the Emperor and the heroine left Prince Philip's palace together. Charlotte called out to the Emperor. She told him it was time to cash in her birthday present, reminding him of a wish her father had promised her. The Emperor agreed to honor the promise as long as it was reasonable, and Charlotte agreed to explain everything at the Imperial Palace. Now, the princess would not let things go as Moriarty had planned. The next day, at the National Assembly, Charlotte had gathered everyone for a special resolution to extend the Adler family's mining rights. According to the decree of the Founding Fathers, if more than 3/4 of the ministers agreed, the resolution would be passed with priority. Charlotte thanked Clark in her heart, as she was now using the very method he had suggested. Wren stated that the Adler family had contributed to the empire's development through mining and possessed extensive experience. The princess added that suddenly enforcing the law could destroy trust and create chaos within the empire. See, the ministers were now more concerned with showing support for Prince Philip and Killian than with obtaining the rights. Marquis Dusk called for a vote, betting there wouldn't be enough votes to pass. But the heroine asked them to wait, as one person was still missing. That person was Prince Philip. This had to be done according to the Founding Fathers' rules, as Prince Philip was an official member of the council. Charlotte wondered aloud how they were going to get him there, seeing as he was currently unconscious. So she suggested they go to him in person. The healer said Prince Philip was not in mortal danger, but he was still not out of the woods. The ministers were stunned when Her Highness walked to the bedside. Wren followed her worriedly, telling his girl not to push herself too hard. The heroine held out her hand in front of the prince, and a golden light instantly filled the room, blinding everyone. The implication was unmistakable. As soon as he woke up, Prince Philip asked where he was. Everyone in the room, except for the Emperor and Duke Adler, knelt before the heroine. Charlotte turned to her father and told him this was the proof she had spoken of. A short while later, the meeting resumed. Some ministers, having witnessed the power of the royal family with their own eyes, shed tears of joy. Any questions about Princess Charlotte's legitimacy had vanished. Just then, a secretary burst into the hall. He announced that urgent news had arrived from the tundra. Duke Killian's army was retreating after a crushing defeat, and we don't even know if the commander is still alive. After the vote, the Emperor ordered an immediate military meeting. The only sound was the scratching of pens. The secretary's news did not cause much alarm. Finally, the voting was over. Every single minister of state had signed their ballot. The results were in, and based on them, the Adler family's mining rights were officially extended. Our protagonists had succeeded. The vote was unanimous, and everyone, including Philip, signed it, showing their full support for Charlotte. Shortly after the vote, Duke Killian supporters were too scared to even show their faces. The proof of legitimacy, presented in the form of the royal power, was simply too powerful. However, Moriarty was still on the run, so Duke Adler suggested putting a bounty on her. But for his beloved, there were still no clues at the moment, which made a bounty impossible. They had to be careful now, as Wren could very well be framed because of it. The man nodded, saying he would return to the palace to finish what he was doing. The princess, meanwhile, went to meet with Blair. If it weren't for that whole mess, they could have become a family today. The wedding was postponed due to the Empress's overthrow, but if everything had gone well, she would have been married to Wren by now. And in the original timeline, today was the day Charlotte was supposed to die as the serial killer's last victim. Just then, Alfred walked into the room. He told the princess that Duke Adler had prepared something for her and requested to escort Her Highness to the tower in the square. Blair was thrilled, thinking it was some special surprise, since today was supposed to be her wedding day. Before long, they arrived at the location. It was the very place where Charlotte and Run had watched the fireworks at the night market. Only, the person standing at the top of the tower was not who Alfred had said it would be. Moriarty grinned and said, "We finally meet." It was Alfred who had asked the princess to come up, so the heroine was stunned, asking what the lady had done to him. The woman burst out laughing, saying that Alfie was her partner, someone loyal to her. In other words, The two of them had been in cahoots all along. Moriarty roughly grabbed the princess, ordering her not to even think about escaping. Then she pushed Her Highness against the tower's railing. Charlotte asked if this was all for the magic stone, and the woman admitted it was, thanking her for renewing her eligibility. Moriarty decided to tell the princess how everything she cared about would suffer in the future. But the heroine retorted that someone already knew Lady Adler's true identity. The woman just laughed, calling the princess a fool, as they were planning to frame Duke Adler as the serial killer, since it was nearly impossible for her to strangle anyone herself. Moriarty actually poisoned the victims first and then faked the strangulation, but the foolish investigators didn't notice. However, there was one living person who could confirm that Duke Adler was the culprit. The heroine realized Moriarty was planning to use Alfred to frame Run, which was why she had gone to all this trouble. Duke Adler was supposed to live until the magic stone was grown and eventually fell into Moriarty's hands. Only, James became a variable in the plan, and they also managed to find the underground tunnel. So Moriarty got rid of that guy, and now she was going to eliminate the princess so that when Alfie brought the Duke, he would find a corpse, and then Alfred would testify that the Duke had killed the princess to avenge his father. After the Duke disappeared, the lovely Blair would die in a tragic accident, which would be the perfect ending for the serial killer. Charlotte decided to ask Moriarty why she had decided to kill the owner of the small bakery. It turned out the woman was a mage who had existed since the era when magic stones were still commonplace. Moriarty took out a pouch, explaining that it was not a good thing to have such a person in a rival country. The moment the criminal opened the small pouch, the heroine felt a wave of intense weakness throughout her body. The lady said the princess didn't even need to ingest the poison, as she was allergic to peaches, so she had made a special powder. All the meeting spots with Wren had been booked by Alfred, so this fact had spread quickly. The heroine sneered and released the royal power. But for some reason, the power didn't work this time, and all the symptoms quickly returned. Moriarty took out the magic stone she got from a baker, explaining that its power could absorb the magic from a flawed magic stone. Even though the princess was already dying from the allergy, the woman grabbed a rope, saying she would do it the old-fashioned way. After putting the rope around the princess's neck, Moriarty said she had always thought she was an idiot, but the princess was extraordinary. With her last ounce of strength, Charlotte yelled that they could come in now. Just then, armed knights burst in, ordering Lady Adler to take her hands off the princess at once. Seeing the royal guard, Moriarty froze. Duke Adler walked in after them and declared that if a single hair on his fiancé's head was harmed, he would show no mercy. The heroine smirked and thanked Moriarty for her help in the investigation. The suspicion began the day before the royal assembly, when Alfred snuck into Princess Charlotte's room. An ordinary secretary couldn't possibly slip past the Emperor's highly trained soldiers. Second, it was a knot on the umbrella. Alfred might have always tied knots that way, but he had never served in any military academy. And what sealed the deal was that Prince Philip was poisoned with aconite, and Alfred had likely messed up the dosage when administering it. When the princess saw the prince, she knew it was all true. She used the right of creation as an excuse to meet the emperor alone. And it was then that Charlotte told her father that Cortina was preparing to invade the empire using magic stones. And the mastermind behind it all was the Duchess of Adler. Charlotte also told the emperor that she possessed healing powers and intended to demonstrate them at the assembly the next day. This was why the princess wanted the authority to command the emperor's personal guard. When Alfred said the Duke was waiting for the princess at the tower, the heroine realized Moriarty wanted her dead. So before leaving, the heroine gave Martha a note to deliver to Duke Adler and John. The note said she was going to meet Moriarty, but the Duke must lead the guards and wait at the bottom of the tower. They even prepared a court recorder to get all the juicy details of her confession. Back in the present, John appeared with a tied-up Alfred, telling Moriarty to just give up. But the woman held a knife to the princess's throat, yelling that if they came any closer, she would kill her. Just then, Duke Adler shot his former secretary in the leg without hesitation. He then coldly asked the woman how long she thought Alfred could last. With a trembling voice, Moriarty blurted out that she didn't care about that guy at all. He was just a tool. Alfred was completely stunned, gazing at the woman he loved. The moment their eyes met, the woman froze. Then, a tired smile crept onto her lips, as Moriarty knew she couldn't get out of here alive anyway. She suddenly pulled the princess closer without any warning, and began to fall backward. When Duke Adler realized what Moriarty was trying to do, he was horrified. If the spy ended her own life this way, she would end everything by bringing the greatest suffering to the Adler Duchy. After the heroines fell, the magic stone fell out with them. The heroine miraculously caught it. Princess Charlotte's body began to glow with a bright golden light, and her younger self was also suspended in midair. But Moriarty couldn't grab her and fell straight down. Suddenly, the magic stone's power vanished, and the heroine began to fall as well. Only this time, a hand caught her. It was Duke Adler. John Watson was behind him, pulling him back with all his might. In the end, they managed to save the princess from certain death. Duke Adler was furious. He grabbed Princess Charlotte's face and yelled why she had to get involved in such a dangerous situation when all she did was hand him a damn note. John agreed with the Duke, thinking Her Highness deserved to be punished for this. It was too cruel of the princess to make them wait until they got a confession from the killer. Charlotte snapped back that if she had told them the truth, they both would have objected, and then nothing would have worked. Wren held his girl tightly, begging her never to put herself in danger like that again. Moriarty died almost instantly after falling from the tower, although the heroine didn't want things to end this way. When Alfred saw his beloved fall, he passed out completely from shock. The heroine healed him with the power of the magic stone, and now Duke Adler's former secretary would serve as a key witness. Days passed, and all the newspapers in the Empire, even the gossip tabloids, couldn't stop talking about Charlotte and Wren. At the first meeting after the incident, everyone agreed that Cartine needed to face the consequences for what had happened. Now, the heroine was strongly advocating that the Empire must change so that another Moriarty would not emerge. Surprisingly, the Emperor got everyone to agree to the princess's plan, as he loved Asgard more than anything. In the end, John Watson got the recognition he deserved. Wren went to great lengths to confirm that John was the true winner of the hunting competition and that he had been unjustly dismissed from his post. Because of the corruption issue, the Emperor decided to reward the knight and grant him any wish as a prize for winning the competition. John seized the opportunity, turning down the position of guarding Charlotte to return to the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army limped back in disgrace after their disastrous defeat in the Tundra expedition. Duke Killian barely escaped with his life, but having lost his men and supplies, he was arrested upon returning to the palace. He told Princess Charlotte that a commander couldn't be thrown in prison just for a failed mission. But that wasn't the real reason. So James thought the princess was angry because he had questioned whether she was the legitimate heir. Just then, the heroine threw a letter at him, asking what the great Duke Killian had to say about this. It was a letter from the former empress, exposing James by saying he knew who had attacked the princess, but had hidden the truth. Duke Killian raised his voice, saying that falling in love was not a crime. The heroine agreed, except that everything James did while he was head over heels in love absolutely constituted a crime. A few days later, Charlotte complained that Duke Adler had almost bought her 7 damn wedding dresses. Blair chuckled beside her, saying her brother had changed a lot since falling in love. Since it was brought up, the heroine decided to ask her friend how things were going with that man. On the day Blair was almost kidnapped, she had bluntly told John that she had been head over heels in love with him since day one. Hearing this, the dark-haired man gasped. When Duke Adler's sister just proposed to him so directly, the guy's face turned red. Blair ended up getting rejected on the spot, but it wasn't easy to forget a man like John, so Charlotte bet she wouldn't give up. The blonde girl decided to reveal a hunch to Her Highness. Her brother was definitely planning something, most likely a proposal, since they were only engaged by royal decree. Before this, even for a political marriage, a proposal was required, which was a big deal in the Empire. Rum might think he was being clever, but Blair could see right through him. So Princess Charlotte should be expecting something special now. As she expected, the heroine soon received a letter from Duke Adler. In the letter, the man said he wanted to talk, so he would come to pick up Princess Charlotte himself at 6 o'clock. When the time came, Wren was already standing outside the princess's castle. The heroine thought they would go to Lionbach Tower, as it held all their memories, but they ended up in a completely different place. Charlotte was taken aback. It was just an ordinary forest. Recalling all the disastrous dates Ron had arranged in the past, she felt this one would be similar. All her excitement vanished, but the princess decided not to jump to conclusions, as it would be a bit strange to act too disappointed. They finally reached their destination. Charlotte froze, staring at the staggering number of magic stones. Rin explained that this mine belonged to the duchy, and they had just finished excavating it as the magic stones were growing. The princess smiled excitedly, thanking him for bringing her to see this spectacular sight. But the Duke hadn't brought her here just for her to see this. He got down on one knee and asked Princess Charlotte to marry him. To him, no one was more precious than Charlotte, so he was prepared to offer her his heart and all the magic stones here. The heroine happily embraced her lover and, of course, accepted his proposal. Time flew by, and the season of blooming flowers arrived. On a gentle breeze, the Empire welcomed a long-awaited national wedding. The heroine and Duke Adler were in their wedding attire. After the official ceremony, it was time for the wedding banquet. During their first dance, Rin leaned in and asked the princess when she had fallen in love with him. The heroine smiled brightly and told him it was love at first sight. The newlyweds kissed, lost in the moment, knowing that a happily ever after together was waiting for them.